Last stage. I was on stage 34 and I did not want to do the last stage. And I was procrastinating it. But yeah, now I got it. Oh yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah. Okay, this is going to be really painful. What the heck? Didn't know they were this small.
You might want to count how many rods you can have.
1, 2, 3,
No, I think
8,
I or
9,
Tenjin have
10.
a photo somewhere inside the shift attendance.
It's like 30.
Let me
Basically,
check.
another. So
So
it's like 40
let
times
me
10. What's
for
40 times 10?
filter. You think I do math? Let
Okay,
me
let me
check
let me
first.
calculate this.
Okay, this one, that's the photo, and let me see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9 by
It's
25. That's like
400. 400.
twin?
Holy. What do
It's
you.
not?
It is. Like 10 times
So
10 times 10 times 40,
why 10?
not
1,
4.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Be-
It's
be-
9 by 25. 3,
What do you mean 9? It's 10. I'm pretty sure it's like 10 for the width. The height is like
did they
40, I
update
think.
it? It can't be.
Are you sure?
I snapped a photo of a fully stacked rods 4 days ago. And if I
Wait, really?
calculate and count correctly, yeah, it's 225.
225.
Let me
It's
ping
like
you
a lot.
and then I'll purge my message. It's 9 by 25.
What?
I know Tenjin did that kind of photo too. Can I even stack in this position? I'm still not for I'm still not rod certified. God.
Place on the web. It's a resource that all of us have used many times before, and have probably been spammed with a lot of donation requests as well, even though they very much don't need them at all, even remotely. But that is a discussion for another time. Someone recently sent me the deletion discussion page for a specific article. That is on the Odin programming language. Now, Odin,
Pooping.
it's a
Oh, okay.
fairly niche C-like in very big air quotes, programming language. It's not super popular. Maybe you've heard somebody talk about it here and there. It does have a very niche amount of production usage, specifically by Jenga effects with Embergen, Geogen, and Liquigen. These are for fire,
I think I'll take
terrain,
all of it
and
out.
water
I am
generation,
not
respectively.
going God.
These are used in Unreal Engine 5, and these are used by some really big companies like Bethesda and Capcom and Codemasters and Warner Bros. And a bunch of other places. So even though it's a
Wait,
really niche
Senbadd, are you
language,
recording?
it's very likely you've played something, you've
No,
seen a movie.
yeah, I'm recording.
Okay, good. Perfect, good luck then. And good night.
You too. And good night.
Yeah. Thank you, bye.
See ya. Bye-bye.
That actually makes use of something written in Odin. As for me though, most of what I've heard about with the language is in regards to game development, specifically with a library known as Raylib. Now Raylib can be used with a bunch of different languages like, where is the thing? The scroll past it, right here. C#, Go, Python, Rust, Zig, and a bunch of other things, but Odin is on the list, and there are some people that do promote using Raylib specifically with Odin. Odin is a relatively new language, especially relatively new in people actually talking about it, but it does have some absolutely devout followers. Like every niche language out there, there are people that are devoutly following V or D or any of these other languages, so there should be no surprise that Odin has the same. And Odin had a Wikipedia article, but not anymore. And what I thought would be fun was to go over the reasons for keeping the article, for deleting the article, and try to get an understanding of what goes through the mind of a Wikipedia editor, of a Wikipedia moderator, you might say, if you want to compare them to a Reddit moderator. And by the end of this video, that comparison, I think, is going to make a lot more sense than it probably should. The Odin programming language. This is a non-notable programming language that has received no in-depth coverage from reliable sources. The article's current source consists of developers' personal sites, random logs that happen to use the language, and a self-published ebook. Coverage in academic research consists of trivial mentions. You're going to see how fundamentally broken and confusing the inclusion policy is for Wikipedia, because there are very few languages that this would even cover. Delete. Yep, there's nothing to go on here. Inventing a programming language is much easier than convincing other people to adopt it, write books about it, and get those books published by actual authors. There is this weird emphasis on Wikipedia, and you're going to see this more as we go through the comments, that we still live in like the 1980s and people are publishing programming books and people are writing programming magazines, and this is a thing that is really common to be done. Most of the books you see on programming languages are going to be self-published books because that's the way it works, because self-publishing now is really, really easy. Delete. I found one independent source talking about it, but it's unclear whether that website is user-generated or if it's an actual publication process. Either way, one source isn't enough for notability. There are really serious journalists that self-publish articles that used to work at some notable journalistic outlet, and then they post everything on either a blog site or one of the countless like big hosted blog sites out there a lot of people use. If that person is reputable when they are at a well-known outlet, do they then suddenly not become reputable when they leave that outlet? That's sort of like the thinking that exists here. As for this specific site though, this is on Hacker Noon. This is something where it seems like pretty much anyone can publish to it. It's not really a super important site, but you're going to notice that the content and the style you see here is very similar to something else a bit later in the thread. There's an uprising of modern C-like languages that's been getting traction, and it seems crazy to delete the pages of any of them just because a few people seem to be motivated by personal grudges or something against the ones that aren't their favorite. Odin, Zig, Jai, C3 are all on the frontier of this movement, and Wikipedia refraining to cover any of them would be frankly absurd. The response to that, the mere assertions that there is a movement and that this language is on the frontier of it, is not sufficient to justify an article here. There have been C derivatives since the 90s, many of which nobody ever used, and many of which already have an article. We need reliable, independent sources before we can say anything about any of them, let alone devote a whole page to one of them. I understand the need for sources, but the sad part is the computer programming magazines are all but dead today, and they used to be the primary source for this kind of information. Also, who's to say that a random programming magazine is a more viable source, is a more reputable source than a blog post by some random person? In both cases, it's a random person writing it. Also, there have been countless cases of articles and magazines just making up nonsense. Currently, there are a few new languages aimed at the C niche: Zig, Odin, Jai, C3, V, and Hare. Zig, I believe, is from 2016, Jai 2014, Odin 2017, C3 2019, V 2019, and Hare 2019. Of these, Zig has the most traction. You'll see people who are big fanatics of Zig. Jai has a lot of pent-up interest, but is still in closed beta. I believe the article on Jai is also nominated for deletion, and since then has actually been deleted and has been merged into the Jonathan Blow article. If we look at Zig, the motivation for its inclusion are two articles in 2016 and 2017. This is funny because the language had virtually no use in 2017. So, some random outlet thought the language looked exciting. Even though no one was using it at the time, that was justification enough to include the article. If we look after 2020, there are virtually no mentions of even Zig, so how can we explain this? Well, I already suggested the answer. There are no computer programming magazines anymore. There's a few little niche ones here and there, but nothing like there used to be. The discussions are in blogs, in YouTube channels, etc. For example, you'll see people such as the Primogen, Mr. Primogem, cover languages, and here indeed both Zig, Jai, and Odin come up frequently. Why is the Primogen less of a reputable source than some magazine that nobody reads? I don't have an answer for you. You could say, oh, they have a production committee. They have a pipeline for verifying the correctness of things. But if they get things wrong just as much as a YouTuber does, what's the difference? We're now at a point where Jai and Odin are nominated for deletion, while V, with a much smaller user base and with interest in the news these days, has a page. Even Hair, the arguably less used of these languages, have a magazine mention, and that is on this page here. It's a magazine, I guess, of some description. It exists. Yeah, it had 609 views, but I guess it does exist. It's very important. Maybe we could even say Zensi fits Wikipedia criteria better than Odin. It has this one right here, which again is some random website, which, is it more notable? Is it more reputable than some random blog post on Hacker Noon? I don't really see why. What I'm trying to say with this is that using mentions of the language in computer magazines as criteria is inherently flawed. Other magazines covering languages are hit and miss. Zensi, and Hair all have some coverage, but they rarely amount to more than repeats of press releases of their first official version, which absolutely should not be a criterion for notability. An interesting comparison is GitHub Lingual, which is including languages for syntax highlighting on GitHub with a minimum criteria for use on GitHub. And from this we'll see there are not a lot, but there are quite a few projects on GitHub that make use of Odin considerably more than a language like Hair or C3 or Chapel or Jai or V. And when Zig got its article, it probably was even less than where Odin is. Here's the response. Just because other languages have articles doesn't mean this article should exist. CWP Wax. This is for arguments to avoid in deletion discussions. Wax specifically is what about Article X. When I say Wikipedia editors are a lot like Reddit moderators, this is what I mean. What about Article X isn't a rebuttal? That's like saying, oh, that's what about it. And that's not a rebuttal to anything when there is a direct comparison between the two. We're not talking about, oh, well, there's an article on this random fruit. Why not include this programming language? Those are not like comparisons that make any sense. That's understandable. But if we're talking about niche programming languages and one niche programming language has an article, there is an article that exists for another niche programming language that is more popular than that. That is something you can directly compare, and the comparison there makes sense. Like, you can't just say, oh, whataboutism, that's not valid. That's not how this works. At least, it's not how it works in any sensible discussion. It is how it works on Wikipedia, though. If there aren't reliable sources, then we can't write an article. Blogs and YouTube shows are, in the vast majority of cases, not reliable sources. If the programming community isn't publishing reliable sources anymore, well, then we can't cover what they do. That's their problem. Nothing Wikipedia can do about it. What is the function of Wikipedia existing? If not to document things that exist, right? Why does the site even exist if you cannot document things that are happening? What is the function? This link here, though, this goes to somewhere really amusing. Verifiability, self-published sources. Anyone can create a personal webpage, self-publish a book, or claim to be an expert. Self-published materials such as books, patents, newsletters, personal websites, open wikis, personal or group blogs, as distinguished from news blogs, content farms, podcasts, internet forums postings, and social media postings, are largely not acceptable as sources. Self-published sources may be considered reliable if published by an established subject matter expert whose work in the relevant field has previously been published by reliable, independent publications. Be careful when using such sources. If the information in question is suitable for inclusion, someone else will likely have published it in independent, reliable sources. Never use self-published sources as third-party sources about living people, even if the author is an expert, well-known professional, or writer. So if you have some field where there's not that much popularity in it, but there's a lot of people using it because maybe there's just not that many people writing about it, that's just not valid for inclusion in Wikipedia. Because reasons. Also, as I was saying before, what makes having a publisher any more reliable than self-publishing? There are these publishers out there which are basically just content farm publishers which don't really have proper editing structures and just publish out nonsense. As a reminder, do you know what the most published books were when the printing press was invented? How to identify witches. Having a publisher, being an established legacy news media outlet, does not make you any more reliable than a self-published source. This is just like, Wikipedia is stuck well in the past, and I don't know what they need to do to fix this, because none of this makes sense to me. From the next person, it's wrong to lash out or finger point at other languages because Odin failed at becoming more popular and being written about by reputable sources. Odin is nearly 10 years old, so it has nobody and nobody else to blame for this failure but itself. Zig, VLang, Crystal, Mojo were easy to find for our 2026 language recommendations, linking to these articles here. Articles I use in giant air quotes. This is some random blog that just recommends languages. This is also some random blog that recommends languages. Why are these reputable sources when this isn't? This and this are effectively self-published, but this is a different thing. Why? Honestly, it just seems like there is this sort of, how would I say it? Bias? Yeah, just like you use the rules as a justification to delete something, you don't actually care about the rules. And this isn't an article, this is just a listing of popular repos on GitHub. So, yeah. Not sure why that one's even included here. It's reasonable to pose the question that Odin might be more of a vanity project and self-promotion. The language is very strongly tied and centers around the outspoken persona of Ginger Bill, as if a cult leader... Jai and Jonathan Blow can be put into this category, but are way more successful with that strategy and have much wider following. In either case, Wikipedia and other languages are not to blame for lack of notability for Odin as a language versus that of a person or leader. There could be something with, like, wide industry deployment that has millions of users using it, but if some random news outlet doesn't write an article, not notable. Nah, it's not notable. Who cares? Why is it different if a big company self-publishes or releases a press release? Don't think about it. Delete. I was unable to find any sources related to this particular programming language. Sources now in the article aren't enough to show notability. Keep. But largely because I disagree with Wikipedia's guidelines on how to determine notability and reliability. The sources are reliable enough for us to have confidence in their accuracy, and the subject is notable enough to have huge amounts of secondary sources discussing it. Sources that Wikipedia arbitrarily regards as unreliable due to superficial factors and convention, despite most of the sources being very accurate. That's an important point there. There is no consideration on whether or not the source is accurate, only if the source is of their arbitrary definition for notable. A source could be complete nonsense, making everything up, but if it's, I don't know, pick your favorite news outlet to hate, if they published it, notable, keep. Rather than go after languages that are actually well known first, maybe begin with hobby projects someone started in 2021 and then abandoned, like the toy language. Setting up Jai and Odin for deletion, despite them being on a stable trajectory upwards by setting a high bar, looks ludicrous when there are so many programming languages here which are like toy. Once there's actually a consistent bar for deletion, revisit deletion. I'm not saying this article shouldn't be deleted. I'm saying look at other languages not up for deletion yet. It doesn't look like this should be deleted. And again, oh, whataboutism? Oh, other stuff exists. It's the same thing again. And again, since this comment was originally posted, that article has also been deleted. Delete. Strawman arguments do not prove notability. See no significant coverage from established reliable publications. Distractions by mentioning other languages does not help as well. Even more so when upon inspection, many of those other languages have more contributors and stars on GitHub, as well as more published materials from independent reliable sources, which, a lot of the languages don't. This is just straight up lying. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. Delete clearly fails notability. The argument to keep an article without reliable source because there are no computer program magazines anymore is ludicrous. We have online and digital computer program related magazines, Linux Magazine, Infosecurity Magazine, and Analytics India Mag, and Wired.com. Why are any of these more reputable than a random blog? Somehow Odin, in all the years of its existence, could never manage to be covered by any of them, while other languages could. Speaks volumes to its lack of notability. Something of note, the edit history shows Carl Zielinski, who is the creator of the Odin book, writing some of the article. Now, that, I guess, is a legitimate complaint. Sure, fair enough. The one legitimate complaint in the entire thread. So, this article ended up being deleted, and as you can probably tell, being a Wikipedia editor is very much like being a Reddit moderator. You interpret the rules how you feel like interpreting them, you decide what is and is not a reputable source, and, you know, that's just how it goes. There's nothing that can really be said about it, and, yeah. So, I hope you learned something about what it's like to be in the mind of the Wikipedia editors, the people who sit around all day editing this site. So if you liked the video, go like the video, go subscribe, and I guess if you have any other funny articles for deletion, send them my way. I don't know if I'll talk about them, but I'll certainly at least consider it. So, subscribe.
ليه كامالا هاريس خسرت الانتخابات الرئاسية الأمريكية الأخيرة قدام الرئيس الأمريكي الحالي دونالد ترامب؟ ده سؤال فضل محل نقاش وجدل كبير من لحظة إعلان نتائج الانتخابات في نوفمبر 2024 وعلى مدار شهور لاحقة، خصوصاً وإن نائبة الرئيس الأمريكي السابق جو بايدن واللي كانت كتير من استطلاعات الرأي تتوقع فوزها ما خسرتش خسارة عادية أو بفرق بسيط، لا دي خسرت بالثلث. ترامب كسب هاريس في المجمع الانتخابي ب 312 صوت مقابل 226 صوت، وكسبها كمان بفارق يتجاوز ال 2.5 مليون صوت في التصويت الشعبي، ودي كانت مفاجأة لأن ترامب زي ما انتم عارفين كان دخل الانتخابات الأمريكية الرئاسية مرتين قبل كده ولا مرة كسب التصويت الشعبي، سواء في المرة اللي كسب فيها في 2016 أو في المرة اللي خسر فيها في 2020. وده يرجعنا تاني لنفس السؤال، ليه كامالا هاريس مرشحة الحزب الديمقراطي خسرت الانتخابات قدام خصمها الجمهوري اللي بيعتبر رسمياً أول رئيس في تاريخ الولايات المتحدة يحمل صفة مجرم مدان أو convicted felon بعد أكتر من 15 شهر على إعلان نتيجة الانتخابات وقبل ما يقرب من أسبوع من انطلاق الحرب الأمريكية الإسرائيلية على إيران، وتحديداً في 22 فبراير 2026. موقع أكسيوس الأمريكي كشف إن كبار المسؤولين في الحزب الديمقراطي عملوا دراسة داخلية سرية حوالين أسباب خسارة مرشحتهم كامالا هاريس للانتخابات قدام ترامب، والدراسة دي خلصت إلى إن هاريس خسرت أصوات كتير بسبب نهج إدارة بايدن الداعم بشدة لإسرائيل أثناء ارتكابها إبادة جماعية في غزة، وده كان سبب رئيسي في خسارتها للانتخابات الرئاسية. الدراسة الداخلية دي كانت اتعملت في 2025 ولكن قادة الحزب الديمقراطي قرروا إخفائها عن العامة أو الجمهور خوفاً من تأثيرها على الحزب. خلاصة الدراسة دي ما كانتش مفاجأة لناس كتير لأنه قبل الكشف عن وجودها كامالا هاريس بذات نفسها كانت قالت في مذكراتها الصادرة في سبتمبر 2025 تحت عنوان 107 days أو 107 أيام إن شعبية بايدن المتراجعة واللي برأيها كانت نتيجة لأسباب مختلفة من ضمنها منحه لرئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو شيك على بياض أضرت بحظوظها في انتخابات 2024. من الآخر اللي حصل هو إن إصرار إدارة بايدن على دعم إسرائيل اللي شعبيتها بتتدهور كل يوم عن اللي قبله بين الأمريكيين وبالأخص الشباب كلف الديمقراطيين الانتخابات الرئاسية الأمريكية الأخيرة، والكاس اللي شربت منه هاريس ترامب غالباً هيشرب منه خلال الشهور القادمة في انتخابات التجديد النصفي المهمة والحاسمة، واللي لو نتيجتها ما جاتش في صالح حزبه الجمهوري هيعيش غالباً آخر سنتين من ولايته الثانية والأخيرة في كابوس، ويمكن على حد كلامه يتعزل من منصبه. ترامب في ولايته الثانية مشوا ورا الإسرائيليين في أكتر من ملف، أخطرهم حالياً هو ملف الحرب على إيران، واللي أغلب الأمريكيين أصبحوا مقتنعين إن إسرائيل هي اللي جرتهم ليها وإنها بتفيد إسرائيل أكتر ما بتفيد بلدهم. واللي بيعقد الأمور بالنسبة لترامب هو إن اللوبي الإسرائيلي القوي والمرعب في واشنطن مش بيعيش حالياً أفضل أيامه، وده في ظل عجزه عن السيطرة على تبعات التحول الدراماتيكي الحاصل في الرأي العام الأمريكي تجاه إسرائيل. الأمريكيين مش بس أصبحوا بيكرهوا إسرائيل أكتر من أي وقت فات، وإنما كمان أصبحوا متعاطفين أكتر مع الفلسطينيين مقارنة بالإسرائيليين لأول مرة في التاريخ. في السياق ده مهمة اللوبي الإسرائيلي في واشنطن أصبحت أكثر صعوبة. أولاً اللوبي أصبح مضطر ينفق فلوس أكتر بكتير من الفلوس اللي كان بينفقها في السابق على دعم مرشح الكونجرس الداعمين لإسرائيل. وثانياً وده الأهم اللوبي أصبح مضطر يشتغل في السر لأن دعمه العلني لأي مرشح حالياً أصبح عبء على المرشح ده أكتر ما هو ميزة ليه. السؤال بقى إلى أي مدى التحول ده بيضر إسرائيل؟ إزاي اللوبي الإسرائيلي في واشنطن أصبح في مأزق بيفاقمص سلوك الإجرام الإسرائيلي؟ هل ملايين الدولارات اللي اللوبي الداعم لإسرائيل بينفقها وناوي ينفقها في الانتخابات القادمة ممكن تنقذ مستقبل ترامب السياسي؟ ليه ترامب خايف جدا من خسارة الانتخابات دي؟ وإزاي الحرب على إيران أثرت بالسلب على شعبية إسرائيل المتدهورة أصلا؟ والسؤال الأهم بقى للشباب الأمريكي تحديدا بيكره إسرائيل جدا، وإزاي ده بيشكل خطر كبير على مستقبل إسرائيل؟ ده جزء من اللي هندردش فيه مع بعض في حلقة النهاردة. أنا أشرف إبراهيم، المخبر الاقتصادي بلس. في صباح 11 فبراير 2026 رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو وصل البيت الأبيض واللي دخله بسرعة بعيداً عن أعين الصحفيين، وكان في انتظاره طبعاً الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب. ترامب بعد ما استقبل نتنياهو في الكابينت روم أو قاعة الاجتماعات الكبرى في البيت الأبيض أخده ونزل لغرفة العمليات أو السيتويشن روم اللي نادراً ما بيدخلها قادة أجانب. المهم بعد ما نزلوا السيتويشن روم مع بعض ترامب ونتنياهو قعدوا قصاد بعض وبدأوا يبصوا سوا على شاشات عرض كبيرة مثبتة على أحد جدران الغرفة، وبدأ الإسرائيليين يعرضوا على ترامب واللي معاه من المسؤولين الأمريكيين خطتهم لإسقاط النظام الإيراني. في تقرير مهم جدا نشرته في 7 أبريل نيويورك تايمز كشفت كواليس
Eat it!
Oh, oh my god.
You gotta hold M1.
المناقشات اللي دارت في الاجتماع ده. بحسب الصحيفة الأمريكية، نتنياهو عمل عرض تقديمي قوي لترامب أشار خلاله إلى أن إيران مهيئة لتغيير نظامها، وإنه مؤمن إن لو الأمريكيين والإسرائيليين حطوا إيدهم في إيد بعض هيقدروا ينهوا الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية تماما. وفي إطار العرض ده نتنياهو عرض على الأمريكيين مقطع فيديو قصير بيتضمن صور لأشخاص معينين ممكن يتولوا زمام المبادرة في طهران بعد سقوط النظام الإيراني الحالي. وكان من ضمن الصور اللي عرضها نتنياهو في الفيديو ده صورة لرضا بهلوي ابن شاه إيران الأخير محمد رضا بهلوي. في نفس السياق نتنياهو اللي معاه وعلى رأسهم مدير الموساد ديفيد بارنيه باعوا لترامب إمكانية تحقيق نصر شبه مؤكد على إيران يتم خلاله تدمير برنامج الصواريخ البالستية الإيراني في غضون أسابيع قليلة وإضعاف النظام الإيراني لدرجة تخليه عاجز عن إغلاق مضيق هرمز. واللافت للنظر إن الإسرائيليين قالوا للأمريكيين إن احتمال توجيه إيران لضربات ضد المصالح الأمريكية في الدول المجاورة ليها بالمنطقة هو احتمال ضئيل جدا. ولكن تظل النقطة الأبرز في العرض التقديمي اللي قدمه الإسرائيليين للأمريكيين خلال الاجتماع ده هو إشارة الموساد لأن معلوماته الاستخباراتية بتقول إن الاحتجاجات الشعبية داخل إيران هترجع تنشط تاني، وإن المخابرات الإسرائيلية قادرة على تهيئة الظروف اللي تسمح للمعارضة الإيرانية بالإطاحة بالنظام. المهم بعد ما انتهى الإسرائيليين من كلامهم، ترامب قال لنتنياهو sounds good to me، يعني اللي سمعته ده كلام جميل ما اقدرش اقول حاجه عنه. ولكن ده ما كانش هو نفس انطباع باقي المسؤولين الامريكيين اللي كانوا حاضرين الاجتماع. خرج نتنياهو من البيت الابيض وبدات الاستخبارات الامريكيه تدرس وتحلل كل اللي الاسرائيليين قالوه في الاجتماع ده علشان تعرض تقييمها ليه على ترامب وكبار مسؤوليه. تاني يوم وهو 12 فبراير التقييم كان جاهز للعرض على الرئيس الامريكي في اجتماع حضره مجموعه ضيقه من دائره ترامب. التقييم طبعا كان فيه تفاصيل كتير، ولكن رئيس وكالة الاستخبارات الأمريكية المركزية CIA جون راتكليف اختصر تقييم الاستخبارات الأمريكية للسيناريوهات اللي شرحها نتنياهو في كلمة واحدة قالها لترامب وهي فارسيكال، يعني مهزلة. من وجهة نظر الاستخبارات الأمريكية تقديرات نتنياهو لإمكانية الإطاحة بالنظام الإيراني هي شيء هزلي أو مضحك وقبل كده منفصل عن الواقع. في اللحظة دي تدخل وزير الخارجية الأمريكي ماركو روبيو في الحوار وقال نصاً In other words، يعني باختصار كلام نتنياهو ده مجرد هراء. ولكن على الرغم من انه كان في شبه اجماع من الدائره الداخليه المحيطه بترامب على ان تقديرات الاسرائيليين مبالغ فيها وان الحرب قد لا تكون هي الطريقه الامثل للتعامل مع طهران في ظل مخاطرها المحتمله الكبيره، الا ان ترامب قرر يمشي ورا الإسرائيليين ويعتمد على حدسه الشخصي وياخد ما يمكن اعتباره أخطر قرار في مسيرته السياسية لما بلغ رئيس هيئة الأركان المشتركة الأمريكية الجنرال كين بقراره النهائي ظهر يوم 27 فبراير واللي على أساسه بدأ الهجوم الأمريكي الإسرائيلي المشترك على إيران يوم 28 فبراير. في الساعات الأولى من الهجوم بدأ وكأن كل شيء ماشي وفقا للتصور الإسرائيلي اللي تم إقناع ترامب بيه، خصوصا مع نجاح الإسرائيليين في اغتيال عدد من أبرز القادة في إيران وعلى رأسهم المرشد الإيراني السابق علي خامنئي. ولكن بمرور الوقت الحماس الأمريكي الإسرائيلي بدأ يقل، وده بعد ما اتضح إن أكبر ثغرة في التخطيط الأمريكي الإسرائيلي هي الاستخفاف برد الفعل المحتمل من جانب إيران على الهجوم عليها، واللي من أول يوم اتضح إنه أكبر مما توقعه الأمريكيين والإسرائيليين. في أول أيام الحرب الإيرانيين بدأوا يستهدفوا دول الخليج العربي وقفلوا مضيق هرمز. على مدار الأيام اللاحقة القصف الأمريكي الإسرائيلي المشترك العنيف على إيران ما قدرش يمنعها من قصف دول الجوار ولا قدر يجبرها على فك الحصار على مضيق هرمز. والأهم من كده هو إنه الأمريكيين أدركوا بعد كام يوم من انطلاق الحرب إن السيناريو انهيار النظام الإيراني تحت وطأة القصف واللي الإسرائيليين باعوها لترامب هي محض خيال وأبعد ما تكون عن الواقع. علشان كده بمرور الأيام تراجع الحديث عن تغيير النظام النظام كهدف من أهداف الحرب. في 22 مارس اللي فات وبعد أكتر من 3 أسابيع على انطلاق الحرب على إيران، نيويورك تايمز كشفت إن نتنياهو محبط من عدم تحقق وعود الموساد بإثارة ثورة تطيح بالنظام في إيران. بحسب الصحيفة الأمريكية، رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي خلال اجتماع أمني عقد بعد أيام من انطلاق الحرب عبر عن قلقه من احتمال إن ترامب يقرر ينهي الحرب على إيران في أي لحظة، بينما عمليات الموساد لسه ما أثمرتش أو ما أدتش للإطاحة بالنظام الإيراني. تماسك إيران في مواجهة القصف الأمريكي الإسرائيلي العنيف واللي كان ناجح جدا من الناحية التكتيكية وفاشل من الناحية الاستراتيجية في ظل عجز ترامب ونتنياهو عن تحويله لإنجازات سياسية على الأرض، ساهم في تحول الحرب دي بمرور الوقت لحرب استنزاف مفيش منها مخرج واضح أو ملهاش نهاية في الأفق. وده من أكتر الأشياء اللي بيكرهها الشعب الأمريكي اللي لحد دلوقتي لسه بيعاني من التبعات الاقتصادية للحروب الأمريكية في الشرق الأوسط وعلى رأسها الحرب على أفغانستان والعراق. في 2021 مشروع كوستس اوف وور تابع لجامعة براون الأمريكية كشف إن تكلفة الحروب الأمريكية اللي بدأت بعد أحداث 11 سبتمبر كلفت الولايات المتحدة حوالي 8 تريليون دولار. من الزاوية دي ترامب نفسه كان هاجم الحروب الأمريكية في الشرق الأوسط بسبب تكاليفها العالية جدا، وموقفه ده كان من الأسباب اللي ساعدته في الفوز بالانتخابات الرئاسية الأمريكية مرتين. ورغم كده ترامب تخلى عن حذره ونكث عهوده لقاعدته الانتخابية وانخرط في حرب مدمرة مع إيران أثارها وصلت بسرعة للمواطن الأمريكي بعد ما الإيرانيين قفلوا مضيق هرمز وسببوا في أكبر أزمة طاقة في التاريخ. ولكن على عكس جورج دبليو بوش اللي الولايات المتحدة في عهده غزت أفغانستان ثم العراق، ترامب أولاً ما حاولش يقنع الأمريكيين بجدوى أو أهمية الحرب على إيران وإزاي هي ممكن تصب في مصلحته. وثانياً وده الأهم، دخلها مع شريك شعبيته متدهورة جدا بين الأمريكيين وهو إسرائيل. استطلاع للرأي أجرته ذا إيكونومست بالتعاون مع يوجاف في الفترة ما بين 27 و 30 مارس 2026، 59% من الأمريكيين عبروا عن معارضتهم للحرب على إيران. يعني تقريباً 6 من كل 10 أمريكيين بيعارضوا الحرب دي. والأهم من معارضة الأمريكيين للحرب هو اعتقادهم إنهم بيخوضوا الحرب دي لصالح إسرائيل بالمقام الأول. على سبيل المثال، بعد أيام من انطلاق الحرب على إيران وتحديداً خلال الفترة ما بين 6 و 8 مارس، تم إجراء استطلاع آخر لرأي الأمريكيين بخصوص الحرب على إيران من قبل 3 منظمات هي Data for Progress YMEU وديماند بروجرس. الاستطلاع ده مجموعة من الأمريكيين اتسألوا الآتي: برأيك الحرب على إيران بتفيد مين أكتر، أمريكا ولا إسرائيل؟ 56% من الأمريكيين قالوا إنها بتفيد إسرائيل أكتر من أمريكا. وفي نفس الاستطلاع 43% من الأمريكيين اللي تم استطلاع رأيهم قالوا إن الحكومة الإسرائيلية بتملك نفوذ مفرط أو كبير جدا على السياسة الخارجية للولايات المتحدة. يعني بنتكلم تقريبا إن نص الأمريكيين مقتنعين بإن للحكومة الإسرائيلية سيطرة كبيرة على حكومتهم. قبل سنين الفكرة دي أو الادعاء ده كان بينظر إليه على إنه نظرية مؤامرة أو معاداة للسامية أو لليهود. ولكن في الوقت الحالي شريحة واسعة من الشعب الأمريكي أصبحت مقتنعة بالأمر ده، خصوصاً وإنها طول الوقت بتشوف دلائل وشواهد مختلفة عليه. على سبيل المثال، في 17 مارس اللي فات، جو كانت اللي كان بيشغل وقتها منصب مدير المركز الوطني لمكافحة الإرهاب واللي بيعتبر من أرفع المناصب في مجتمع الاستخبارات الأمريكي، أعلن استقالته من منصبه احتجاجاً على الحرب على إيران. وفي نص استقالته قال نصاً: من الواضح أننا بدأنا هذه الحرب بسبب ضغوط من إسرائيل وجماعات الضغط الأمريكية القوية التابعة ليها. استقالة كنت اتسببت في أكبر هزة سياسية تتعرض لها إدارة ترامب من بداية الحرب على إيران، وده بسبب موقعه الأمني الحساس اللي بيتيح ليه الاطلاع على معلومات استخباراتية سرية جدا، وده اللي خلى ناس كتير تنتبه لكلامه. والاستقالة دي تاخدنا لنقطة مهمة جدا، وهي ليه إسرائيل شعبيتها انهارت بالشكل ده في الولايات المتحدة. كنت نشر الاستقالة دي في تغريدة على حسابه على إكس أو تويتر، ولحد لحظة تصوير الحلقة التغريدة دي حققت ما يقرب من 103 مليون مشاهدة. ده معناه إن عشرات الملايين من البشر، جزء كبير منهم بالتأكيد أمريكيين، شافوا النص الكامل لاستقالة كنت زي ما هو، بما فيه الجزء اللي بيتهم فيه إسرائيل بأنها كانت السبب في توريط الولايات المتحدة في الحرب على إيران. لو ما فيش إكس أو تويتر، وكنت كان بعت نص الاستقالة دي لCNN أو فوكس نيوز أو نيويورك تايمز أو أي من المينستريم ميديا في أمريكا، أولاً الاستقالة دي غالباً ما كانتش هتوصل لنفس العدد من الناس، وثانياً بنسبة كبيرة هيتم تجاهل المقطع اللي بيتهم خلاله كنت إسرائيل وعدم التركيز عليه، لأن المينستريم ميديا أو وسائل الإعلام التقليدية الرئيسية في الولايات المتحدة بتفرض رقابة ذاتية على نفسها فيما يخص إسرائيل، وحريصة على عدم انتقادها إلا في أضيق الحدود. على الإنترنت بقى وعلى وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. ورغم وجود مضايقات وقيود من شركات زي ميتا صاحبة فيسبوك وانستجرام، تفاعل الجمهور مع بعضه مباشر وخام، ورسائل مش بتتفلتر، وده اللي بيسمح بوصول السرديات اللي بتظهر حقيقة السلوك الإسرائيلي الإجرامي للجماهير في جميع أنحاء العالم، بما في ذلك الجمهور الأمريكي كما هي بدون تعديل أو فلترة. ودي هي بالظبط المعضلة الصعبة اللي بتواجهها إسرائيل في آخر 2.5 سنين، وتحديداً من ساعة ما بدأت جريمة الإبادة الجماعية ضد قطاع غزة في أكتوبر 2023. تمكن المواطن الأمريكي من إنه يشوف بعينه الجرائم الإسرائيلية من خلال الصور والفيديوهات اللي بيتم نشرها من أماكن زي غزة اللي الإسرائيليين قتلوا فيها لحد دلوقتي أكتر من 72 ألف إنسان، معظمهم من النساء والأطفال، ساهم في إن أغلبية الشعب الأمريكي تبدأ تكره إسرائيل. والطريف بقى هو إن الإسرائيليين وحلفائهم في واشنطن شايفين إن السبب في انهيار شعبية إسرائيل وسط الأمريكيين مش الجرائم اللي بترتكبها إسرائيل، وإنما وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي زي تيك توك، واللي بتسمح بوصول فيديوهات بتدعم السردية الفلسطينية للمواطن الأمريكي. في مقال نشره في 2 نوفمبر 2023 تحت عنوان لماذا يدعم الشباب الأمريكي حماس؟ انظر إلى تيك توك. مايك جالجر اللي كان وقتها عضو في مجلس النواب الأمريكي عن الحزب الجمهوري اتهم تيك توك بأنه بيغسل دماغ الشباب الأمريكي ويوجههم ضد بلدهم أمريكا وضد حلفائها. وقبل جالجر وزير الخارجية الأمريكي الحالي وعضو مجلس الشيوخ وقتها ماركو روبيو قال في مقابلة أجراها في أكتوبر 2023 مع شين هانيتي إن الشباب الأمريكي مؤيد للفلسطينيين والحماس بشكل مثير للدهشة. وبرضه هو كمان اتهم تيك توك، وبرضه هو كمان استخدم نفس التعبير بتاع البرين واشنج أو غسيل الدماغ. الهوس بتيك توك والخوف من تأثيره الخطير على موقف الشباب الأمريكي تجاه إسرائيل دفع نتنياهو لأنه يضغط لصالح بيع أعمال التطبيق الصيني في الولايات المتحدة لصالح تحالف استثماري بيقوده ديفيد أليسون ابن لاري أليسون صاحب أوراكل والمتبرع الشهير لجيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. الصفقة تمت بشكل نهائي في يناير 2026 كما هو متوقع. بعد ما تمت السيطرة على عمليات التطبيق بدأ التضييق على المحتوى المناهض لإسرائيل. ولكن في المرحلة دي الضرر اللي كانت أحدثته الجرائم الإسرائيلية على سمعة إسرائيل على مدار أكتر من عامين كان أكبر من قدرة ديفيد أليسون أو غيره على إصلاحه. زي ما بيقولوا اتسع الخرق على الراقع. قبل يوم من انطلاق الحرب الأمريكية الإسرائيلية على إيران تحديداً في 27 فبراير 2026 جالوب نشرت نتائج استطلاع رأي أجرته أشارت إلى إنه لأول مرة من ساعة ما بدأت تعمل استطلاعات حوالين الموضوع ده قبل 25 سنة عدد الأمريكيين اللي أبدوا تعاطفهم مع الفلسطينيين أكبر من عدد الأمريكيين اللي تعاطفوا مع إسرائيل. وفقاً للاستطلاع ده 41% من الأمريكيين بيتعاطفوا أكتر مع الفلسطينيين مقارنة مع 36% مع الإسرائيليين. ده تحول لافت وتاريخي في الرأي العام الأمريكي. ويمكن التحدي الأكبر بالنسبة للإسرائيليين هو مش بس إن الأمريكيين بقوا بيتعاطفوا أكتر مع الفلسطينيين، وإنما إنهم بقوا بيكرهوا الإسرائيليين لمجرد كونهم إسرائيليين. في نهاية مارس اللي فات وبعد أسابيع من انطلاق الحرب الأمريكية الإسرائيلية على إيران مركز الأبحاث الأمريكي بيو عمل استطلاع رأي نتائجه كانت صادمة للإسرائيليين. بحسب الاستطلاع ده 60% من البالغين في الولايات المتحدة قالوا إنهم بينظروا لإسرائيل نظرة سلبية، في مقابل 37% فقط عندهم نظرة إيجابية تجاهها. يعني المحصلة هي إن صافي نسبة تأييد إسرائيل بين البالغين الأمريكيين سالب 23%. النسبة دي بتسوء أكتر لما نبص على آراء الشباب الأمريكي في تقرير نشره في 13 أبريل تحت عنوان Israel is losing America's youth أو إسرائيل تخسر الشباب الأمريكي. معهد دراسات الأمن القومي الإسرائيلي نقل تفاصيل لم تنشر من استطلاع بيو اللي أشرنا إليه، كان من ضمنها إن 75% من الشباب الأمريكي اللي أعمارهم بتتراوح ما بين 18 و 29 سنة عندهم نظرة سلبية أو سلبية جدا تجاه إسرائيل. أما اللي أعمارهم بتمتد من 30 سنة ل 49 سنة ف67% منهم أو أكتر من تلتينهم عندهم نظرة سلبية تجاه إسرائيل. تعليقا على النتائج دي المعهد الإسرائيلي قال نصا هذه البيانات تشير إلى تهديد خطير لأحد أركان الأمن القومي الإسرائيلي، وفي غياب تغيير في سياسة الحكومة الحالية قد تترسخ المواقف السلبية تجاه إسرائيل وقد يستقر الدعم عند مستويات أدنى بكثير من مستويات العقود الماضية، ليس فقط بين الديمقراطيين بل بين الحزبين. وحتى لو نجح الحزب الجمهوري في الحفاظ على أغلبيته في مجلسي الكونجرس في انتخابات التجديد النصفي في نوفمبر، فإن الحماية التي لطالما اعتمدت عليها إسرائيل لن تكون مضمونة. والتعليق ده ياخدنا للنقطة الأهم في الحلقة والمتعلقة بتأثير اللوبي الموالي لإسرائيل في واشنطن. اللي شاف منكم قبل كده حلقة من يحكم أمريكا وحلقة الحرام في أمريكا بالتأكيد أكيد يعرف قصة اللوبي الإسرائيلي في أمريكا وإزاي هو مؤثر جدا وفي نفس الوقت مخيف ومرعب للسياسيين الأمريكيين بشكل عام. اللي ما شافش الحلقتين دول ضروري يشوفهم. ولكن سريعا كده للي ما يعرفش أو اللي ما عندوش فكرة، اللوبي أو جماعة الضغط بتكون عبارة عن منظمة بتضغط على السياسيين الأمريكيين بالأخص أعضاء الكونجرس الأمريكي بهدف دفعهم لتبني سياسات معينة في مصلحة الجهة اللي جماعة الضغط دي بتمثلها. أمريكا فيها جماعات ضغط كتير. في جماعات ضغط بتشتغل مثلا لصالح شركات الأدوية، في جماعات ضغط بتشتغل لصالح شركات السلاح، في جماعات ضغط بتشتغل لصالح حكومات أجنبية من ضمنها جماعات الضغط اللي بتشتغل لصالح إسرائيل. أشهر لوبي أو جماعة ضغط مؤيدة لإسرائيل في واشنطن هي لجنة الشؤون العامة الأمريكية الإسرائيلية المعروفة اختصارا باسم إيباك، واللي المفروض إنها تسجل نفسها كوكيل أجنبي لإسرائيل وفقا لقانون تسجيل الوكلاء الأجانب فيرا، ولكنها ما بتعملش كده. بس ده مش موضوعنا دلوقتي. لحد 2.5 سنين فاتوا أي عضو كونجرس أمريكي سواء نائب أو سيناتور كان يتجرأ على معارضة إيباك أو الهجوم على إسرائيل أو التعاطف مع الفلسطينيين يتقال عليه ابن موت ومستغني عن مستقبله السياسي. معاداة أو تحدي إيباك كانت لحد وقت قريب بتعتبر انتحار سياسي، والتاريخ مليان قصص لأعضاء كونجرس انتهى مستقبلهم السياسي بسبب تحديهم لإيباك وانتقادهم لإسرائيل. أنا كنت حكيت لكم بعض القصص دي في حلقات سابقة. المهم إزاي إيباك بتعاقب منتقدي إسرائيل في الكونجرس. في الحقيقة إيباك لها أساليب كتير بيجي على رأسها طبعا المال. ببساطة العضو اللي بيقرر إنه يتجرأ وينتقد إسرائيل أو يصوت لصالح مشروع بتعارضه أو مثلا يطالب بمنع المساعدات العسكرية عنها، إيباك بتقرر إنها تعاقبه من خلال دعم منافسه في أول انتخابات قادمة، من خلال توجيه تبرعات كتير ليه تخليه قادر على إنه يصرف أكتر على الإعلانات وعلى حملته الانتخابية بشكل عام من الشخص المغضوب عليه. ده هو بالظبط اللي حصل مؤخرا مع عضو مجلس النواب الأمريكي السابق جمال بومان اللي تجرأ وانتقد إسرائيل بسبب جرائمها في قطاع غزة. إيباك من خلال ذراعها المالي يونايتد ديموكراسي بروجكت صرفت ضد جمال بومان ما يقرب من 15 مليون دولار علشان تسقطه في الانتخابات التمهيدية للحزب الديمقراطي في يونيو 2024، واللي اعتبرت أغلى انتخابات تمهيدية في تاريخ مجلس النواب الأمريكي. الفلوس تم صرفها على إعلانات مضادة لبومان وعلى دعم المنافس وساهمت في خسارة بومان بالنهاية. الكلام ده حصل لو تاخدوا بالكم بعد حوالي 8 شهور فقط من بداية العدوان الإسرائيلي على غزة. النهاردة بقى بعد مرور أكتر من 2.5 سنين قدرة إيباك على إنها تكرر نفس السيناريو مع أعضاء كونجرس آخرين قلت كتير. طب ليه أو إيه اللي حصل؟ ببساطة شعبية إسرائيل بين الأمريكيين انهارت لدرجة إن السياسيين الأمريكيين لأول مرة يجدوا نفسهم بيخافوا من الناخبين الأمريكيين أكتر من خوفهم من إيباك. اللي متابع منكم إيباك على تويتر بالتأكيد لاحظ إنها بتستخدم عبارة سخيفة كده باستمرار في التعليق على فوز المرشحين اللي بتدعمهم. العبارة دي بتقول being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. يعني لو أنت مرشح نفسك في انتخابات الكونجرس فاعرف إن كونك مؤيد لإسرائيل هو سياسة حكيمة ومكسب سياسي. باختصار العبارة دي بتقول بالبلدي كده المرشح اللي إسرائيل في صفه كسبان، وده معناه بالضرورة إن اللي إسرائيل ضده أو على الأقل مش في صفه خسران. العبارة دي دلوقتي أصبحت مثيرة للسخرية لأن الأحوال اتبدلت لدرجة إن إسرائيل وإيباك على حد تعبير الصحافة الأمريكية أصبح توكسيك أو سام بالنسبة للسياسيين الأمريكيين. باختصار عدد متزايد من السياسيين الأمريكيين أصبح يخاف إنه ياخد فلوس من إيباك أو إن اسمه يرتبط بأي شكل بإسرائيل. ده ببساطة لأن ده بيعرضه فوراً لهجوم كاسح من الأمريكيين، بالأخص الشباب اللي مش راضيين أبداً عن العلاقة غير الطبيعية اللي بين بلدهم وبين إسرائيل. أحد تجليات التحول ده هي صفحة إيباك تراكر الشهيرة على إكس، واللي بتنشر كاردز أو كروت لكل عضو من أعضاء الكونجرس ولكل مرشح بتوضح علاقته بإيباك واللوبي المؤيد لإسرائيل بشكل عام. السياسي اللي ما بيكونش واخد فلوس من إيباك كارد بتاعه بيكون أخضر، وده بيدي الأمريكيين وبالأخص الشباب انطباع إيجابي عنه. أما اللي أخد أو اللي بياخد فلوس من إيباك بيكون الكارد بتاعه بلون الدم الأحمر، وده بيكون بمثابة فضيحة ليه وأمر سلبي بيتم مواجهته بيه في كل مناسبة. ده اللي خلى كتير من المرشحين المحتملين لانتخابات الكونجرس النصفية القادمة في نوفمبر إنهم يمتنعوا عن أخذ أي تبرعات من إيباك بحيث تبقى بطاقتهم خضراء. خوف السياسيين الأمريكيين من إنهم ياخدوا فلوس من إيباك بيمثل مشكلة بالنسبة لها، لأنه لو الناس دي نجحت في الانتخابات بمساعدة تبرعات الناخبين العاديين وبدون ما ياخدوا فلوس من اللوبي الإسرائيلي، فبعد ما ينجحوا مش هيكون لإسرائيل دلال عليهم أو قدرة على التأثير على قراراتهم. للسبب ده اللوبي الإسرائيلي لما أدرك أن تبرعاته العلنية مضرة للمرشحين اللي بيدعمهم بدأ يلجأ لأنه يدعمهم في السر من خلال إنشاء مؤسسات جديدة مش مرتبطة ظاهريا بيه ويتبرع من خلالها للمرشح اللي عاوزه. ولكن رغم كده الشباب اللي قايمين على ايباك تراكر وغيرهم من الصحفيين المستقلين في امريكا يكتشفوهم ويفضحوهم ويفضحوا المرشحين اللي وصلت لهم الفلوس دي في النهايه. وده يبين لك الى اي مدى شعبيه اسرائيل اصبحت منهاره في الولايات المتحده. واللافت للنظر هو ان الرئيس الامريكي دونالد ترامب من اكثر المدركين للتحول الدراماتيكي ده. في مقابله اجراها مع ديلي كولر في اواخر اغسطس اللي فات، ترامب قال قبل 20 سنه اسرائيل كانت بتملك اقوى جماعه ضغط في الكونجرس، اقوى من اي جهه او شركه او دوله رايتها في حياتي. ولكن النهارده اللوبي ما بقاش عنده نفس القوه دي، وده امر عجيب. وبعدين كمل كلامه وقال زمان ما كانش حد يقدر يتكلم بسوء عن اسرائيل لو عاوز يبقى له مستقبل في السياسه، ولكن النهارده الوضع اتغير تماما. اسرائيل كانت بتسيطر سيطره كامله على الكونجرس، ولكنها دلوقتي ما بقتش بتسيطر عليه بنفس الطريقه. وانا مندهش الحقيقه. قبل المقابله دي باسابيع وتحديدا في اواخر يوليو 2025 فاينانشال تايمز البريطانيه كشفت ان ترامب وهو قاعد مع احد كبار المتبرعين اليهود حذروا من انهيار شعبيه اسرائيل وسط الامريكيين. ترامب قال له نصا My people are starting to hate Israel. شعبي بدأ يكره إسرائيل. المفارقة بقى هي إن كره الأمريكيين المتزايد لإسرائيل زي ما كان من ضمن الأسباب اللي أدت لفوزه على هاريس في انتخابات 2024 ممكن يكون هو نفسه السبب اللي يخليه هو يخسر الانتخابات النصفية المهمة اللي حزبه الجمهوري هياخدها ضد الديمقراطيين في نوفمبر القادم، واللي خسارتها ممكن تقوده لسيناريوهات كارثية بالنسبة له من ضمنها العزل. في الوقت الحالي الجمهوريين معهم أغلبية في مجلس النواب وأغلبية في مجلس الشيوخ، وده بيمكنهم من حماية ترامب وتأمين ظهره ضد أي تحرك من جانب الديمقراطيين. وده يمكن كان واضح مؤخرا لما الجمهوريين في المجلسين أحبطوا محاولات ديمقراطية مختلفة لتمرير مشروع قانون بيفرض قيود على صلاحيات ترامب في الحرب على إيران. الأغلبية دي على المحك دلوقتي، خصوصا في ظل تدهور شعبية ترامب وصولها لأدنى مستوى ليها من بداية ولايته الثانية. خسارة الجمهوريين للأغلبية هيدفع ثمنها ترامب بالمقام الأول. في 6 يناير اللي فات ترامب قال للجمهوريين في خطاب ألقاه أثناء حضور ملتقى السياسات لنواب الحزب الجمهوري في مركز كينيدي في واشنطن: إحنا لازم نفوز في انتخابات التجديد النصفي، لأن لو ما كسبناش الديمقراطيين هيلاقوا سبب لعزلي وهيعزلوني. الكلام ده كما هو واضح كان قبل الحرب على إيران. النهارده بعد الحرب الوضع تحول للأسوأ بالنسبة له. ترامب لما قرر ينضم لنتنياهو في مهاجمة إيران كان بيراهن على إن المسألة هتخلص في خلال أيام، والعملية دي هتكون على غرار عملية خطف الرئيس الفنزويلي، عملية نظيفة وسريعة وبلا تبعات وفي نفس الوقت مبهرة. ولكن ده طبعا مش اللي حصل. الحرب خرجت عن نطاق السيطرة بسرعة، وآثارها طالت بسرعة المواطن الأمريكي اللي كتير من وسائل الإعلام الأمريكية بتنقل سبابه وشتايمه لترامب أثناء وقوفه في محطات البنزين اللي الوقود فيها أصبح أغلى بكتير بالمقارنة مع سعره قبل الحرب. النهارده شعبية ترامب أقل منها في بداية الحرب، والجمهوريين وضعهم أسوأ، وإسرائيل هي كمان أصبحت أقل شعبية ومكروهة أكتر من الأول. ده بيصعب المهم على اللوب الإسرائيلي في الانتخابات النصفية، واللي ناوي يصرف 100 مليون دولار في دعم مرشحيه. إيباك كما هو معروف بتدعم المرشحين المؤيدين لإسرائيل من الحزبين، وبالتالي همها الرئيسي في الانتخابات القادمة هيكون هو إدخال أكبر عدد من مؤيدي إسرائيل بغض النظر عن انتمائهم الحزبي. معيار إيباك الرئيسي هو دعم إسرائيل. يعني لو في مرشح ديمقراطي مؤيد لإسرائيل بيواجه جمهوري مناهض لإسرائيل، إيباك قطعا هتدعم اللي بيناصر إسرائيل حتى لو كان الآخر ده من حزب الرئيس اللي بيوصف بأنه أكتر رئيس داعم لإسرائيل في التاريخ. ففي السياق ده إيباك ممكن ما تفيدش ترامب كتير. اللي يفيد ترامب هي الشخصيات المؤيدة لإسرائيل واللي بتدعم تحديدا الحزب الجمهوري، وأشهر الشخصيات دي هي إمبراطورة الكازينوهات الدكتورة مريم أدلس، أرملة رجل الأعمال اليهودي الشهير شيلدون أدلس. أنا كنت حكيت لكم قبل كده قصة الست دي وجوزها ودورهم في دعم إسرائيل في اعتراف ترامب بالقدس عاصمة لإسرائيل ونقلوا السفارة من تل أبيب للقدس في حلقة اسمها أخطر أرملة في العالم. اللي ما شافش الحلقة دي لازم يشوفها. المهم في منتصف أبريل اللي احنا فيه ده بلومبرج كشفت إن مريم أدلسون تبرعت ب 40 مليون دولار للجان عمل سياسي مرتبطة بالحزب الجمهوري بهدف مساعدة الحزب في الحفاظ على أغلبيته على المجلسين في الانتخابات القادمة. ولكن قدام الفلوس اللي أدلسون وإيباك وغيرهم من الجهات المؤيدة لإسرائيل بتصرفها وناوية تصرفها على الانتخابات القادمة، في جهات تانية مناهضة للوب الإسرائيلي بدأت تنظم نفسها بهدف معادلة أو إلغاء التأثير الإسرائيلي على الانتخابات الأمريكية. فأنا هنا بتكلم تحديدا على لجان عمل سياسي بدأت تجمع تبرعات لصالح المرشحين المناهضين لإسرائيل أو إيباك زي Citizens Against Iraq Corruption وأمريكان Priorities. لجان بيان العمل السياسي دي بتقول ببساطة للسياسيين أو المرشحين الأمريكيين: ابعد عن إسرائيل وعن فلوس اللوبي بتاعها وما تشيلش هم الفلوس، إحنا هنلم لك تبرعات تستخدمها في حملتك الانتخابية. والنقطة دي تاخدنا لسؤال الحلقة. في مساء 15 أبريل 2026 مجلس الشيوخ الأمريكي أجرى تصويت على قرارين قدمهم السيناتور بيرني ساندرز للمجلس. واحد من القرارين كان بيهدف لمنع بيع 12,000 قنبلة بوزن 1000 رطل بقيمة 151.8 مليون دولار لإسرائيل، والتاني كان بيهدف لمنع بيع جرافات عسكرية مدرعة من نوع كاتربيلر دي 9 بقيمة 295 مليون دولار لإسرائيل برضه. كما هو متوقع القرارين فشلوا وما مروش من المجلس. مفيش مفاجأة هنا. المفاجأة فين بقى؟ المفاجأة في عدد اللي صوتوا لصالح القرارين. القرار الأول صوت له 36 عضو مقابل 63، والتاني صوت لصالحه 40 عضو مقابل معارضة 59، وده أعلى تأييد يحصل عليه قرار مشابه في تاريخ مجلس الشيوخ. ما حصلتش قبل كده إن مشروع قانون بيهدف لمنع تصدير السلاح أو المعدات العسكرية لإسرائيل يحظى بالقدر ده من الأصوات. قبل سنة وتحديداً في أبريل 2025 قرار مشابه حصل على تأييد 15 عضو بس. دي الملاحظة الأولى المثيرة للانتباه. الملاحظتين التانية والتالتة هو إنه كل اللي صوتوا لصالح المنع ديمقراطيين، وده بيوضح إلى أي درجة الحزب بيواجه ضغوط من قاعدته الانتخابية فيما يخص موقفه من إسرائيل. وأخيراً مفيش أي عضو من أعضاء مجلس الشيوخ عن الحزب الديمقراطي اللي بيفكروا في الترشح للانتخابات الرئاسية القادمة صوت لصالح بيع السلاح لإسرائيل. غالباً خافوا من رد الفعل الشعبي وخصوصاً من الشباب على الخطوة دي. السؤال بقى، برأيك هل الرئيس الأمريكي القادم هيكون هو الرئيس اللي تبدأ في عهده الولايات المتحدة الابتعاد عن إسرائيل؟ ولو ده حصل برأيك تأثيره هيكون إيه علينا هنا في الوطن العربي وبالأخص على القضية الفلسطينية؟ هتابع كل إجاباتكم في التعليقات. في نهاية لو عجبتكم الحلقة وحابين تشوفونا تاني اشتركوا في القناة، استنونا في حلقات جديدة بإذن الله. سلام.
Listen, I know that things feel pretty grim out there. I know that feels bad. I know it feels like the world's kind of falling apart. But hey, at least we have Wi-Fi in our dishwashers. At least to have a vacuum that can tell me I got a text message. At least we have $3,000 fridges with iPads in them. Otherwise, how would we see the ads that are in our fridge if they didn't have screens in them? Right? We live in the weirdest timeline where we have toasters with more technology than we used in the rockets to get humans to land on the moon, but we can't find places for everyone to live. Can't do it. Can't figure it out. Too complicated. We are seeing the creep of unnecessary technology into so many aspects of our lives nowadays, but it is particularly blatant and annoying within the world of home appliances. Household products that were functional as they were and generally considered to be a lifelong investment designed to last for generations are coincidentally not lasting as long as they used to. And their warranties have gotten a lot sketchier too. And in the perfect insult to injury, these new tech-laden versions don't clean dishes better or make your toast toastier. These new tech features are just another way for companies to make money at the expense of the consumer and the planet. iPads in your fridge are just a way for them to monitor what it is that you are buying, to build planned obsolescence into a product, and to sell you more stuff that you do not need. So today we are going to be answering a question that I have wondered for quite a while now, which is, why do appliances suck so bad now? Sick still, if you can't really notice. The only reason that these videos are coming out at all in any consistency is because we have a team of people who make these videos possible. Matthew has been editing, grinding, despite a cold of his own. Lou has been managing the back end, administrative stuff, and I'm just pulling myself out of bed in order to record these videos. I know I look great. I know I don't even sound that bad anymore, but believe me, where the team is just rallying to bring this content to you. So we've been sitting on this video for a while because I wanted to originally make it back in the summer when our fridge crapped out on us. But since that time, we have also had Lou's dryer stop working conveniently right after the warranty period ended, and so we've got some very literal skin in the game. But as we were researching for this video, and as we tried to replace our broken appliances, we learned that this is not an uncommon experience nowadays, and sadly, it is becoming harder and harder to find a truly reliable appliance nowadays. After scrolling hours of the most authoritative source of information on the internet, Reddit, I've learned that basically there is no good option anymore. All you can do to try and ensure that the appliance that you buy today will last as long as possible is to buy the simplest piece of technology you can. So I bought the simplest fridge that I could find, and it still cost me $1,800. So yeah, I'm mad, I'm ready to rant, so let's get into it. The consensus seems to be that we are stuck in a two-party system with no truly good options, so we are just forced to choose the one that we think will suck the least. No, wait, that's the two-party system. That's a politics joke. But it actually applies here too. So this picture I found right here shows you that basically all the appliances that you'll find today are owned by a handful of companies. Whirlpool, GE, Samsung, LG being kind of the big ones in most of these categories. But if you take a look at this list, you will see that a lot of these manufacturers are in fact making the parts for each other's products. So no, there is not a monopoly in the appliance industry, but it's not great and it's bad for the consumer. Because here's the thing, you can make more money selling the same motor for your fridge if you just sell it to your competitor as well. Especially if your competitor is one of the other 4 companies selling the same product and you all kind of agree to sell your products at the same price. But the true problem here is that there isn't any incentive to innovate or build something truly long-lasting or high quality, right? So, big picture out of the way, the appliance world is structurally sort of messed up. But then you start adding all the fancy features like ice machines and water dispensers and automatic door openers, and you're just increasing the number of things that can fail. And listen, we as consumers have a role in this, right? Because we are sort of addicted to novelty. Like if we see a smart fridge that has a snack drawer, for some reason we feel like our snack drawerless fridge is somehow lacking an aura or whatever the hell we say now on the internet. Companies understand that we have a sort of evolutionary flaw that makes us want the newest thing that exists, and so they just exploit that constantly to get us to buy new shit. But I also find this kind of annoying because companies will always be like, yeah, well, we made all these features because people kept asking for features. But like, you're telling me that somebody was really just like, oh my god, I need a frickin' snack drawer in my fridge. Why haven't these companies made me a snack drawer for my fridge? No, they made a snack drawer and then we were like, whoa, you know what? A snack drawer is, that sounds kind of cool. Let me spend $3,000 to buy a fridge that's got an iPad in it and a snack drawer underneath. Then my life will be fixed. So I am personally annoyed by this development, but it is so much dumber out there than I could have ever expected. Because now we are taking it to a whole other level with screens and unnecessary tech features in products that never needed to be smart in the first place.
Like TikTok. We're going to have TikTok this summer coming to any of your Family Hub that are out there. Hey, it's a vertical screen. It's what the kids are looking at these days.
And look, of course, I'm not the only person who is sort of questioning this revolution or evolution or whatever. Apparently only 15% of households in the US even own one of these smart home appliances, and it turns out that a very large portion of the people who actually do aren't even connecting them to the internet because it really just doesn't seem to be worth the hassle. But we're going to keep seeing these features in more and more places for a few very unfortunate reasons, and it all comes down to those bloody screens. So I know I've been talking about how there's screens everywhere, right, and whatnot, but Samsung literally has a screens everywhere vision. This is the idea that all of their devices will have screens and be smart and basically provide like a backbone of the smart home of the future that, remember, nobody really wants. But while Samsung promises that these screens are just about reducing inefficiencies and household tasks and enabling more intuitive use of appliance features and improving accessibility, everyone else can see the ads written on the wall. And yes, Samsung is the one who later announced their beta test for ads in their $3,000 fridge and saw a bunch of pushback. And they also put a bunch of ads into their smart TVs too. So you know, not like there's a precedent set there or anything. So yes, of course, one of the reasons for these new tech features and the screens are going to be the ads that will inevitably be shown on them. But it is also a great way to harvest even more of your data about your spending habits and your consumer behaviors, which we're going to talk about more later as well. And these smart features, with their dependence on Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and cloud connectivity, gives these manufacturers more opportunities to build planned obsolescences into these devices as well. Like in the writing of this script, Lou's dryer crapped out on her, and the reason, after they got a technician in to come and look at it, was that the computer panel in it just stopped working unexplainably. And the tech was like, yeah, you can't really get the part. You gotta just replace your whole thing. You gotta get a new dryer. Like this is how easy it is. Like they don't even have to like make a part finicky enough or like fragile enough that it will inevitably break at some point. They just program it into the freaking computer. It's like, well, as of this date, your dryer's not gonna work anymore. Okay, Lou, you gotta explain what's going on here.
My dryer broke as we were writing the appliances script. The make and model of my old dryer, it's like notorious for breaking in the way that it did, which was the control board. The control board is what went. I was looking on Reddit and apparently like that's just what happens to this dryer at like the 5-year mark, and like coincidentally that's when everybody's warranties are up. So a lot of people go to Reddit and they're like, what can I possibly do to fix this part? And it's like, oh well, it's gonna be at least $300.
It's the $300 part that has to get shipped from like Turkey or something, and then you have to pay a technician another $300 to put it into your dryer. You're gonna pay like $600+ probably to fix a dryer that's known to have like a lot of problems. And this is why people need to support us on Patreon, is that dryer.
What's the message? The message is, my dryer cost $400. Please subscribe to my Patreon. Is that really our message today?
Our Patreon just turns into like a GoFundMe.
Lou, you could also, set up a camera and you just like pose in front of your dryer and just do like one of these and like record like a 1-minute segment of you being like, look at my dryer, do. And then you can just do a voice recording after and be like,
hey y'all, so I was supposed to make a Patreon pitch for this video, and this is it because I'm too awkward to be on camera. Support our Patreon. It's a great place to like get some bonus goodies and whatnot, and you'll help us afford dryers and things.
And then on top of all of this, it is just a nifty little side bonus here that it is actually easier and cheaper to manufacture a touchscreen for a dishwasher or a laundry machine than it is to make physical buttons. But okay, listen, that's the overview. We're gonna get into some specific examples to get a better understanding of what's going on right now, because your boy is fired up. Okay, also, I'm not trying to like toot Matthew's horn too hard here, because my boy's, he's pretty set up. He's pretty set up. My boy's set up.
He keeps saying I'm set up. I don't know what that means.
I like how we're all sick and messed up, and we, for some reason, decide to make the longest video we've produced all year. Leave a nice comment for Matthew about how impressed you are at his muscles and his ability to turn around this video in 1 week while sick.
Really well, it sounds like, and everything's going to talk to everything else. AI technology is just making our life easier. Absolutely. All right, we've got some more great stuff coming up from the Samsung booth.
Okay, so here is the lineup of smart appliances that Samsung is offering right now. They've got a bespoke AI refrigerator, a laundry machine, a vacuum, an oven, and a dishwasher. And these are all supposed to kind of coordinate with each other, right? They want you to buy all of them at the same time so that they can all communicate with each other and they can be built out into the smart home concept, which we sort of talked about in some other videos. Samsung's smart fridges are leveraging the power of AI to make your life easier, simpler, and easier and simpler. So Samsung's smart fridge, the bespoke AI refrigerator, is sort of like maybe their flagship piece in all this. It's supposed to be like the central control hub for all of these other smart appliances that are all gonna connect to each other, right? And if this seems kind of crazy already, you gotta understand that Samsung is just one of the many players in this game. Like, there are so many smart devices out there, and they are all trying to vie for your dollars, right? And they know that if you are buying into their system, then you're gonna be stuck in their system for the foreseeable future, and so there's a lot of incentive for you to buy into one ecosystem. Apple walked so that hopefully everyone else can fuck us over while running. Also, we're gonna focus on Samsung specifically because there's so many examples out there and they're the biggest. So we're gonna pick on them. All right, so the Samsung Smart Fridge has a feature called AI Vision, which basically identifies the stuff that's in your fridge and connects to an app so that you can know what is in your fridge when you're not in front of your fridge. And listen, when I first read this, I was like, hey, that's kind of smart. Like, I have been in a store and thought, oh my God, do we have eggs? And it would have been nice to just be able to open up the app and look and be like, oh, look, I have eggs. But if you think about this for even just a second, you start to realize that this is probably a little less realistic than the pitch that they're making. Firstly, it claims to be able to classify 37 different types of fruit and vegetables, as well as up to 50 kinds of packaged foods, which maybe seems like a lot to you, but really isn't. Like, you go into a grocery store, there's a lot of stuff on those shelves. And if we've learned anything from the various smart assistants and AI products over the years, it is that they promise a feature that may be helpful on the surface, and it is almost always disappointing. You're telling me that this smart fridge is going to be able to identify fruit that's in a bag, for example? What about a product that has a different language on it? What if you put a product into a different container that it was in when you bought it? Like, there's just so many ways that this can go wrong. But this isn't even the worst part, because the real reason why there's an iPad in your fridge is so that it can spy on the things that you're buying. This guy does a paid ad with this smart fridge to show off some of the features. And when he's describing this feature, he casually points out that you can just add any item directly to your Instacart order. How much did Instacart pay to be an included feature tab on this fridge? They're gathering the data about the things that you have in your fridge. This is precious data that these companies are dying to get their hands on. And now you can just auto add it right into your Instacart. And if you think that I'm being overly skeptical here, this isn't new at all. In 2013, LG smart TVs were found to be uploading extensive data to their servers about user activity. And a year before that, somebody found out that you can use smart TVs to remotely access and control any device that was on the same network. There is a lot of examples of how technology in home products get utilized against the consumer. Roomba vacuums have captured private images with their beta testers within homes and then sent to the cloud, accessible globally by anyone who cared to look. And then there's the whole Ring doorbell situation. Do we really have to labor this point too much? Maybe we need to make a video about Ring doorbells. We kind of touched on it in another video. Maybe it's time to bring it back. But all of this smart tech is premised on the concept of convenience, right? But the problem is they are actually making your life more inconvenient in many cases. Samsung's smart laundry machine has an auto dispense feature to save you the hassle of having to lift the thing and pour the detergent into the hole, or grab the pod and place it in the tray. So you can start your laundry load from the Samsung app wherever you happen to be, honey. Except this feature, and like so many features that they're pushing with these things, doesn't make a lot of practical sense because you have to load the washing machine yourself in person anyways. So the only thing that it's kind of useful is like as a timer. Like you can load it, go to work, and then like start the thing when you're at work. And for some reason that's like a hugely beneficial thing that we should spend millions of dollars of R&D to figure out how to perfect. But of course, it's not perfected. This feature has problems because it's a very complicated piece of technology that requires a bunch of interlocking parts to work perfectly, and that's just more points for something to fail. But here's the real kicker. On some of these new washers, they will automatically order more detergent for you off of Amazon. Doesn't this feel like we're taking it a bit too far? Not only am I not washing my clothes, I'm not even adding the soap either. Now I'm not even deciding when to buy more or what product I want to buy more of. We're being sold this elaborate, expensive, and wasteful tech on the premise of convenience. But where's the convenience? Like how is this convenient? Am I freaking out unnecessarily? I feel like I'm reasonably freaking out. I feel like this is a reasonable freak out.
Samsung has confirmed they're testing ads on their $1,800 smart fridge.
I will kick you down the fucking stairs. An ad on the fridge in my house? Count your goddamn days.
And listen. Now I'm gonna get even more conspiratorial, because how do you know that the auto dispenser isn't just using way too much soap? How do you know that it's not buying the most expensive soap or buying only the brand that the company that makes the washer happens to have shares in or even owns? And sadly, this is the theme across all of these new tech-based appliances. Dishwashers are also riddled with this sort of thing too. The YouTube channel Level 2 Jeff made this insane video of his experience trying to use a Bosch washing machine that uses Wi-Fi, and it's insane. Half of the features of this thing are only accessible through their app, which seems only a little bit absurd until he explains it.
To use the app, you have to connect your dishwasher to your Wi-Fi, which lets the dishwasher reach out on the internet to this Home Connect service. You have to set up an account on Home Connect, and then you set up the app on your phone, and then you can control your dishwasher through the internet to run a rinse cycle. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It should be illegal for you to create features for a product that is only accessible through an app. There, I said it. That's my hot take. That's the hottest take I got. Fresh off the frickin' skillet, dude. Like, you just bought an expensive dishwasher that has certain features, and you can't even use it if you aren't holding onto your smartphone. And look, I can make a feature-length documentary about all the examples of insane products that are coming out in this world, but let me just try to unpack why this is all happening generally in the simplest terms. It all sadly starts off with good intentions. A lot of these technological features were originally implemented to appliances for efficiency purposes, to align with newer environmental regulations that were implemented back in the 70s and later. So for example, adding sensors to detect load size in washers and dishwashers to adjust water and energy consumption. It's kind of smart, right? Smart temperature management features in refrigerators is another example. But we see a ton of these features today specifically for this purpose, and you'll be hard-pressed to find a modern appliance that doesn't have some sort of eco or energy savings mode. But here's the problem with like so many of these really good ideas that we implement to solve a problem, is that it ends up creating more of them. If you're at all familiar with the EPA's attempt to regulate fuel efficiency in vehicles in the United States, which ended up leading to people driving bigger and more inefficient vehicles, this is basically the same story. These new efficiency requirements required complex technologies to comply, but this lowered the overall reliability of the machines, which in many cases actually ended up making the user experience worse. According to this source that we found on the internet, all of which you can find down in the description below, many standards harm consumers by adding to net costs and or impacting appliance choice, features, performance, reliability, and longevity. That source then goes on to say that we shouldn't have any regulatory standards and efficiency should be a personal choice, which maybe I disagree with, but there should be a middle ground here, right? Between making a product worse overall and making a product that's worse for the environment, right? That's too logical. We can't figure that out for some reason. So here's a good question. If called smart, why so dumb? Let me say it in a few more words. If all of this stuff is so dumb and the use case is so limited, why don't appliance manufacturers just pivot to making something simple and reliable and affordable that people can buy because it just works? Well, partly because those regulations make it a lot harder to build simple machines that just work, and also because that's bad for business. Long-lasting, reliable, and repairable products don't make a lot of money for a company that makes products, right? Like, the ideal scenario for an appliance manufacturer is that the consumer pays to replace their device every couple of years or so. Or even better, they pay maintenance fees month over month just for the pleasure of using it. And to be perfectly clear, the data and the tech dependency of all of these new products is a part of this design. As Jeff points out in his video, once they have a couple million users on their apps, what's stopping them from suddenly charging a subscription for the continued use of your dishwasher? Suddenly you're paying $5 a month to wash your dishes? What are you gonna do? Go back to washing dishes by hand? What are you gonna go buy a new dishwasher instead of paying the $5? They got you. They freaking got you, dude. In this NPR article, they basically describe how tech companies are hoping to turn appliances into smartphones with a service model of financing attached. And listen, we already have the appliance subscription options coming. They already exist. Electrolux has one, friggin' Miele's got one, LG's got one. I mean, this is happening, guys. Say it with me now. Do y'all know the words by now? You will own nothing and you will be happy. Did you do it? Subscribe if you did it. But see, this is the point. Because when you make an appliance that is so complicated that customers or even repair people can't fix them themselves, you create a circumstance where ownership becomes undesirable and rental becomes the obvious solution. This is why you see Samsung pushing for the whole ecosystem of appliances. They want you to have all of these devices so that it makes more sense for you to continue buying their products. Apple is famous for its ecosystem, right? They mastered this, but nobody has been able to take it into another realm of the consumer world before. And Samsung is really trying to be the first here. But okay, here's my optimistic brain here, pivoting to try and get us out of this depressing hellhole of appliances. I'm going to say with absolute confidence that we are going to see buttons making a comeback in the future. Just like the offline movement is a rejection of the stupid AI tech and the dehumanization of the internet, we are going to see buttons back in our products. And listen, I did some Googling, and look, I confirm my bias. The audio industry is already doing this. They realize that people don't love having to adjust the volume of their music on a touch screen while doing 80 on the highway, or whatever is a normal speed to drive in the United States. But it's not just cars. We are starting to see some buttons creeping back into appliances, but the problem that I predict is that these buttons are actually going to become a premium option. Just like how we are seeing offline behavior as a status symbol of the wealthy, you're going to have to pay a premium if you want to have a screen-free experience. But another silver lining here is that people are starting to revitalize some of these older units. You're seeing direct drive washers on Facebook Marketplace going for like pretty substantial amounts of money, considering how old some of them are. And people are like refurbishing them and reselling them. The dryer that Lou got for her replacement unit came from a guy whose whole business is just taking old appliances, fixing and refurbishing them, and then selling them again. And listen, if you have the ability to get one of these older appliances, just do it. I have an older Electrolux vacuum for my grandma, and the thing looks insane, but it works so well. It has literally been in our family for like 50 years at this point, and you can still buy bags for it. Not only is it cheap to run, but you might even actually be able to find a person to repair it if something does go wrong with it in the future. So if you made it to the end of this video, wow, thank you for being here, for pushing through, for supporting the channel. Big shout out to Matthew for making it happen. Thank you for subscribing. If you want to see more of what we're doing every single week, make sure you're subscribed. All right, love ya. We'll see you soon.
Tom Brady, a man known for many things, but I only knew him for one: having an insanely healthy diet. He doesn't drink coffee.
Yeah, I've never tried it.
He's never eaten a strawberry.
Never had a strawberry. Ever.
He hates Frosted Flakes.
You know, we believe that Frosted Flakes is a food.
So you can imagine my shock when I came across the following headline: why does NFL legend Tom Brady now endorse fast food? This man has one of the most dialed in diets of all time.
I love to work out. I love to train. And I love to eat good. You know why I love to eat good? Because it makes me feel better.
All in the name of health and performance and longevity, and yet is now apparently hawking fast food.
Pizza? Nutella all day.
Now, obviously this is kind of a random video for me, but I actually found the whole thing fascinating considering that Tom Brady had actual beef with both Coca-Cola and Kellogg's just a few years ago.
The fact that they can sell that, you know, to kids, that's poison for kids, but they keep doing it.
So either A, Tom Brady has completely changed as a person, B, he's completely selling out, or C, and this is where I'm leaning, maybe Tom Brady is crashing out. Let's get into it.
You know what I miss most about playing? Yelling, "Hey!" So I got this job. I got your pizza. Hey! Brady's back.
Why does NFL legend Tom Brady now endorse fast food? See his explanation. The former New England Patriot and Tampa Bay Buccaneer has softened his stance on junk food after once referring to Coca-Cola beverages as poison for kids and also calling out Frosted Flakes as not real food.
That's just America, and that's what we've been conditioned to. So, you know, we believe that Frosted Flakes is a food.
It is just so crazy to me how you can have such a strong stance. Like, I'm gonna show you guys the full clip later on, but Tom Brady actually went toe-to-toe with Coca-Cola. That's pretty rare in the celebrity world. So to now basically reverse it to the point that he is working with fast food brands is completely insane. Like, I know nothing about any athlete ever, okay? But somehow I knew that Tom Brady was healthy AF. He is literally known for his healthy lifestyle. He's turned it into a brand.
Skip some added sugar and avoid sugar whenever possible, and especially artificially sweet foods with added sugars. Dad, I'm talking to you. Our health is our wealth, and we should always keep it as our top priority.
So how the heck do you go from that to doing fast food commercials? Now, the 48-year-old has teamed up with such companies, swapping the Hut under center for Pizza Hut, as well as brands Dunkin' and Ferrero. I cannot wait to see this. But yeah, before the commercials, let's watch the video of him explaining why he's doing this.
You're sort of an endorser of all things, I feel like, these days. I know, even just off the top of my head, I know you did the Pizza Hut ad recently, the Dunkin' Donuts ad.
Yeah, that was fun.
How do you decide which one of these things you're going to do? And look, you don't need the money. Why do you do that?
Well, I just, they're fun to be a part of. And when I see good scripts and good writing, and, you know, again, I'm on TV a lot too. So I like to engage with the fan base and understand that, you know, I've been very fortunate over the course of my life to, you know, have people make food for me all the time. And you know, we've had nutritionists as part of our teams, and I've been very blessed to have that. And I know there's a lot of other people that are working really hard year-round to provide for their family, and I have a lot of respect for those people and the way that, you know, they go about enjoying their life too. So, you know, again, a lot of this is you know, really fun, you know, being a part of the World Cup, being a part of these campaigns that are going to be broadcast in front of tens of millions of people. I just want to get out there and have a great time with people.
So what I took from that is
when I see good scripts and good writing and
good scripts and good writing on a Pizza Hut commercial, I just
Pizza
what are we? I don't understand.
I like to engage with the fan base, and I have a lot of respect for those people and the way that, you know, they go about enjoying their life too. So I just want to get out there and have a great time with people.
So he said a lot of words there, but what I took from this is that Tom Brady is endorsing fast food because he respects the way you live your life and because he really appreciates good writing. I think before we take a look at the commercials that he was just in, we need to take a quick step back. We need to take a little ride. We need to go on a journey to get a sense of what Tom Brady has been like up until this point, okay? And listen, if you're a Tom Brady fan, I'm not trying to come for your favorite, but the whole thing is truly wild. If I knew anything about sports, this is the part where I tell you about how sick of an athlete Tom Brady is. He's won the most Super Bowls of any player ever. He's won the most games as a quarterback ever. And he did it consistently for over 2 decades, winning his last Super Bowl at age 43. Which is old for an athlete, okay? But the most interesting thing about him to me, and the most relevant thing to the story, is that before becoming the GOAT, as they say, he really wasn't considered to be very good. They called him an average Joe, and he was literally picked last for the NFL. Yet somehow he transformed into the best football player of all time. Which is pretty cool, right? I mean, the fact that he was older for a football player when he did all of that, I realize that anyone who actually watches football is probably screaming at the screen right now because these points are all so obvious. But yeah, I have no exposure to this guy. I learned this all just for this video. But I thought that was really neat, and from what I read, people said that this guy went from an everyman to Superman, leading to a very big question from everyone watching throughout his career: what's his secret? And the thing is, Tom Brady provided an answer to this question. And that answer was his super regimented wellness routine.
It was different when I was growing up, and my parents were doing the best I could do. But when I think about the things that I ate when I was little, I can understand why I was a late bloomer. Because it was, oh man, some of the stuff, it was terrible.
Tom.
It was terrible. Everything, yeah, I mean, it's not what I would do today, so.
Now, obviously, as a top athlete, you're probably gonna eat for performance. You have the best nutritionists, the best body people, the best mind people, all coaching you on to greatness. But Tom Brady was famous for taking it like 10 steps further than that. Tom Brady actually created his own diet philosophy. Like, he made up a diet all by himself and then branded it. The regimen I follow is a mix of Eastern and Western philosophies. Some of these principles have been around for thousands of years. My nutritional regimen may seem restrictive to some people, but to me it feels unnatural to eat any other way. So Tom actually invented and created a brand around his lifestyle, which he called the TB12 method. There are 2 books about it, and you can buy from him supplements, protein bars, electrolytes. There was a cookbook at one point. I saw some people even call Tom Brady the male Gwyneth Paltrow, aka he was building a controversial wellness empire like Goop. Plus, he was married to Victoria's Secret supermodel Gisele Bündchen, who is literally one of the highest paid models in the entire world. And for a while there, they were like the ultimate wellness couple, which peaked for the public in 2016 when Tom and Gisele's chef gave an interview about what this couple ate in a day to stay so beautifully fit. Both being people that needed their bodies in peak physical condition in order to do their jobs.
Now, their private chef, Alan Campbell, revealing to Boston.com their powerhouse diet.
So when the world learned the details of what they ate together as a couple, people were very, very interested.
Tom and Gisele are known for having some of the hottest bodies on the planet, but it sounds like their diet isn't that exciting.
This list of foods Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen don't eat is making me very hungry. Okay, here it is. According to their chef, the couple's diet consisted of the following. 80% of what they eat is vegetables. I buy the freshest vegetables. If it's not organic, I don't use it. And whole grains. Brown rice, quinoa, millet, beans. The other 20% is lean meats. Grass-fed organic steak, duck every now and then, and chicken. As for fish, I mostly cook wild salmon. But what really interested people was not what this couple did eat, but what they didn't. According to their chef, the couple does not and will not consume the following. No white sugar, no white flour, no MSG. I'll use raw olive oil, but I never cook with olive oil. I only cook with coconut oil. Fats like canola oil turn into trans fats, so none of those either. I use Himalayan pink salt as the sodium. I never use iodized salt. Tom doesn't eat nightshades because they're not anti-inflammatory, so no tomatoes, peppers, mushrooms, or eggplants. Tomatoes trickle in every now and then, but just maybe once a month. I'm very cautious about tomatoes. They cause inflammation. Oh, and also no coffee, no caffeine, no fungus, no dairy. The kids eat fruit. Tom, not so much. He will eat bananas in a smoothie, but otherwise he prefers not to eat fruits. The chef goes further, describing some of Tom and Gisele's favorite comfort foods, and he quite literally describes the following as their favorite cheat meal. It's a quinoa dish with wilted greens and garlic toasted in coconut oil, and this cashew sauce with lime curry, lemongrass, and a little bit of ginger. I mean, that sounds really good to me, but what part of that exactly was the cheat meal? I'm guessing the cashews. I don't know. He also said that they love a dish called raw lasagna, which is just like regular lasagna, except not even similar. It's actually just 3 pieces of uncooked zucchini with some pesto and potentially cashew cheese on it. And at one point, I remember that Tom and Gisele were famous for their avocado ice cream.
Love avocado. And a strawberry to garnish.
No. Which I don't know if you've made one of those before, but they are actually truly very good. But as the years went on, their chef claimed that the duo wanted to stop doing desserts entirely. Even Tom Brady's own father, also named Tom Brady, was quoted as saying, "Sometimes we'll go over to Tom and Gisele's house for dinner, and then I'll say afterward, where are we going for dinner?" In conclusion, Tom Brady is a very, very health conscious man. But not only is he a healthy man, but he has made that into a huge part of his identity as a football player and actually turned it into a brand, which then makes the last 3 commercials he's starred in just a little bit confusing. So first we have the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. We got J-Lo, Jack Harlow, Ben Affleck, and Tom Brady. So Tom Brady's doing a little keyboard thing while Ben Affleck does that. He does a fist pump. That's the commercial. And honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. He wasn't even shown with the product. He's with tons of other celebrities. It played during the Super Bowl. This one I kind of feel like get your bag. I don't know. He wasn't even technically promoting anything unhealthy in the video. I'm sure there are tons of people who just go to Dunkin' and get a coffee and that's it. Sure, they sell insane 1,000 calorie super sugary coffees, but that's not his fault. So for me, I think that one was fine. I think it was not a big deal. Some people might think it's hypocritical, but I kind of think it's just the world we live in. To me, I think it's naive to think that a celebrity shouldn't or wouldn't take a sponsorship like this. But next is the Ferrero ad though. And when you hear Ferrero, you probably think of Ferrero Rocher. But Ferrero is actually one of the biggest food companies in the entire world, largely thanks to Nutella being an absolute juggernaut of a product for them. But yeah, to me, there's like 5 levels of selling out in this commercial.
Match day. Let's go. Kinder chocolate bars. What a lineup.
Tom's stealing our treats again.
Nutella all day. It's crunch time. Yes! How did I miss the Butterfinger? Go all in. Buy any 2 Ferrero brands for your chance to win $1 million.
First one being the soccer thing. How do my Americans feel about that? I don't know. So the premise of this commercial is that Tom Brady routinely steals people's treats. That's the first part.
Tom's stealing our treats again.
And then apparently eats 4 chocolates back to back before telling you to go and buy 2 chocolates.
How did I miss the Butterfinger? Go all in. Buy any 2 Ferrero brands for your chance to win $1 million.
Is this the good writing that he was talking about? Because what the hell was going on in that commercial?
Tom's stealing our treats again.
I just feel like this whole thing is a really weird thing to lend your image to, being that he literally said people have been brainwashed by food companies to eat cornflakes.
Accusing certain large food and beverage companies of false advertising.
All those companies make lots of money selling those things. They have lots of money to advertise. You know, when you go to the Super Bowl, it's, you know, that's who are the sponsors. That's the education that we get. That's what we get brainwashed to believe, that all these things are just normal food groups and this is what you should eat.
How is this not the exact same? Plus the line Nutella all day.
Nutella all day.
That's a new low. That's got to be a low moment for him.
When I see good scripts and good writing, Nutella all day.
Tom's stealing our treats again.
Now, obviously, it's not a big deal if someone were to eat a chocolate bar while watching the World Cup, right? But the thing is, at the same time, I'm assuming the main audience for that commercial was kids. So when we go look at his quotes in a moment, it is a direct contradiction. Now, finally, the Pizza Hut commercial when Tom Brady acts as a Pizza Hut delivery man.
You know what I miss most about playing? Yelling, "Hey!" So I got this job. I got your Pizza Hut. Brady's back. Pizza Hut. The goat. Pizza Hut. Mom, roughing the passer.
Shake it off, friends.
Again, is it that big of a deal if someone's ordering a pizza on a special occasion like the Super Bowl? No, of course not. But there's been some controversy over all these sponsorships, and I feel like this Reddit post points out why well. Motherfucker doesn't even eat tomatoes. Why is he hawking pizza? Of all the ingredients on a pizza, the one that would be almost universally agreed upon to be the healthiest, the tomato sauce, could not be eaten by Tom Brady in accordance with his own view of health. Shilling fast food pizza to you. That's the problem that people are angry about. But the thing we have to say here is bro is retired now. The man might actually eat some nightshades these days. He's also divorced and his ex-wife just got remarried. I know this because I saw the video of him in the club with Alex Earl. First comment, he's such a divorced dad, LOL. Second comment, midlife crisis. Adding to this potential theory, I recently also saw the thirst traps that he posted to Instagram. Okay, major move from the couch back to bed. This is what Sunday is all about. Tongue out face, tongue out face, tongue out face. So this is what you do on a Sunday. Because for the last 25 years of his entire life, he's been pretty busy on Sundays. I'm just saying, logically, he's probably going through it a bit retiring. It has got to be tough. My neighbor just retired and he obviously wasn't a professional football player, but I see him moving around his backyard like his life depends on it. I see that look in his eye, okay? Retiring, It ain't easy. So to be completely fair, I mean, maybe Tom Brady does eat Pizza Hut and 4 Ferrero Rocher products back to back now. We don't know what he's up to these days. And he was asked about the blowback he's been getting for these ads since they directly contradict everything he's ever said about health. And in response, he said the following: I think it's moderation in all things. I think there's probably been people who have gone overboard with the kind of rigidity of my lifestyle or diet. So he's saying that the media made him look stricter than he really was at the time. And at first I actually kind of believed that because I read a little bit of his book to make this video, the TB12 book. He truly, verifiably has been talking about balance for years. I thought his other quote was really reasonable too. I have kids and I have Halloweens and birthday parties and we're like a normal family. So I try to make really healthy choices as often as possible. But when you're watching football games and you're at games, you're traveling and you're in airports, I understand the reality of life as well. So on that front, I'm like, maybe this guy is telling the truth. Maybe his life is just truly different now that he's retired, he's relaxed a little bit, he's letting loose. Him doing all these fast food ads is just, you know, his new era. But damn, some of his past comments for me are so hard to come back from. It's hard to believe that he's just had a change of heart, or that balance to him now means promoting Ferrero Rocher to kids.
This morning, America's most famous quarterback is taking on an unlikely opponent, Coca-Cola.
The fact that they can sell that, you know, to kids, that's poison for kids. But they keep doing it.
And he's not stopping at soft drinks, also taking a shot at breakfast cereal, going after Tony the Tiger.
That's just America, and that's what we've been conditioned to. So, you know, we believe that Frosted Flakes is a food. All those companies make lots of money selling those things. They have lots of money to advertise. You know, when you go to the Super Bowl, you know, who are the sponsors? That's the education that we get. That's what we get brainwashed to believe, that all these things are just normal food groups, and this is what you should eat.
Oof. That was 10 years ago, but it was such a strong stance. I mean, he literally said that these Super Bowl sponsors, aka the ones that he just worked with, conditioned us to eat junk food, conditioned children to drink poison, in his words. It was such a strong stance that doesn't happen that often from celebrities that both Coca-Cola and Kellogg's had to literally come out and defend themselves.
Coca-Cola firing back, saying in a statement that all of its beverages are safe and can be enjoyed as part of a balanced lifestyle. Kellogg defending Frosted Flakes cereal for having valuable nutrients and being associated with lower body mass index in both children and adults.
He slammed Big Food for promoting unhealthy products marketed toward children on the Super Bowl specifically, and then did the exact same thing. The full quote of his actual stance on the food industry is like even worse. Like there's just no coming back from it. Look, I think we've been lied to by a lot of food companies over the years, a lot of beverage companies over the years, but we still do it. That's just America, and that's what we've been conditioned to. We believe that Frosted Flakes is actually a food. You just keep eating those things and you wonder why we have incredible rates of disease in our country. No one thinks it has anything to do with what we put in our body. Of course, they taste good, and all those companies make lots of money selling those things. They have lots of money to advertise. When you go to the Super Bowl, who are the sponsors? So the immediate thought is, well, then I guess Tom Brady sold out, right? Like what else? What other explanation is there for this big of a switch up? This is a man worth $300 to $500 million. He didn't need these deals. He chose them for reasons unclear. But realistically, when you think about it, there's probably only one real reason, and it's not that he's selling out. It's that he's crashing out. Seriously, Tom Brady might actually be having a midlife crisis. Why else would someone sell their integrity for nothing? Plus, his wellness brand still exists. He recently renamed it No Bull, and it now sells clothes in addition to electrolytes and protein powder. But that thing was recently given a $1 billion evaluation. Why would someone jeopardize that unless they're having a midlife crisis? A midlife crisis is a transition of identity and self-confidence that can occur in middle-aged individuals, typically 40 to 65 years old. He just retired from what I understand to be one of the best NFL careers of all time. I don't know anything about sports, but that's what Google said. He's doing commentary, he's an analyst now, he has his Sundays somewhat available, as we've seen, rather than being in the spotlight, in the biggest position, in the biggest games like he has been for the last 25 years. It really is a major change. It's gotta be super hard to deal with. He's literally trying to find a new life, I think. And maybe he really is eating more junk food these days. I mean, it's not that crazy to think of him eating red sauce on his pizza on a Sunday on the couch. I don't know. Like, maybe he's actually just trying stuff on, you know? He's like, maybe I can be the commercial guy. Maybe I do eat tomatoes and pizza and 4 chocolate bars back to back while stealing people's treats. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed today's video, and I will see you in the next one. Here's the situation. Your friend wants to be a plus-sized influencer, but they just had a health scare and they were told by their doctor to lose weight. They've refused. They've decided they are not going to do that. Yet now, all of a sudden, for some reason, this same friend has started giving you health and weight loss advice. Would that upset you? Because that's what we're talking about today. Am I the asshole for telling my friend to lose 30 pounds before giving me weight loss advice? This is a new series where we talk about food and habits plus behavior change science through Reddit stories. So let's get into it. Oh, also, I have to change a few words around in this story because YouTube might not like them, if you know what I mean. Some people will have no idea what I mean right there. Other people, please tell them in the comments. Otherwise, everything else about the story will stay the same. As the title says, I, 25 female, have struggled with my weight and overeating for years. I've been dieting since I was 18, always trying a calorie deficit in some way. Relatable. Usually this results in me overeating even worse once I inevitably quit, or I join the gym and then stop going after 2 to 4 weeks. I often lose 20 to 30 pounds and then regain it all or even more. I currently weigh 250 pounds at 5'5", and I finally decided I need to make a change sustainably instead of swapping back and forth between dieting and not dieting. I'm always so tempted to lose weight fast that I just jump down to 1,200 calories a day and try working out excessively or even fast and workout, and it has never yielded long-term results. Okay, we'll talk about this later, but I swear this is the biggest problem for everyone. This is the exact cycle I personally repeated for I cannot even tell you how many years. It's like the moment that you're finally uncomfortable enough to want to make a change, you're also so desperate to see results fast that you just go too far. I bet you that this is an entire profile of people who struggle to lose weight, the ones who go too hard too fast. I feel like it's an entire category. I recently signed up for a gym membership and I've been eating my maintenance calories every day. I know the advice is usually to eat in a deficit, but I've never stuck to the gym before and I wanted to try eating my maintenance and then slowly cutting back after I have a routine. I don't want to quit the gym. I can't afford a trainer, so this is just advice I got online and I want to try out. For 3 weeks now, it's been working great and I've been going to the gym regularly without quitting and without overeating snacks at night. Here's where I may be the asshole and everyone thinks I am. Okay, so quick recap to get our minds to catch up before we get into the drama. OP is overweight/obese. I looked it up and her BMI is 41, which means that she's class 3 obese, which was formerly known as morbidly obese. She has a history of yo-yo dieting. She's been trying to lose weight for a really long time. And right now she's trying something new and different in order to hopefully make a change that actually sticks around this time. To me, it all sounds very level-headed and reasonable, but let's see what the problem is. I invited my closest friends over for brunch and a yap session last weekend. They know that I'm trying to lose weight and they've been there for many of my failed attempts in the past. Anna, 27 female, Sam, 29 female, and Kara, 23 female. Sam is a bigger girl, but she's very proud of it. She wants to be a plus-sized influencer and weighs somewhere between 350 to 400 pounds by her own admission. However, recently she had a health scare related to her diet and was assigned a dietitian or a nutritionist, something like that, I don't remember which word, at her doctor's office to help her get her health under control. She doesn't want to lose weight, but she's been advised to, at the very least, to get healthier. I have no problem with whatever she wants to do, obviously, and support her either way. So her friend had a diet-related health scare at 29 years old. That is extremely young for something like that. And it's crazy because the solution is literally in the name of the problem. Diet-related health scare. As in, fix your diet and the problem goes away. But she's not willing at all to even consider making a change. To me, that is just so crazy. It's one thing if you try to make a change and you fail, right? Like, change is hard, but it is a whole other thing if you're like, nah, I'm not gonna bother with that. Also, it really just like does not bode well for your future career as a plus size influencer if you're walking into it with a health scare already under your belt. That's like an issue you expect, I don't know, 10 years down the line, not before you ever begin this career path. And let's be real, if you're a model of any type, you're probably not the healthiest person on planet Earth. And I'm sure there are skinny models all across the planet, maybe right now, being told by their doctor that, hey, they need to put on some weight for your health. And they're like, no, I'm a model. I'm not putting on any weight. But this is a scenario that we imagine happening years down the line when you've been working the job for a while, not before you've ever begun. No, it just doesn't make any sense. It's very stupid. I don't understand the mentality of that. Plus, like, you know, if you're trying to be a plus size influencer, there's a range. You can be on the lower side of that, still do the job, but probably not encounter any of the same health problems. You know what I mean? Anyway, I feel like Sam, 29 female, is going to have a hard time coming back from this one. So I made us all a little buffet style breakfast with fresh fruit, oatmeal, breakfast sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, coffee, sausages, and a few other things. That's a lot of food. I'm assuming she's mostly just doing it to like have like a cute spread. When I was preparing my oatmeal, I added a scoop of chocolate caramel flavored protein powder to it. Sam looked between me and my oatmeal several times, showing obvious confusion and even staring at my stomach for a minute before looking back to the protein powder. What the Okay, I didn't want to assume anything, but then she reached for the protein powder jar and started reading the nutrition label. She sighed very loudly and dramatically, and then loudly told me I shouldn't be adding extra calories to my oatmeal if I want to lose weight, and it doesn't make sense to add 110 calories for only 22 grams of protein. What? If one of my friends did some shit like this about something that I was eating, ain't no way. Also, why is she acting like she's adding like chocolate sauce and gummy bears to her oatmeal? Like she was adding protein powder. I feel like it's just not possible for someone to do that unintentionally either. She had to want to get caught, right? Like you're not looking from your friend's stomach to a protein powder jar and back and forth like that and not hoping that you'll get caught. Especially with the loud, dramatic sigh. There's like some subtext here that's very obvious, maybe if you're a woman. That is some passive-aggressive ass shit right there. I feel like there is no way that it's not. And then on top of this whole situation, she has the audacity to give out weight loss advice. With all due respect, if you had a health scare at 29 years old due to your diet and or weight and you are not willing to even try to make a change, why would you ever give someone else health advice? Like your doctors have you working with a nutritionist trying to get you to be healthy, but you are not willing to give it a shot. If that's you, then please don't give me health advice. Like you already decided that's not your thing. You're not into that. You hate that actually. Why are you giving your friends health advice? It just doesn't make any sense. See, I feel like people can do whatever they want. If you don't want to lose weight, you want to continue pursuing a path that is objectively going to make you unhealthier, I feel like it's your life and you get to make your own choices. But definitely don't decide to completely opt out from trying and then also give super condescending health and weight loss advice to your friends. Oh yeah, while looking at their stomach. I told her, I'm not trying to eat in a deficit this time. I'm just focusing on going to the gym and not overeating, so it makes sense for me. This seemed to really upset her, and she told me that because she understands nutrition, Coral. Okay, you heard me. G-O-R-L. She told me that because she understands nutrition, that I should consider listening to her and that the oatmeal was enough on its own. This was when I got fed up and said, you know, Sam, I'll take your diet advice when you lose 30 pounds. Until then, let me try my own thing. She looked like she might slap me and then told me that's why I always fail my diets, because I don't listen to anyone. Well, that's not a reason that people fail diets, but okay, and who are you supposed to listen to? The person who is actively not listening to their doctor? Like, what are you talking about? I think the thing that's going on here is this girl is projecting hard onto her friend. Kara, Cara and Anna were both really upset and scolded me right there, and the rest of the brunch was tense, with everyone leaving shortly after. Since then, I've received several texts and calls from them trying to get me to apologize to Sam. I know this isn't a hill I should die on, but every time I think about it, I get enraged at how condescending she was to me when I've been working so hard to get healthy, and she doesn't even care about it. They don't want to hang out with me again until I apologize, and I don't want to. They claim I'm fat shaming Sam and it was an unfair comment to make because I'm trying to lose weight and that's not her goal. So it's not fair or proper for me to comment on her weight. I mean, I definitely think it's rude to comment on someone's weight, and it's never good to like lose your cool and snap off on your friend, especially when in this situation, what Sam was doing was kind of passive aggressive and what OP did was full on aggressive. But at the same time, in my mind, all bets are off once you intentionally stare at someone's stomach in order to make them feel bad about their weight. To me, it seems like two types of aggression were there. Sam's was more passive aggressive, whereas OP's was more full on aggressive. It's easier to get away with the first one than the second one, but they're both still you guys firing shots at each other. I told my boyfriend and now he thinks I'm nasty for being mean to Sam too. I really thought I was right, but everyone is making me feel like I'm really wrong. So please be honest with me, Reddit. I can handle the truth, but I need to know if this is the hill I should die on. Am I the asshole? I hope the OP sees this video and the comment section that will undoubtedly take place underneath it, because I think here and now on this video it's a pretty open and shut case with us right now. OP is not the asshole. This was not a one-sided thing. I really cannot get over the staring at someone's body in an overt way in an attempt to shame them. It's so unhinged, but it has that sort of plausible deniability to it where the person can just be like, I didn't do that. And I'm definitely a little bit impartial here because I had the same thing happen to me during my first serious relationship when I was at my highest weight ever and I had the most food problems ever. I mentioned probably a million times before, I had a food addiction, I had something I'm not allowed to say, but it involved overeating, and I was just, extremely obese since I was young. I was obese probably since I was like 6 or 7 maybe. Don't quote me on that exact age. I don't know when it started, but I know that I was a little kid. So my first boyfriend is this guy who was like fit. He would always go on runs for like the forest and stuff. He'd always be doing like random push-ups and whatnot. And his diet was overall mediocre, but if you looked at him, you would definitely say that he was fit. This man dated me, who was at the time a very obese person, okay, for almost 5 years, but hated obese people. Absolutely hated them. But rather than being a normal person and just not dating someone you're not attracted to, he would do a lot of psychological stuff to me intended to make me feel bad without having to say much out loud. He would also say stuff out loud, but his favorite method was just to fuck with me mentally. And the worst thing he would do is he would stare at my stomach and make sure that I saw him. Specifically my lower stomach, which he knew I was extremely self-conscious about. He would literally stare at it until I saw him doing it. And at the time, I didn't really have the balls to ask him if that's what he was doing. I would just feel the shame of the whole situation just like wash over me. And the outcome was, rather than being mad at him, I would just feel really bad about myself. People like this, they know what they're doing. You don't look at someone's stomach for a prolonged period of time without being aware of how that might make someone feel. Would you openly stare at someone's boobs or their bulge without thinking that they might catch you doing it? No, you would not, because it would be extremely weird. Especially because Sam is also overweight, so she knows exactly what that would feel like. But in this case, the other friends didn't notice all that extra stuff going on there. So OP got in trouble while Sam got to play the victim. And obviously I'm extremely biased here, but that's my view of the situation. And I don't know about you guys, but my blood would be boiling. Okay, this is the scene. Let's replay it. You invite your friends over to a cute brunch. During the brunch, you're trying to stay healthy. You scoop protein into your oatmeal. You're trying to meet your protein goals and you want to stay satiated. You think you're doing great. But then you hear something. Your friend sighing loudly. You don't need that in there. I know nutrition, okay? Listen to me. Now, I like to be in control of my emotions. I don't like to be reactive, but internally, I would definitely be extremely annoyed. And that's basically how the commenters felt, because I have not seen them this unanimously fired up and sassy since I started making these videos, aka 3 weeks ago. Well, except for the one solitary person who was on Sam's side, but we'll get to them in a second. No, you are not the asshole. Your friend spent 10 minutes with a nutritionist and now she thinks she's an expert. Not the asshole. Unless she's a nutritionist, she needs to shut the f up. She understands nutrition? She obviously doesn't. She can't get her own weight under control and she wants to give you advice, and your other friends are okay with her being a condescending to you, but you can't give it back? Oh, hell no. Even if Sam was a nutritionist, commenting on the host's food choices in a derogatory way at what was supposed to be a fun brunch is crass, mean, and poorly timed. If the friendship is important, you could suggest she apologize for commenting on your food choices, and then you would concede that in response to being hurt by her, your comment may have been a bit reactive. Agreed. Exactly. It sounds like OP would not have been okay to comment on Sam's food choices, but Sam thinks it's okay to comment on hers. Not the asshole. Tell that to lose 200 pounds before she has room to talk. That's not healthy in any way. Jesus. Not to mention adding protein to oatmeal is a great idea. 110 calories for 22 grams is a great macro comparison. Eating a higher protein diet with a slight deficit combined with weight training is the best way to burn fat and gain muscle. You should also never comment on someone else's food/diet unless they specifically ask. End of story. The people have spoken and they are mad. But this person brings up a really good point. She said, eating a higher protein diet with a slight deficit combined with weight training is the best way to burn fat and gain muscle. There was actually a really interesting Huberman Lab episode talking about recomping, which is what this is. So I'm going to play a few of the clips here that might be useful to some people who are looking to do something like this.
Is it possible to, quote unquote, gain muscle while at the same time losing fat?
Yes.
Great. That will be reassuring to people.
Yes.
Does it require a caloric deficit?
This is the weird part. No, this phenomenon, which we didn't necessarily think was possible like 10 years ago. You know, we thought, okay, you need a caloric surplus to gain muscle, and you need a caloric deficit to lose fat. The common thread amongst these recomposition studies was that protein was very high. Protein was somewhere between a gram to a gram and a half per pound of body weight. There's a series of studies done by Joey Antonio and colleagues where they fed the subjects 400 to 800 calories above and beyond their habitual intakes just in protein. And either recomposition happened or no significant change in body composition happened.
Were they training?
They were training. They were resistance training. And
because I think for a lot of people, depending what your goals are, this could be the way. This is definitely one of the healthiest ways you could possibly go about it. Now, depending on how much weight someone has to lose, recomping might not be the best strategy, but OP didn't even say she was trying to recomp. Just the recomp effects could be a benefit if she does it correctly. She really just said she was trying to lock in a routine with the two biggest behaviors she was trying to change: overeating and going to the gym consistently. And I think behaviorally, that's a great strategy. I personally had to tackle my overeating before I could really lose weight and keep it off at all. And then sticking with the gym, the studies that track people who successfully lose weight and keep it off all show that people who keep it off stick with the gym long term. So that's a behavior that you want to create and stick with regardless of whether or not you're successfully on a diet. So for Sam to say anything to OP at all when she's trying something that's both very healthy and behaviorally smart is just dumb. And like I said, most commenters agreed with that, except one. Comment from Ocean Journey. It appears you are not able to hear different opinions from other people. Sam shared her opinion. Your friends shared their opinions. Your boyfriend has shared his opinion. You have dismissed all of them. You and Sam are different people who have different perspectives based on your own life experiences. Stop expecting everyone to think and feel like you. Sam has a different perspective than you based on the fact that she is now working with a nutritionist, someone who actually knows his shit. She shared what she has learned. You read something online and now you think you know more than Sam and everyone else. You personally attacked Sam. You're the asshole. You should listen to your friends. Apologize for being unnecessarily rude. Then perhaps y'all should agree to not talk about your weight loss / health journeys anymore. Clearly, you both have some strong feelings about that. If you start getting heated, then use a code word or something to end the conversation. -3 downvotes. Like I said, the moment that Sam started doing the Kill Bill flash between the protein powder and OP's stomach, it became more than her having a different opinion. Had that not happened, it would be different. She would just be clueless, but that's not what happened. But of course, Ocean Journey is entitled to their opinion. However, they could not let it go. Another person said, "Not the asshole. Sam offered you unsolicited criticism. While your comment was harsh, I don't think it was entirely unfair. It might be mean, but I wouldn't call you nasty. Your boyfriend is out of line for that." The thing Sam doesn't understand yet is that a healthy diet looks different for every person. Sure, there are some general recommendations, but there will always be some people who love protein powder and others who despise it. There will always be people who need 3 meals in stacks, and there will be people who hate having more than 2 meals in a day. I agree with your approach. It's better to work on tackling overeating before you move on to losing weight. Totally agree. You really have to find what works for you. The thing that allows you to lock in and lose weight is probably not going to be the same thing that allowed me to lock in and lose weight. It's different for everyone. It's trial and error and trying on different strategies, which is exactly what OP is doing. The worst thing you can do is just do the same thing over and over and over again and not make any changes. That is the worst. Next comment, Sam also fails to understand that she doesn't actually walk on water. Ocean Journey 1234. Sam had a different opinion about adding calories to oatmeal. That's hardly a criticism of OP. Negative 52 downvotes. Next commenter starts off by quoting OP saying, "And she told me that because she understands nutrition that I should consider listening to her and that the oatmeal was enough on its own." This is Sam saying that she's right and OP is eating too much. No, OP already told her that she doesn't want a deficit and is fine with the extra calories. Sam should have left it alone. I also think if you know a friend is struggling with overeating, it's insensitive to be talking to them like this to begin with. Ocean Journey 1234. Sam is working on improving her diet, not losing weight, with a nutritionist and is on a very different path. She shared her opinion from her perspective. OP was not harmed in any way by Sam's comment. It seems like the appropriate response would have been, "I'm glad to hear you like your nutritionist. I'm good with what I'm doing right now, but I would love to hear what other things you are doing with your healthy diet." Yeah, but what if I don't want to hear what you're doing with your healthy diet? Because you clearly don't know what you're saying, and your diet can't possibly be healthy if it's helping you maintain a 400-pound weight. Lose weight before you get to have an opinion is kind of bullshit. How would a bunch of strangers know better than the people who are actually there? OP's friends have already expressed that OP's comment was rude. Maybe she should listen. Negative 45 downvotes. Another commenter, "If someone doesn't want it, no one should give nutrition advice to someone else. And Sam is very morbidly obese and thinks eating better but staying the same weight is healthy. And Ocean Journey just keeps going. If someone at the table has been recently diagnosed with high blood pressure, who is going to be personally offended if they mention something about adding salt to food? That's a thing for them. Both of these people are on very different paths in their lives. Friends share stuff and talk about their things. Sam had some thoughts about oatmeal. Who cares? She's allowed to have her own thoughts and feelings. She doesn't have to lose weight to have an opinion about food. That's ridiculous. OP doesn't have to take advice from a person who she feels doesn't have a clue about what she's talking about, but there's no reason to personally attack her friend. Negative 30 downvotes. Bro, did you read the post? Everything was intended to make OP feel small. She's just mad it didn't work. I know you see yourself in Sam and that's why you need to protect her, but you're both wrong and weird people that need to shut their mouths. Ocean Journey. Since we're assuming, I will assume you see yourself in OP, and that's why you think it's perfectly appropriate to personally attack people who have a different opinion than you. Other commenter, and it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you. Guess there's some truth to what I said. LOL. Okay, I think we get the consensus here. Ocean Journey, wrong. OP, fine. Sam, also wrong. At this point, the commenters start switching their focus from Sam to the friend group overall. Because if everyone online unanimously sees this as Sam's problem, yet OP's 3 friends and her boyfriend are not on her side at all, then what is really going on here? Well, either OP totally hallucinated Sam being condescending, which is completely possible. Maybe Sam didn't do the Kill Bill thing, and OP was truly just being unnecessarily defensive. Maybe OP really is an asshole type person. But people in the comments began to think that maybe what was happening is that OP's friends actually just didn't want her to succeed at all. Comment, not the asshole, but you did explain and she continued. How do your friends not see that? They saw it as me telling Sam she needs to lose 30 pounds. I meant she needs to try to lose weight in general before giving me weight loss advice. That's how I interpret it. I didn't see it as her saying, you're fat, lose weight. I thought she was saying, try and lose weight before you talk. I believe that was the miscommunication after reading the comments. I haven't texted everyone yet. I want to be sensitive because everyone in my friend group is in the 200 to 400 pound range, and I don't want to make it worse. Okay, suddenly it actually makes so much more sense. OP really said something that the entire table was offended by, which is fair enough. They didn't see the situation, they didn't see the sneaky subtext, so they took it personally. Fair enough. The only thing I wonder about here is if you're all overweight, shouldn't it be easier to talk about this stuff like as a friend group? I had one overweight friend growing up and her and I had such a great bond specifically about being fat. We could relate on a level that I couldn't relate to anyone else with because we were living a different life than other people. Thank God we had each other because being obese in high school and university is extremely rough. You are simply just not living the same life that other girls your age are living. It's just not. So to me, it is so weird that this friend group is so closed off about a problem that they all share. Now, obviously we know nothing about the situation, but to me, that's really bad. If you can't talk about something like your weight with your closest friends who also share that problem, to me, that is a red flag that everyone in your group is not really being honest with themselves about where they're at. Like, this is a thing that definitely majorly impacts your day-to-day life. You have to be able to talk about it with your closest friends. And if you can't, it's just kind of strange. Comment, have you considered that they might not want you to succeed? It's not uncommon for a friend group to turn on the person who is losing weight / cutting back alcohol / getting their finances in order, etc. Either way, not the asshole. You weren't fat shaming her at all. Another commenter, I wonder if this friend group is part of why you struggled before when starting to put effort towards losing weight. It's sad that this is so true. People do not want you to outpace them in life. It hurts the most when someone who's in the same position as you, a peer, changes their lives. I did that whole video on that exact scenario happening in 1,000 Pound Best Friends. Vanessa was absolutely crushing it, and then all of a sudden her two best friends started giving her the side eye for the dumbest reasons. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Although I feel like today's video was like 99% drama and 1% helpful. I will correct that ratio in the future and it will not be that level again. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video and I will see you in the next one. He only does it for a few minutes.
Today I've got a huge update with Stop Killing Games. Now, there's good news and there is bad news. I'll start with the bad news. You're going to have to put up with the likes of, let's see, the IMCO, the jury, the petty, the ECI, MEPs, and a whole bunch of other acronyms because, yeah, it's the EU. There's a lot of acronyms. But the good news is captured in this one quote. Here it is. I'd say mission achieved for this one. So yes, they've actually made progress. Now this is all happening because Stop Destroying Games representatives Ross Scott and Moritz Katzner sat in the European Parliament's broadcast studios for a press conference last week. They were happy men, and to prove that, here's another quote. There was no European Member of Parliament that wasn't responding positively. Even the Commission was pretty positive, I'd say. A hell of a quote. Now, the events that quote's all about took place just a few hours before that quote was spoken. That's because they had stood before Europe's politicians and delivered their arguments for why the EU should take the cause of Stop Destroying Games up. And you know what? Even they seem surprised by just how well this went. So that means today we have a lot to break down. So this was all about the first public hearing at the EU Parliament in Brussels. This is where Stop Destroying Games could lay out the full details of their citizens' initiative and where parliamentarians could voice their support or ask questions. Now, it was hosted by the Committee on Petitions, PETI, with Stop Destroying Games formally representing the initiative, but the other EU bodies involved in all of this do actually matter as well, because also running things were the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection, IMCO, which was integral in improving the EU's right to repair laws, which, by the way, are giving us nice things like user-replaceable batteries for our tech. But also there was the Committee on Legal Affairs, GURI. Now, based on the committees that were chairing this whole thing, it's actually fairly clear to us how the EU is thinking about this problem and what kind of expertise it needs to solve it. Basically, they're seeing it as a consumer rights problem, and it's one that will need to be interpreted within current laws, basically ones that already exist. Now, to be clear, they weren't going to be providing solutions at this hearing, but what it was an opportunity for Stop Destroying Games to basically make their case. to make it to everyone involved. So all of those bodies, the parliamentarians, and well, at the end of the day, they're the people who do end up driving policy. And that means that if the reaction from them is good, well, if you back this initiative, then it's good news. So far, it seems the reactions have been quite good. Now, as gamers, we're having to do things like age verify ourselves, and, we also do stuff like ordering DoorDash. Well, you may know about the DoorDash data breach last year. There's also all the stuff going on with our good friends at Discord. Remember the breach they had last October that just got loads of people's government IDs spread across the place? So driver's licenses, passports. It's not good, and it's why I use Incogni. They're our way to fight back. They're today's sponsor, and basically, whenever data leaks, data brokers exist. They harvest it, they sell it on, and if you ever wondered how a spam caller got your number, it's things like that. Now, Incogni solves this by automating the legal work you'd otherwise have to do, and you can join at incogni.com, but it takes hours. They've, also got a new thing at 6 data broker mind, and you get 60% off at incogni.com/BellyTheNews. Okay, to break this down, there are 3 relevant parties here. There are commission representatives. Those are the people who will initiate any action. Then there's the various MEPs. They represent either their political groupings within Parliament or just their own interests. And then, of course, the third group is the Stop Destroying Games team. That comprises of Ross Scott, the founder of the Stop Killing Games movement, and then SDG's organizer, Moritz Katzner. As for the MEPs, Katzner and Ross are mostly right. Things were actually very positive. This is very heartening. Many people simply just made supportive statements. Several, though, did bring up their own gaming experience, and at least one of them did that in the form of dozens of memes and references. So it's at least nice someone's trying to make European Parliament fun. And then others were talking about wanting their kids to be protected from anti-consumer behavior. Others who responded were pushing the conversation somewhat into the microtransaction spend area, other things like the cost of games, and potential risks around younger users. Now, there were at least a few challenges. As an example, the German technocrat Axel Voss did specifically try to raise concerns around the legal implications of any changes made here, and that's especially around preserving creator rights as well as consumer rights. And he was specifically interested on the potential impact on licensed content like music or cars, and that kind of thing didn't get fully addressed in the session. Though, if you have played video games, I mean, yes, with cars, but I guess mostly with music, you know what it can be like whenever licenses expire and all the annoying stuff that can happen there. But here's what massively stood out to me, right? And it was a very compelling point. And that is basically that the right to repair idea wasn't really enough for a video game use case. And that's at least in part because developers limit what users can do to the actual games. Where it gets interesting is the suggestion of what to do, which is that rather than a right to repair sort of principle, the principle should instead be a right to resurrect. And that means you heard it here first. The EU, backed of course by George Soros, is now going to investigate necromancy. Okay, I'll take the tinfoil hat off, that's definitely not true. What it actually means is that once a company, say, ends service for a game, with of course there being licensing terms and length of service, guarantees factored in, companies would just give us a bit of a guide of how we can run them ourselves. Honestly, that sounds really good to me. Another thing that was brought up was a Project Gutenberg-style approach to preserving games, so a little bit more similar to books. And I've got to say, at least from a personal perspective, that kind of stuff is music to my ears. But of course, there is more to talk about. I know this is a bit of a dense video. You're a credit to yourself for sticking with me through this. So let's just continue, right? The prevailing mood was that something is actually wrong with this situation with video games, and that it does actually need to be addressed. So that's honestly a fairly huge win. Now, it's likely because Stop Destroying Games arguments tapped into some underlying feelings that already exist across the body on consumer protections. You know, I like to think about replaceable batteries, USB-C in phones, you know, the way that things have been moving. And now that the hearings happened, Stop Destroying Games are essentially left with 2 questions to answer in public. And those are, what exactly counts as a destroyed game, and what were they exactly asking for? Well, first, they defined how a video game is destroyed in their opinion, and you can see it in this flow chart here, with the key points being no clear information on end of support at purchase and a lack of consumer protections for owned property. Now, Scott explicitly stated that subscription games, which clearly define when service can end, actually would not fit in this criteria. And they're also openly saying they've got no interest in changing the business models or the monetization of the games industry in this initiative. It's not saying that they don't want those things to change as individuals, it's just basically about the scope of this initiative. Now, all those criteria matter because when Stop Destroying Games went to the EU Commission for clarity on legal requirements, and to many members of the European Consumer Centres Network, they basically got no clear answer. There was no clear answer, though some of those Consumer Centre members even told Stop Destroying Games that they expected indefinite support for a product, which is really going far. So far that even Stop Destroying Games' representatives kind of found it unlikely. Now, that's because they did make it clear that they're open to, quote, any solution, and that they have zero interest in ongoing support from publishers after a game is discontinued. They also recognize that not every feature could be operable after support ends. And to back that up, I've got a quote from Katzner that I am going to quote with a little bit of paraphrasing so that it kind of flows nicely. So here's what he said. There was a lot of pushback from the games industry, where bodies like Video Games Europe presented solutions that he claimed masquerade as proposals, but which are simply unrelated to our issue. So what he did is presented a list of, quote, proposals which do not address the problem. And those are clearer labeling of license agreement terms, mandating minimum support times by publishers, more notice before a game is destroyed, and then finally legislating that publishers may voluntarily have end-of-life plans for commercial games sold to the public. In response to those things, he says, these are not solutions, nor are they even compromises. Now, it's a little hard to find the nuance here, as we're kind of shifting from the Stop Destroying Games claim that, say, subscription games won't be targeted because they clearly do warn players. Like, in a way, it seems like there's a few contradictions here, but Katzner argues that the licensing agreements are accepted because the only alternative is to, just not play the video game whatsoever, and that support times and notices of shutdown are effectively unrelated to their concern, and that only the state of the actual video game after the shutdown matters. So, the games industry is probably going to put forward loads of things that aren't related to that narrow definition of the state of the game after the shutdown, with that being the thing that Stop Destroying Games are the most interested in. Now, he goes on to touch other things like publishers being allowed to end support for a game at any time that they wish. Basically, he frames that as the status quo. I would agree with him, it basically is the status quo, and he suggests it's one that the industry does want to keep. He goes on to specifically respond to just one of many concerns from the Video Games Europe industry body, framing that there will be an impact on intellectual property for future titles from, quote, competition from community-supported versions. Basically the idea that a game could be shut down, but then the community-supported version of that game afterwards could, you know, basically be viable competition to the industry. Now, Katzner translates this as basically a business model to shut down the game to get players to go and play the next game. And that basically it's a consumer hostile argument and a form of planned digital obsolescence, where they're basically asking the EU to deal with any case where it's a, quote, deliberate and avoidable decision to destroy a functional game. And you know what? An overall trend we've seen in the games industry is that people tend to play a lot of old games, right? And the idea that even, say, a new entry in a game series can face competition from its older versions, even when those older versions are basically completely unmonetized on a long tail basis by the game publisher. A really good example of that was in our Total War coverage, where you could see some of the modern Total War games really struggling, but then if you look at SteamDB, you just see Medieval 2 still way up there, really strong. And that effectively was a situation where Creative Assembly were being outcompeted by past Creative Assembly's work. Now, obviously, those are mostly single-player games. I just bring it up because it's a fairly simple example of the point that he's talking about. In short, then, which I know sounds like a bit of a funny thing to say given this is a chunky video, but in short, they want the law to be harmonized across all European countries and to be designed to protect consumer rights in the digital single market. There should be no way for a company to unilaterally end support. Now, to achieve that very lofty goal, what they need is the recommendations of the European Commission. So let's talk about the Commission. For the most part, the Commission were cautious. The representative said they held no specific positions on outcomes right now, but they already understood the requests for change. They said they were exploring whether the issue could be resolved better through enforcement or by adapting existing laws, one of those being the existing Digital Content Directive. Now, they didn't believe that existing laws require sellers to support a product for any set duration, but they do think consumers are entitled to transparent information and should be protected from unfair commercial practices. And after spelling that out, they ended the hearing with some responses to some of the questions from Stop Destroying Games and from the European members of Parliament. And the first one's kind of interesting because it's related to this video, basically a French consumer advocacy group doing some suing against our good friends at Ubisoft. That was asked about potentially getting the Court of Justice of the EU involved, but the Commission was actually not willing to get involved in what they saw as being a national legal affair. Now, as for other responses, they just restated their current understanding of the law, that from a copyright viewpoint, there are no mandatory requirements around licensing, that any company has got contractual freedom to exploit their works and to set the terms of their licenses, and that no current framework provides exceptions for end-of-life support. But they did, and this might be good news to many of you, float the idea of provisions from European directives on preserving cultural works, where the rights holders can grant exceptions to let a third party or a cultural heritage group preserve them. This is a side of things that I would say could feel a little bit less relevant to how Stop Killing Games, and I guess this permutation, Stop Destroying Games, how that might apply to your specific case and your specific game library, but it is relevant to games being treated and being valued as pieces of art that do actually deserve to be preserved for future generations maybe to enjoy, but honestly, even if it's just to study academically. Game preservation is in a really dire state. I mean, we've even covered instances in America where, the ESA is basically fighting against it. That stuff absolutely sucked. So it's good this is being talked about, though as of right now, with so many technical rights holders being involved, they did say that it's difficult for them to suggest a solution there. But it's good to know that it is being weighted ahead of the Commission's next move. We have covered a hell of a lot of ground, very technocratic ground. We got our MEPs, we got our various bodies of the EU. Damn, this stuff can really turn your brain into Swiss cheese, though. To say Swiss cheese wouldn't really be accurate because Switzerland is not a member of the EU. Okay, but with all that covered, the final thing for us to do together today is to bring it all in to work out what's going to come next. All of this means that all eyes are now going to be on the month of July. And that's because after months of lobbying from Stop Destroying Games and of course the industry towards the Parliament and the European Council, then in July, the Commission will publish their report with proposals for action if they think that any action is needed. Now, that report will also likely include opinions on whether Stop Destroying Games asks will fall under the terms of the upcoming Digital Fairness Act, which would at least be a useful vehicle for faster legislative changes. So important if you really want this to be acted on swiftly. I mean, swiftly and EU does sound a bit anachronistic, but you get the point. And the good news on that front is that Stop Destroying Games have already given feedback on that. Now, it's also possible that by then we may have a resolution from the MEPs. You see, the MEPs are able to signal their support for the initiative, and they do that through a vote in Parliament. Then, after all of that, Europe's politicians will begin implementation if they think it is necessary. Now, the real question in July is whether the Commission treats gaming as consumer rights territory at all. You see, existing law doesn't require publishers to support a game for any duration, and there's no copyright framework for the end-of-life exceptions. Stop Destroying Games' ask is harmonization across the whole single market, with no way for a publisher to unilaterally pull the plug. Now, that ask is the sort of thing we could see implemented if gaming does basically get treated here like a consumer rights issue, and it certainly does seem that they're sympathetic to seeing it that way. So, for your next big update, wait till the month of July. That's when we may get to see how the future of gaming looks, at least in the EU. But if you're an American, actually don't worry, you're not going to be left out, because soon we will be getting to the kind of surprising updates from the USA. So that's it for this video. Do you know what? As a good little palate cleanser, I think you should watch this one next about RAM. You've probably seen the headlines about the RAM prices going down and thinking, oh my god, is the hardware squeeze over? Will we finally be able to buy our PC upgrades? I'm going to say no, and I think it's pretty obviously no. It's something called Javon's paradox, and you can learn about it by watching this video next.
I fell into a trap last week. I found a glitch on my TV, except that it wasn't a glitch. It actually may be a feature. But once I saw it, I started seeing this thing everywhere, and now I can't unsee it, and it has driven me crazy. This all started about a month ago. I went to my mom's place to watch a movie, and something was off. The movie was like smooth, almost too smooth. Like in the store. In the store, you see these super HD, 8K, crisp, buttery smooth, saturated videos. And they look great, and they sell TVs, but why do movies look off? Do all TVs have this thing now? Now, most of the people in our channel are nerds. They know exactly which setting I'm talking about. I'm gonna get to that in a moment. The reason why that setting exists in every TV in this store is to compensate for a much older, much deeper problem. A tech mistake that lives with us in our living rooms every day. A mistake that is changing the way movies are meant to be seen, but that most people have no idea about. And to figure out how to show you what's wrong here, well, we had to reinvent the way we make our own videos.
Keep those actions clear. We'll see you on the beach.
This is the intro sequence to Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan. It's thousands of extras, an $11 million budget for this scene alone, but there's a simple change in that sequence of film that's very different. It's very different from practically every movie you've watched. There was a very intentional, very deliberate choice in the way this sequence was shot. Did you catch it? Here's another war movie sequence that you can use to compare. Can you see the difference between these two? There is something about the way the director wanted you to watch this film, but your TV is erasing it. So let's see this frame by frame. See how shots in this film, there's a little bit of blur to them even as you pause it, but in Saving Private Ryan, each of these explosions or sand flying through the air, it's kind of frozen. It's like a photo with no motion blur. Which of these two is the better look? To me, I think 99% of the time, it's gonna be the look the director wanted me to see. But what is it? What was the intention? Now, there are two factors at play here. One is how this movie was shot, and the other is how this movie is getting played on your screen. So let's start with that second can of worms. Now, in the last minute or so, something has been changing in this video. Did you notice? We're gonna be experimenting with a few settings on your screen today, and then this is the first one. We have shot this video, or most of it, in 60 frames per second instead of the usual 24 that we've used for the past 7 years. My team wasn't very happy about this change, but we'll get there. But kudos if you have noticed. Now, if you didn't, make sure that you are playing this video at 60 FPS. We're gonna be switching a lot between that footage and 24 FPS films and a bunch of other stuff that we've captured. So I'm gonna put the frame rate in the corner. But anyway, what's happening today is that our camera, this camera, to make this video, it captured 60 independent photos every second. And now YouTube and your screen is just putting them in sequence to make this look like a video. There's a big chance that the phone or the monitor or the TV where you're watching this is running at 60 hertz. That means that it's redrawing the screen, it's creating or generating, painting a new screen 60 times every second. In a monitor, the refresh rate is actually not too different from the frames per second. One term we use when we shoot, and the other term is used in electronics as they play videos. In this case, there's no conversion. It's all pretty simple. All your TV needs to do is display a different frame of me in every one of those 60 cycles. We have 60 frames per second for a screen that refreshes 60 times per second. Now, this is what we wanted you to see, and it would break our hearts, honestly, if we put all this effort into shooting and editing this video with all these frame rates for your screen to change it because some setting is wrong. It's a 60 frames per second video made for a 60 hertz screen. But movies don't work this way. Movies are shot at 24 frames per second. It's been like that for almost 100 years, right? So that means that a second of a movie is not made up of 60 frames like in this video. It's made up of 24 frames. Now, is that a choice? I mean, if a YouTube channel like ours can afford a camera that shoots in 60 frames, I'm sure Hollywood can too. Why don't they? Seeing them side by side, again, make sure that you're running this video at 60 frames per second. Which one do you like best?
As you adequately put, the problem is choice.
The 24 frames per second hill, that is a hill that millions of people are willing to die on. And tech has allowed us to shoot at more than 24 frames, and we've had that for decades. And yet, Hollywood refuses to change their standard.
You know the problem with Hollywood is? They make shit. Unbelievable, unremarkable shit.
So, is 24 really better? Hold that thought. But how about the movie? How about Saving Private Ryan? How is your TV playing this 24 frames, these 24 frames in a 60 hertz screen? Some screens can change their refresh rate, but that requires some tweaking. Most screens can't, especially if this movie is playing in this little window while you're doing a million other things. Now, TVs usually can't change that refresh rate, so when converting, the TV might hold each movie frame for 2 refresh cycles, except that make the movie run too fast. Here's how that would look. If instead you leave a frame for 3 cycles, it'll be too slow. It would look something like this. So what your TV needs to do here is cheat. Like, some TVs will cheat, and then they'll try to stick as closely as possible to the movies. So they'll take a frame and they'll hold it for 2 cycles. And then the next frame they'll hold for 3 cycles. That way, you add up to 60 cycles every second. Anytime you watch a 24 frames per second movie in a 60 hertz screen, there's a good chance you're gonna see a lag like this, especially in panning shots. You'll find hundreds of websites and TV reviews discussing this judder or stutter or jitter, and it's not bad internet, it's not a bad HDMI cable, it's your TV trying to do something that it wasn't meant to do. The fact that some frames are being displayed for 3 cycles and some frames are being displayed for 2 cycles will always cause this. Camera pans look so bad when converted from 24 frames per second into our everyday 60 hertz screens that filmmakers have to use these calculators to make sure that they don't pan too fast to try to minimize this. Now, to be fair, this judder problem isn't exclusively a TV and 60 hertz problem. Like, filmmakers have been dealing with the camera pan issue basically since camera pans existed. But the problem is that this is very much augmented when you're watching 24 frames per second content in 60 hertz screens because of that 2:3 conversion. I had no idea about this. Now that you've seen it, I'm sorry guys, but you can't unsee it anymore.
No, you can't unsee it. It's nightmare fuel. That'll be with me forever.
Now, don't go changing any settings just yet. There is a fix for this, and I'm gonna teach you what it is. My Roman Empire is trying to get the closest possible experience to what the director wanted. Now that you've seen what a 3-2 pull down does, it's gonna haunt you like it haunted me. Part of it is the other alternative is, I think it's worse. It's the smoothing option. Most TVs these days, they'll generate these middle frames. Look at this comparison, right? So on this left side, we have a 3-2 pull down. So we're taking a 24 frames per second video and trying to fit it in 60 frames. So notice that here, I've changed the frame, but then for 1 and 2 extra frames, this frame didn't change. There's no information there. The film doesn't have any frames between this frame and the next one, which is what we have here. But what your TV probably does is on this side. Notice that here, what the TV would try to do is sort of invent these frames in the middle to kind of fill in those gaps. That's what creates that smoothness. Now, we made this video in 60 frames per second, and again, make sure that that's enabled, so that you can see the contrast between a smooth 60 frames per second video and a footage that very deliberately was not smoothed. And it may not bother you as a viewer, but that's not the way this movie was designed to look. I'd be pretty mad if I put all this effort into editing a project in one format and someone's TV just forced this thing to look a certain way. And we're not producing these mad 30-minute videos in our channel. And part of the reason why we're keeping up with this is that we've automated so much of the boring, tedious, non-creative work using JetSpark, who sponsored this section of the video. JetSpark is an AI workspace that autopilots your busy work. It can research, it can create, it can execute tasks across a bunch of domains, and it uses a mix of GPT and Claude and Gemini and all the finally is giving us 2 choices. A 3-2 pull down with the jitter, the stutter, or this smoothed version that has nothing to do with what the director intended. So why the hell are TV screens 60 hertz and not 24 hertz to match the movies that we watch? How did we end up in this mess? Well, funny enough, as much as Hollywood cinematographers and some YouTubers now die on this 24 frames per second hill, that's not how movies started. 24 is a bit of a random number.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
So why did Hollywood pick a number that wasn't compatible with the screens where we'd end up watching these movies? Well, films and TVs, they came from 2 very different places, and they weren't designed to play together. So hundreds of years ago, humans had noted this weird quirk in our eyes. Trails of light when you play with fire. Blurriness on the cartwheels. We eventually figured out that when our eyes see an image and that image makes it to our brain, it remains there for a fraction of a second, even after the original image is gone. Now, we call this persistence of vision, which is really an oversimplification of other phenomena like flicker fusion, but never mind the name. The point is that thanks to that glitch in our eyes, movies exist. That's the backbone of movie magic. So if light hits your eyes and then disappears, your brain can hold that image in there for maybe 1/10 of a second. All the way back in the 1800s, we figured out that persistence of vision could be used to trick our brains into seeing sequences of photos that look like they're moving. Now I'm gonna play Save It Private Ryan with some black frames inserted in the middle. This is gonna flash a bit, so be careful if you're sensitive to strobing. There is one full black frame between every frame that I've just played from this clip. You can record your screen in slow motion with your phone and then play it back if you don't believe me. That's kind of the movie projector feel, right? Does it kind of remind you of going to the movies as a kid? Now, film projectors in movie theaters have a bit of a couple tricks to minimize that light strobing. I can't replicate it with this 60 frames per second video, but it's the same idea. But why did Hollywood land at 24 frames per second? Why not 15? And why is that so different from TVs? Film evolved on its own. It's a completely different timeline than TV. In the early 1900s, these moving pictures, they were like little experimental clips that were projected in Nickelodeons, where you would pay a nickel to watch these 10 or 15-minute short films. And they blew people's minds. That's, of course, where the name Nickelodeon comes from, too. Nickelodeon! But movies on those OG Nickelodeons, they had no 24 frame per second standard. They ran at whatever speed the creator wanted. Some were 18, some were 16, some were even 12. And 12 frames per second sounds like some really bad quality, right? But it's not as bad as you think. 12 frames per second, as slow and laggy as it may sound, can be great. Even to this day, stop motion films are shot at 12 frames per second, not 24, certainly not 60, and they look amazing, right? It's actually part of the look.
I don't want to live in a hole anymore, and I'm going to do something about
it. Why would you want to blur a stop motion film that was intentionally made this way to look smooth? The slow movement is part of the magic, right? It's what makes it special. Stop motion requires you to move these little characters by hand, just movement, take a photo, movement, take a photo. These are tiny movements that, when put in a sequence, create the illusion of movement. Doing 12 photos to make a second in animation is a huge time saver compared to doing 24 frames per second. So there is a time-saving reason behind this idea, but more crucially, it has become part of the look. As stop-motion films got converted into a format to be projected in theaters, which were 24 frames per second, all they did is they just held each frame for 2 movie frames. But now, we've landed in the same predicament. So how the hell do we convert those 24 frames to our TVs? Don't worry, I'm gonna get there. I just have to tell you about my absolute favorite stop-motion curiosity. It's gonna be quick, I promise. Now, one of my favorite modern examples is Into the Spider-Verse, because in the first half of the movie, the animators, they made Miles Morales intentionally move slower, kind of like at 12 frames per second. Notice that here, he's frozen for 2 frames of the film, while Peter B. Parker moves every 1 frame. Miles is inexperienced, so his movement is choppy. It's slower. There's a stutter to the way he moves. Versus Peter, who is a pro, veteran Spider-Man.
Doing it. Double tap to release and whip it out again. Okay. Whip and release. Whip, release. Whip and release. You're natural.
Little details like this, that's a director intention. That's what makes movies great. That's what sets one movie apart from the other. But if your TV is blending the frames together, then what's the point? Now, in this little video, we can show you all these changes. We've been switching from 24 to 60 a bunch of times. But those old movies, they didn't have screens or software or Final Cut. They had to standardize this stuff. So why did they pick 24? A few reasons. When you see a film camera doing its filming thing, you can see this tape rolling. It's almost like a cassette tape, just moving from one side to the other, but that's not what's happening at all. When the film camera does its thing, it moves the negative into frame, it stops it freezes it for a sec, completely still, and then it opens the gate to let light in, to take one still photo. And then it closes it again, moves to the next piece of film, and does the same thing again. Now, if the film were just rolling constantly like in the tape recorder, you just get a bunch of blurry photos. Now, when that film gets projected in a theater, the same process happens, except in reverse. The light doesn't come from the outside world, it comes from the projector out. The projector light shines through the film onto the screen, then closes, moves to the next frame, opens, and so on. And part of the movie magic is that, well, you don't see the black screen. Your head sort of plays it all out, right? 24 frames was a speed at which you could do this, and natural movements would feel natural, and there wouldn't be so much flicker. But also, Hollywood picked 24 frames per second for some reasons that are a bit more random. Like there's some good coincidences at 24 frames. 24 frames was useful to sync audio when we moved from silent to movies with a soundtrack. Also, at 24 frames per second, a minute of runtime is almost exactly 90 feet of film. So if you operate an Imperial, that actually makes it one of the few useful conversion rates. And if they had gone for, say, 30 frames per second, well, that's just a lot more film that we needed to shoot a movie, and film is expensive. Now, picking 24 frames may have been somewhat random, but in the end, all of these quirks, the almost laggy 24 frames per second, the scratches on the film, the noise that's caused by the negative, even the tiny little flicker that you get from the projector, those settings, like those little details, they sort of became this language of film, not English or Spanish or Elvish, but the mix of these tiny, almost subconscious little details that make a movie somewhat immersive, but also not real, like not the frame rates that we see in the real world, right? Whatever combination of decisions that is, that's what makes us laugh or cry with our favorite flick. Next year, in 2027, it's gonna be 100 years since we set this 24 frame per second standard. And we've all kind of grown used to it. It's what my team and I were taught in film school. And when people try to mess around with it, it can really backfire. Peter Jackson tried to reinvent this wheel, and he failed miserably. Like in his attempt, probably to maximize how much money they were gonna make from the Hobbit series, they shot The Hobbit at 48 frames per second, not 24. In part, this was to reduce the flicker that you would get when you were wearing 3D glasses, but what we got left with is this. People at the time, especially Lord of the Rings nerds, found the Hobbit films at 48 FPS unbearable. And after The Hobbit, this radical idea to shoot films in HFR, high frame rate, it practically disappeared. It's like this shameful moment in movie history. But that high frame rate, well, that's what the director wanted. Should we respect the intention of the director? Anyway, part of the reason why this got criticized so much is that it had this soap opera look. Film people use the term soap opera look because soap operas are made for television. And film snobs, they sometimes look down on TV people. But anyway, television evolved from a very different place than those film projectors. But they made a mistake that we've been forced to live with to this very day. By the way, have you noticed the difference in this video between our 60 frames per second and our 24 frames per second with the little thing we put on the corner? It's very intentional. Raul RDP, who's still not convinced where we are gonna go with this story, will appreciate that you noticed. So you should tell him in the comments. But now, I'm gonna remove this frame rate counter from this corner. So now you'll need to figure out if you still can see it. Anyway, the first commercially available television was released in the 30s. Very crucially, it was not designed to watch movies. All that mechanical magic from the film cameras, it doesn't apply to TV sets. TVs were made for broadcast, which is kind of an evolution of radio. There are antennas and radio waves to convert these waves into pictures. It's not films and frames. TV was kind of like radio, but with distorted black and white, insanely low-res pictures at the beginning. But the frame rate of these TVs, it wasn't 24 like in the movies. It couldn't be. TV sets were actually tied to the frequency of the power grid. So in North America, our power grid, which is alternating current, runs at 60 hertz. So that means that the voltage on your wall outlet is completing 60 cycles every second. It swings between positive and negative in this smooth wave. And because of the way TV sets were designed, it was crucial that the TV set operated either at that frequency or a multiple of that frequency. Otherwise, you would get like humming, or you'd get these annoying bars in the TV. Some of you might remember them. So the content that was meant to be screened on a TV needed to be shot to match the TV set. In Europe, because the power grid runs at 50 hertz, TVs were also 50 hertz, and broadcast content was produced at 25 frames per second. Now in North America, broadcast TV was shot at 30 frames per second, because that played with the 60 hertz grid. And that is the standard to this very day. TV broadcasts run at a completely different rate than movies. And 100 years later, they still haven't agreed on this standard. By the way, I can see it, I can picture the comment already. Well, actually, it's not 30, it's 29.97 with the introduction of color and the NTSC standard. I want you to know that we know, we know, we get comments all the time when we don't dig deeper into this stuff, but we're trying to make it simple. I would love to talk about it, but we still can afford A, to make 45-minute videos, and B, we still can afford that Kodak Super 8 film camera that we would love to shoot some experimental stuff with. We might someday. Hit and subscribe helps, but again, I'm skipping the NTSC PAL mess and I'm getting back to our point. TVs and film did not mix together. They came from different worlds, and they're still different worlds. Here's the BBC broadcast spec sheet, still on 50 or 24 FPS standards, an inheritance from that 50 Hertz standard on TVs. And in the US, TV still comes to you at 30 frames per second. So any content that was made for TV, like your TV shows, like the news, like your soap opera, they all had to be shot at 30 frames per second in North America. Now, that's in part why film people, they always look down on TV people, because that 24 frames per second makes them special. It sort of sets them apart.
Everyone talks about how great television is now, and it's pretty good, I gotta say. But it's still television to me.
So how do you go about playing a 24 frames per second movie in these TVs? That's a crazy answer. In Europe, they used to speed up the movie. I'm not even kidding there. Like if you were broadcasting a film on TV, the telecine conversion would speed up the movie from 24 to 25 frames per second to match the 50 Hertz standard on the TV. That made the movie 4% faster, which
also increased the audio pitch, and it had to be compensated separately.
Some film nerds really suffered this thing, but that was just the default for decades. Now in the rest of the world that ran on 60 Hertz TVs, they used this pull down method that's similar to what I showed you earlier, where one frame runs for 3 cycles and one frame runs for 2 cycles. They even had to punch the film to indicate what the A frame or the first frame was in that 2-3 pull down. So if they needed to retransfer something, they could always match it to the original transfer. Also, this is actually much more complex than this because those frames are interlaced, but again, I'm not gonna open that can of worms today. And for 100 years, film people, they won't budge on their precious 24 frames per second and that film aesthetic. Now, TV people, on the other hand, they're bound by their power grids and by the existing infrastructure, of course, so they have to stick with 30 or with 25 frames, though they have come up with some other better alternatives to convert the content. But there are some insane contradictions on this. For example, Friends and Seinfeld, staple 90s series, they were shot on film. I don't know, maybe they wanted the film grain, or maybe they wanted the dynamic range of video, because video cameras did used to suck at the time. Maybe they were being snobby. Maybe they wanted to preserve the footage in film to be able to release 4K Blu-rays eventually, which makes sense if you watched our last video. But despite these being TV shows that were made for TV, both Seinfeld and Friends were shot at 24 frames per second. They were shot in a format that doesn't fit on TVs. Which brings me back to my crisis, because I love movies. It's what I mostly enjoy on my TV. I spent more money than I should have on new speakers and a new TV, because I want that best possible experience on film. And I know the TV is still too high. Before you guys complain in the comments, I know, I just need to fix other things first. But anyway, I want what the director made. I don't want the smooth version. But now that I know about this shutter issue, like I can't unsee it anymore, and my OCD isn't dealing with it very well. I want the original director's version. So do I need a new TV? I think I need a new TV. But then I had another realization, something even worse. I think we might be part of the problem. Because every single one of our videos, hundreds of videos over almost 10 years making videos for YouTube, every single one of them, we shot at 24 frames per second. Because that's what I was taught in film school. Like many YouTubers I know, they shoot in 24 because that's the film look, right? We wanted our videos to be more cinematic, but our videos are not going to a theater. They aren't getting projected on film. They're going mostly to 60 Hertz screens. And are we making content that just needs to be pulled down on this 3.2 system? What have we done? It's time to get back to Saving Private Ryan. We've been digging very deep into frame rates. But that's only half of the explanation to why that intro sequence is special. There's something else about the way that movie was shot. So let's answer that question. Now, we've established that in film there are 24 frames to a second, right? 24 photos. But how long was each one of those photos exposed? How long was the capture? Now you would think that each photo was shot for 1/24th of a second, but that's not exactly right. OG film cameras worked with a shutter. Shutter is like this spinning dish that exposes the film, then covers the light so the camera makes the changeover to the next frame. Now the one in this video is a bit different from the usual, but let me simulate one here. Now a usual shutter is this semicircle thing, 180 degrees. That means that it opens light to the negative, then spins around, closes, it covers light so the camera can move on to the next frame and you don't get a blurry photo. Now some motion blur in this photo is good, but we want that blur to come from the image that's being captured, not from the film moving up and down. Now, because the shutter is 180 degrees, half of a circle, so half of the time, half of this cycle, light gets covered. So these photos, they were not exposed for 1/24th of a second, they were exposed for 1/48th of a second, because half. The time the film was getting covered. Now these 180-degree shutters, they were standard. That rotating circle was a design component in these early cameras. It wasn't some intentional decision to fit some film aesthetic. But because it was used in early films, it became part of this language of film. Because a photo shot at 1/48th of a second has a certain look, right? Even if films are a sequence of independent photos, when you put them all together, that movement has some motion blur. It makes it feel natural, and we've kind of grown used to it. It's called this pleasing aesthetic. Every shot in every video that we've ever made follows that standard. We don't have rolling shutters in our digital cameras, but we use settings to match that look. It's sort of like the rules of filming. But Saving Private Ryan broke the rules. Janusz Kaminski, the cinematographer, shot this sequence to look intentionally shaky. And again, this is an intentional artistic decision by the filmmakers. So he used a 45-degree shutter, which would look kind of like this. That means that each frame of film didn't capture light for 1/48th of a second. It only got a quarter of that amount of light because the shutter angle was narrower, so less time in the light. Each of the frames in Saving Private Ryan is a photo that got exposed not for 1/48th of a second like it's usual, but for about 1/200th of a second. At 1/200th of a second, you don't get motion blur. Instead, you get crisp, almost like this laggy feeling. There's almost no movement. There's no motion blur. The subject is sort of like frozen. And when you play all those in a sequence, it looks very different. But that decision defined a look. It's a look that made Saving Private Ryan different and special. And it's a trick that has also made it to other films, like Gladiator or Chicago or Children of Men. They all have sequences that were shot this way to match this aesthetic. It's an intention by the director. Now, you might have noticed this happening in your phone videos, by the way. For example, if you shoot a video indoors, your phone will aim for the standard film look, usually automatically, 1/50th of a second per frame. But if you go outdoors and it's really sunny outside, your phone can't do that. If it tried to expose each frame for that 1/50th of a second, it might look too bright. There's too much light getting into the sensor, so the video would be blown out. So what your phone automatically does is it compensates this, and instead of taking 1/50th of a second photos, it takes, say, 1/200th of a second photos, or even faster. You can't really control this, at least not with your usual camera app, but you, for some random reason, you suddenly get these like really crisp water droplets in your kid videos, or footage that kind of accidentally ended up looking like that Spielberg film. There's also the opposite of this. For example, in The Wolf of Wall Street, the Quaalude look is a mix of a few tricks that include frames shot at 1/12th of a second, and that's what makes it a little bit more blurry. Collateral is also a typical example that gets attention. It was probably shot at, what, 1/24th or 1/32nd of a second frames. It wasn't just to get a more blurry look, but to be able to get more light into the sensor because they were shooting in the dark city. And I could talk about this stuff all day, but don't think that I've forgotten that we don't just use TVs for movies. How about the other stuff? How about the soap opera? And how about sports? Also, how about our videos? I don't think we can continue to be part of this problem, just forcing your screen to do a 3-2 pull down because we're being snobs and shooting at 24. Like, sports are a perfect example of cases where the rules of film just don't apply.
Now, I can't show you any pro tennis footage because we would get demonetized if we don't have all the different versions, so you're gonna have to put up with my lack of tennis skills for this experiment.
Starting at 24 frames, here are 2 different shutter speeds so you can compare. They're both 24 frames per second. What we've changed is the shutter speed. This is the film standard, so 1/50th, based on the 180 shutter, and this is the speed that Spielberg used. Now, I'm not Zendaya, but this should look like cinematic sports.
It's really sunny out today, so if we tried to shoot any of this on a 1/50th of a second shutter speed, say with the iPhone, the camera would just be overwhelmed with light. It would just be too bright and you wouldn't be able to see anything. So what the iPhone does is it compensates by making each image in this sequence very short, like 1/4000th of a second. The problem with that is that footage looks kind of like this. The way we escape that with the Pro cameras is you have to put a filter on them so that there's less light coming in.
Now here's the 30 frames per second version, again, mimicking the film look, 1/60th of a second, versus experimenting with a few other shutter speeds. And finally, here's the 60 FPS version. Which do you guys think looks better?
I prefer this one.
Esta. I like this one better.
Esta.
This one. This one.
Esta.
Okay, está igual.
I think I prefer this one.
This one. Igual. Esto.
I think I prefer this one.
Este, creo.
And that's a bit of the point to all of this. More frames for sports content is good. And also, if your TV smooths that even more, it maybe makes it look better. So part of the content that we watch on TV benefits from more frames and benefits from that smoothing setting. While the other half of the content, they're all shot in a format that is incompatible with the TV. Well, lo and behold, a useful solution, a math solution, because 120 hertz TVs, they solve this thing. For sports, with the frame blending features enabled, you can get even more buttery smooth footage to make it action immersive. For gaming, which I haven't even talked about, better frame rates are really incredible. But more crucially, for my obsession with film, 120 hertz is divisible by 24. And it's also divisible by 30. That means that when you watch your broadcast TV and your soap opera that's shot at 30 frames per second, each frame just needs to fill 4 cycles. If you're watching a film, there's no need for 3-2 pull downs. There's no need to enable smoothing to clean the footage and the panning shots. Clear footage for every format. Newer TVs also support something called variable refresh rates, which means that if the content that they're playing is 24 frames per second, they can change the refresh rate on the screen to be, for example, 24 hertz and to match that. So if you're outputting, say, from an Apple TV, you would need to enable this feature, and then you would need an HDMI cable that supports VRR, variable refresh rates, and of course you need a TV that supports this too. You should check the features in your TV, because mine did not. But there's an even bigger question that my team and I have been cracking our heads at since we started making this video, which is, do we need to stop being film snobs, accept that our videos are not gonna go to a film projector, for now they're going to 60 hertz screens, and then just start shooting at 30 FPS? How did you guys feel on the 24 versus the 30 versus the 60 frame bits in this video? Please tell us in the comments. Now, another curiosity is that all of the 60 frames per second footage in this video was shot in HD, not in Ultra HD/4K. That's all our camera supports. Yes, go ahead and make fun of us. Did you notice the difference? Did you actually notice the difference between HD and Ultra HD? That is very connected to another very controversial feature of current TVs and streaming services. You should check out our video about it. Catch you on the next one.
Guys, I had a game developer call me out on my own Steam community hub. A few months ago, I released my first game onto Steam. It's called Transience. It was a stealth action tactical FPS inspired by a lot of the games I enjoyed growing up. I put a team together. We worked on this game for 3 years and we put it out to you guys for 20 bucks. And as with everything I do in this space, it was very much a polarizing experience. A lot of people enjoyed the game. We had people speed running the game. We built an entire community around it. And there was a lot of people that also hated it. There was a lot of people that flooded and rushed to the game to leave both positive and negative reviews. And the game is currently sitting at mixed to mostly positive based on the reviews. And that has left a few game devs a little pissed off. The dev in today's video has been talking shit on the community hub for the better part of 4 months. Pretty much since the game launched, they have been replying to people. They have been taking jabs at me. And today, we're going to talk about it. The topic of today's video is a developer called Tiny Leviathan. These guys made Exfil. This is a tactical FPS that released in 2024 that I actually made 2 videos on back then, saying things like this. And the game is, by all intents and purposes, like, it's early. I was assuming this was like a pre-alpha, almost a tech demo. There's, you know, assets everywhere. The gun sounds are trash. The gameplay isn't really that fun, but I was a fan of the actual premise. I thought the idea of 4 teams jumping in, you know, minimal HUD, minimal information, and just kind of going at it in a large, you know, battle area, I thought that was pretty cool. There are some problems that I foresee with that, but the premise I was actually kind of starting to fall in love with. In my opinion, I thought I was very fair with my coverage of the game. There were a lot of things in the concepts that I actually enjoyed on paper, but the game I felt was just too early to go to early access. And I mean, it's one of those things where, like, you can look at the reviews and you can look at the player numbers and you can see that clearly I was right. And it's not one of those things like, I was right. It's just, you talk about the things that you see leading up to an early access launch. You see that the game is built around this idea of needing players to be in the game. It's a PvP only experience, but it was a game that I felt launched way too early, didn't deliver on really anything. Their gunplay was not great. Their sound design was not great. Their level design, there was nothing jumping out at me to go like, man, this game is fucking incredible. Now, at the time, there was a ton of YouTube coverage for this game of people glazing the fuck out of Exfil. And it's okay if people have difference of opinions. I'm one of those people who, like, I'm going to look at a game, I'm going to give you my honest opinions, and we're going to leave it at that. These guys originally had Microprose as their publisher as well, so there was at least a little bit of a budget behind it, and I just felt like it wasn't delivering. Well, that apparently pissed this guy off enough to have him be in my community hub for the last 4 months, talking shit. This person says, I'm actually not at all against Fry's success, but he has done so much damage in the indie scene, there is no remorse left in me when hubris comes calling. I've apparently done so much damage in the indie space by doing what? By calling out this? Oh! Holy fuck! Holy fuck. The AI don't even function. Wait, can they even get to me? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm genuinely confused on where this, you know, I've done so much damage to the indie scene. Yeah, I call out shit like this. Hello. Hi, here. Hello. Yeah, I'm here to kill you. Yeah. I'm gonna walk around the front door and kill you both, all right? The frame rate is so bad. Or I call out bullshit like that. What is this? And maybe I'm a little bit hard-handed when it comes to some of these games because they have smaller budgets, or they have a small dev team, or they have this or they have that, or they might be a new developer who's new to the space releasing their first game. I'm a first-time developer with Transience, so maybe I should be a little nicer. Okay, well, the guy who made Exfil and the guy who owns Tiny Leviathan is Iron Taxi, who, if you guys don't know who that is, He's one of the original creators of Squad. He's been a dev in the space for over a decade. Xfil, which is the game that this guy made, is a piece of shit. I'm sorry. It is. Because not only did you have Micropros at the helm providing both marketing and, I'm guessing, some sort of budget to build this fucking game, you built a game requiring PvP players to be on the server at all times. You have nobody playing the game, and that's not because of a video that I made. That's not because I made a video telling people that maybe I think the game is launching a little bit too early. That's not because I made a video saying that, man, maybe some of your mechanics need to be a little bit more fleshed out, and I'm kind of sick and tired of developers making those same kind of mistakes. It's not because of one fucking YouTuber that your game's success isn't as high as you wanted it to be. And I'm so over the scapegoating. When we put Transients out, I put a video out 24 hours after the launch talking about the good and the bad. I talked about the criticisms, I talked about the reviews, and we were just open and honest about it. 2 weeks after launch, I did a follow-up telling you guys exactly what we did to make those changes, and now the game was trending at mostly positive. It was going up in reviews, and we were just open and honest about it, and I'm really sick and tired of developers not being open and honest and just understanding what the fuck your game's problem is. Clearly, there's something not connecting with the consumer. When you play it for 10 minutes and most people understood that this game just wasn't up to snuff. And the thing is that's okay. The point of my videos on a game like Xfil back in the day was that I felt they were launching too early and there wasn't enough meat on the bone for people to really get engaged, and then it's going to be an uphill climb for them to climb out of that hole, because you only have one shot when you go to Steam. Whether it's early access or whether it's a full launch, it is incredibly tough to get people to not look at player numbers. And guess what the fuck you're dealing with right now? You know what's crazy? I feel bad that lead developer, they were hacked on Discord in a very similar fashion to the way I was last weekend. And guess what? While they're being hacked, they're still commenting on our fucking community hub. Get off my dick. Look, you guys called this too leading up to the launch of my game. You guys said there were game developers that were waiting in the fucking rafters to talk shit. To sit here and say that I have done so much damage in the indie scene when I have made videos like this and this and this and this and this and this promoting the next best indie games. I cover games that I'm excited about. I cover games that I'm not excited about, and I tell you guys how I feel about it. And guess what? I am a one fucking person. One of the most controversial videos on my channel that caused a lot of people to shit on me for my opinions on the game launching too early was this game right here, the Forever Winter. I made a video saying that I didn't think the game was in a good enough state. I put that video out, and my God, I ate so much shit. My comments were roasting me. I had YouTubers making videos and responses saying that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. If I truly do damage in the indie space, that means that this game shouldn't have been successful. But it was. Everybody for the first few months was saying that this game is the best fucking game ever, and how wrong I was. A year and a half later, the game is still in early access. The general sentiment for the game is fucking nosediving. It's sitting at 53% positive. People are getting more and more pissed off with the lack of actual fixing of bugs that are persistent in the game since I made the videos. You go to their Steam community hub and people are fucking raging about the lack of actual fixes. People uncovered that these guys actually took VC investments, which means the budget for this game is actually a lot higher than that indie, grassroots movement that everybody thought. One of the top threads in this community hub is Big Fry said don't buy it, and I should have listened. The game you guys are seeing on screen here is my video from like 3 years ago covering Dead Matter. Do you guys remember Dead Matter? I still get comments to this day of people pissed off that I hyped up Dead Matter. Huh? Yeah, that face right there. I covered Dead Matter for years, being excited, watching the devlogs, covering all the updates, talking about how I can't wait for this game to come to life. And then when it did, it sucked. And I told people that. When you're a YouTuber, it's like you can't win either way. If you're excited for something, you're a shill, you're a hype man, you're ignoring the red flags. When you cover something negatively, you're a fucking negative cunt. You do damage to the indie space. All you do is fucking talk shit. you can't win. And it's one of those things where based on whoever you're talking to, their perspective of you might be completely different. And I guess that's just human nature, but then it's amplified when we're on the internet because it's so easy for people to communicate their perspectives of you to you. Somebody might leave a comment saying that I'm fucking hilarious and they love the videos and they love the content. The next person might say that I'm a fucking asshole, and it's just bullshit. It's just all bullshit. If you're a developer and you have a problem with that, I don't give a flying fuck. He goes on to say, when you can't take time to talk to the humans involved in making something and giving them a supporting voice, I have an entire podcast that is dedicated to talking about games, gaming news, and interviewing developers. He says, even in a state of ignorance for how games are made, he keeps going on this tangent as if I wasn't hands-on in the engine every single day for years on end. Was I coding in C++? No. I was setting up trigger boxes. I was setting up encounters. I was playtesting. I was literally building levels with the modular assets we had. Guys, I don't know if you understand. I was working in engine for like 20 hours a day. I would go to sleep for 6 and then pull a 30-hour session. Go to sleep for 6, 20 hours. Sleep for 6, 31 hours. Like, I lost November leading up to that launch to make sure that everything was as good as it possibly could be. There's this notion that I just paid people to work on transients, and that notion is from dumb motherfuckers who probably have never made anything in their fucking lives, or from game developers and people online that are pissed off that I stepped into the space. I attempted to complete a side quest, and we did it without publisher backing. We did it without spending millions of dollars in marketing. We did it while learning and actually building out a fucking team and a framework that we can then use for future projects. And we did it all without asking you guys for a fucking dime outside of, jumping in and buying the game at launch. We didn't sit in early access for 6 fucking years. Yes, the game wasn't perfect. Yes, we made mistakes along the way, like I'm sure every developer does. What I don't understand is you worked on Squad. You were one of the original developers in Project Reality. You made Xfil. You're successful. What's wrong? For as much as I get called toxic and I've done damage and I'm such a fucking plague on the indie space or whatever, you don't see me ever going into community hubs to talk shit about games. You will see me put out a video and that's it. What's even more interesting is when things change for the better, I make updates. I'll be honest, guys, this thing, I am so fucking blessed to be in the position that I am. I've been able to do this full time talking to my community because that's genuinely all I've ever given a shit about. I tell you guys my opinions on games, and for some reason, man, it always seems to get me in hot water. This is just some shitty developer who has a bone to pick with me because I covered his game 2 years ago. And honestly, from the looks of it, nothing really is happening with the game and nobody really cares. That's not my problem. But what I find is there's a lot of people who disagree with my opinions, and that's cool. It is what it is. I never come at any of these projects from a hateful standpoint. I've never gone into a video going, man, I hope this game fucking fails and sucks. I always want everybody to win. The one thing that I don't think I can ever get across to people is how badly I want all of these games to win. When I cover a game like Direct Contact, where the developer is having meltdowns in Discord and they're freaking out and they're doing all, I hate that. Yes, it makes for good content. Yeah, of course. But I would much rather just have a really good game to play. When I cover a game like Xfil, I would much rather just have a good game to play. And truthfully, when it comes to Xfil, it's not a good game, and that's, it's fine. I made my videos 1.5 years ago. And that was it. I think I tweeted a couple times about it around the launch, and that is it. I'm just over here in my own little corner of the internet talking to my fans about video games. I don't hate anybody in the space. Well, maybe there's one. When you look at this game here, this is Project Z Beyond Order. I covered 314 Arts' very first title. They were actually one of my first early access games ever on the channel. It was a game called Police Infinity. These guys made a really bad game that I covered. Then they tried to change the name of it to try to hide from the reviews. And then eventually they reached out and they said, hey, we get it, we fucked up, we, you know, and now they're here. They're building Project Z. It's a game that I think has a shit ton of wish list numbers. Maximum Entertainment, they got a publisher. They're building this game out to be something bigger, and you could tell that they've taken all of the lessons that they've learned through the years and they've built better. And this is a success story to me. These guys took the lessons that they learned from being an early dev, and they just applied those lessons learned and made something better. I'm not out here trying to destroy studios. It's the exact opposite. I'm out here trying to point out potential issues that then in the future you can maybe make better. Like, that's what we're literally doing with Transients right now. We took all of your guys' feedback and we're starting the pre-production on a new project that now we understand more about the process of development. If you like the games that I don't, that's cool. I just don't get why there's so much vitriol around somebody giving their opinions in a video online as if you're supposed to look at me as some sort of influential source. Guys, I don't give a fuck about being an influencer. I like the YouTube sphere. Yes, I like making videos that people watch and get clicks. Cool. Great, because I've always been a real motherfucker. You know, like, I've always just been true to myself and my opinions, and I hold true to them. And if I'm wrong, I eat crow, I make update videos. I just did it the other, like a month ago with Incursion. Incursion, I thought, was a terrible game at launch. Those guys literally ate shit. They built the game out, and now they're killing it. And that's awesome. That is what you want. If the entire ecosystem of indie development hinges on one video talking bad about a video game enough to kill a game or kill a studio or whatever, I don't subscribe to that notion. And I think if you do, you're looking for an excuse. Straight up. And these are feelings that I've had for a long time, and this was literally the catalyst. I woke up, I saw these messages, and I went, you know what? Fuck this bullshit, dude. These people are delusional as fuck, and we're gonna talk about it. I want to know your guys' thoughts down below. Have you played fucking Xville? Have you tried Transients? Have you played any other game? What are you playing? Let's just have a conversation down below. I appreciate
You've got mail.
What's up, everybody? If you've watched some of my videos before, you have definitely noticed that I enjoy using Mirror's Edge gameplay as background footage while discussing various topics. You might also have noticed that I have a bad habit of pissing off some game developers sometimes.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
That's what it is.
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment?
No, it's humongous.
Then why did you say that to me?
That's my name.
Well, in today's video, I managed to bring both of these elements together for you guys, so... But first, a bit of context. This game is Penline. I showed it on a previous video, but just in passing. It's made by an indie studio called Viridian Matters. It's really more so like a small core team, maybe 1 to 5 devs or something, probably still doing game development as a side gig. They only have one other game, you know, that's how small they are. The other game is called Icarus Parkour, which I will also be featuring footage of during this video. Icarus is more of a first-person precision platforming game. No fancy parkour moves involved, just basic mechanics. You jump, you can do one extra jump pushing off of a wall, and then there's several elements on the world to interact with, like some ladders to climb, some walls allow mantling, some surfaces have lighter gravity, others have heavier gravity, etc. And honestly, the more I've played it, the more I've been enjoying it. It's basic, but it adds some variety and difficulty the higher you climb up this massive tower. There's also a story told through notes for anyone interested. Penline, though, is the studio's next game, and as it's clear by the footage released by the dev, it's looks heavily inspired by Mirror's Edge Catalyst. You could even call it a Mirror's Edge-like. Recently, clips shown by the game's page have been making the rounds online, and there's basically two types of people reacting to it. People like me, who are excited because, let's face it, we're never seeing another Mirror's Edge from EA ever again. The games industry is absolutely cooked. AAA companies like EA, Ubisoft, 2K, etc. are incapable of just making a single-player game with no caveats anymore. These companies are so cluttered and mismanaged that a single-player game can get its budget ballooned into the hundreds of millions of dollars, making smaller, more straight-up games like this unviable. They gotta get pumped with as much shit as possible so they can be mass appeal games with some form of monetization thrown in there too. Oh, also in order to maximize the monetization, they need to make the game open world with loads of empty stretches of land where they can pack in a bunch of additional filler and level gating stuff or cosmetic stuff, so on and so forth. You know, we can forget all about franchises like Mirror's Edge. Stuff like this just isn't doable by these publishers anymore. They can't imagine making a game that doesn't have massive profit potential. Mirror's Edge Catalyst in 2016 was already a surprise because it was like, oh my goodness, EA allowed DICE to get out of their cave for 1 second to stop making either another Battlefront game or another Battlefield game and make a single player game instead? How could this be? So basically, our only hopes of ever seeing stuff like this again are through smaller studios or independent developers like this. But anyway, so the other type of person out there reacting to this footage of Penline is people who are mad at it for looking like Mirror's Edge and either accusing it of being a ripoff or calling it an original slop. I pretty much just ignore this. Like, at the end of the day, social media is social media. Opinions are like buttholes, everyone has one. And usually people are more abrasive on it too, so until I saw the industry attacking Penline, kind of like how PC Gamer called Tainted Grail The Fall of Avalon, which is a great indie RPG, and Elder Scrolls Wannabe, that I didn't really want to bother with talking about it. But lo and behold, we actually did get a veteran developer in the games industry come out and call Penline a crazy ripoff of Mirror's Edge's shit. That's his words, by the way, not even mine. And honestly, at this point, given what we've seen over the past few months, it's only a matter of time until some game journals take this opportunity to make articles about it too, because if there's something else you may also have learned from watching various videos of mine, it's that game journalists are always ready to undermine and dunk on promising indie games, smaller studio games that do things that they don't like, such as attractive female characters, or games from the Eastern market. All just to protect their little corporate interests over here in the Western AAA business. So let's dive right in there. So this post came from David Goldfarb, an industry veteran, saying that Penline is some crazy ripoff of Mirror's Edge's shit. Jesus fucking Christ, as someone who worked on it for a little while, I can't decide if I'm impressed at their desire to be sued by EA or not. And boy oh boy do I have some words. Many more words than the ones that I wrote as a reply and that got him mad at me. My reply wasn't even that bad, man. I swear guys, I was totally being a good boy.
Why the fuck you lying?
Really, I only said, why would they get sued by EA? Does EA own blue skies and clean-looking futuristic cities? Do they also own the concept and mechanics of freerunning or parkour? Advocating for ownership over mechanics is bad enough, but this is even more pathetic, especially while targeting an independent developer's second game that is filling a market demand that you ignore. Also, you own Metal Hellsinger. By the same standards, why shouldn't you get sued by Bethesda for ripping off Doom? Oh what, because you added a rhythm-based feature to the combat? Well, look at that, the ziplines in Penline are yellow instead of red, and they make a sound. Are you happy yet, or should the developer add rust and garbage to the environment too? David Goldfarb's reply was swift and brutal, guys. Dude, please shut the f up and get out of my feed. Man, bro got mad for so little, and it was immediately too. Like, he responded to that within a minute or two of me posting it. I might actually have to get used to the potential reality that some developers out there are starting to know who I am or something like that, because I have no idea why he was so hostile right off the get-go. Understand that he didn't even have time to look me up. Like, he didn't have time to go on my profile, check some videos, or, you know, check the link to my YouTube channel and basically be like, oh, this is one of those YouTubers or whatever. Like, he didn't have time for that. Dude, I posted it, and almost immediately after, there was a notification right there telling me to shut the up and get off his feed. He doesn't even know the rest of the stuff that I wrote in my comment, but ended up deleting because I didn't want to sound like an asshole or dump a bunch of additional details and information that people usually don't want to waste time reading, which I'll definitely bring up during this video though. Some other guy popped in too, you know, someone wasn't even a follower of mine, mind you, just a dude, popped up and said, when you make retarded claims on social media, you're going to get called out on it. Do better. David Goldfarb got mad again. Take your 18 followers and ignorance and exit stage left. But alright, okay, enough of this veteran developer's comments. Besides, he ended up locking comments to only specific accounts shortly after this anyway, so I guess he exited stage left. Let's get to the meat of the video though. Alright. You guys know I really like Mirror's Edge, so I will admit a bit of bias when it comes to this whole thing because yeah, I 100% want this game to be a thing and to come out. I've been waiting to play more Mirror's Edge since 10 years now. The only reprieve that I've gotten are the Dying Light games, which also have first-person parkour gameplay the way that Mirror's Edge does, but everything looks like garbage because, you know, it's a post-apocalypse. But my defense of this game isn't unique. I find myself defending various indie games just like this who take some ideas that are present in other games from a long time ago and just use them to build something new of their own. Sometimes it even happens by accident in funny ways. For example, this right here is Suit for Hire. I call it the John Wick game because that's exactly what the hell it's supposed to be. It's beyond obvious when you play this that the movement of the character is heavily inspired in Keanu Reeves' moves in the movies. In fact, some of them look one-to-one, and even in other animations such as when the character is peeking around the corner, you know, there's a certain identity to it. It doesn't do it in a default way that you would expect. It does it in a way that is fitting to the mannerisms that John Wick has in the movies. And now there's an actual John Wick game being made by Saber Interactive. Bet money that if this indie game, Suit for Hire, came after the John Wick game, it would get called a ripoff. Hell, I bet some people are already calling it a ripoff of John Wick anyway, or of Hotline Miami, since you can play it from a top-down view. It's actually the original view for the game, but then the developer added third person, and thank God he did, because in my opinion, it is the best way to play this game. But regardless, this shit happens very often in indie circles because duh, a lot of indie games out there are being created based on inspiration from games that the indie devs played growing up, or at any other given time. Even in the AAA side of the industry, inspiration and borrowing of aesthetics and game mechanics happens. Remember Shadow of Mordor? Very clearly took from games like Assassin's Creed, and the combat was straight up the Batman Arkham system. Dante's Inferno is a fantastic hack and slash game that is obviously inspired in the original God of War games. You could call that a ripoff too, but you play that game and there's literally no reason why it shouldn't exist or why it should be shamed for existing. Lies of P is another highly regarded game. It's obviously borrowing from things like Bloodborne and Pinocchio. Why shouldn't it exist? Is the Victorian setting exclusively only usable by Bloodborne? Obviously not. Remember how many games Witcher 3 influenced as well? How many games the Resident Evil games also influenced? Especially Resident Evil 4. Do I even need to talk about Demon's Souls, or rather Dark Souls, which took off so hard that it spawned an entire genre that is so saturated right now that some people have even coined the term Souls fatigue. And how could we forget last year's Expedition 33 and its obvious inspiration and even UI similarities from Persona? A similar argument has also been had recently in regards to Crimson Desert, that the game borrows a lot of mechanics and concepts from a bunch of other games. Some work, others feel a bit bloaty, but the game still managed to carve its own identity. Some people get bent out of shape and complain about it in ways that don't even make sense. The Black Hokage, for example, was going on about it just a week or two ago, because of the character switching mechanic from GTA 5, when in reality, first of all, it's not even GTA 5 that created it, and also, I mean, come on. It's character switching. It's as basic as walking, running, or jumping in a video game. If you got multiple characters, why would you not have a character switching feature in your game? And since we're on a goddamn generation where nearly everyone, including consoles, are using solid-state drives, why wouldn't you make the character switching be seamless instead of going into menus and loading screens? Why do some people complain about this kind of thing? Is it just to spend time getting mad on social media? Or are people protective of game mechanics? Like, why do people cuck themselves out for corporations which are objectively the only ones who will ever be able to enforce this kind of power through patents to begin with? Because they're the only ones who have enough money to have whole teams of lawyers on retainer. Why don't the David Goldfarbs, the Black Hokages, and all the rest of these morons I hear whinging about borrowed mechanics or in support of suing indie developers or modders over shit like this, just shut up and stop being corporate soy boys? You're not going to get gluck gluck from the CEO, okay guys? It's not gonna happen.
No, I can't. Anyway, how is your sex life?
This kind of road gets worse, pathetically worse. Nintendo is suing Palworld over the concept of capturing a monster through a ball. I hear they also hate that they use their aesthetic, and I also think I remember something about a flying mechanic, like they couldn't use the animals for flying. I'm sorry fellas, I'm not all caught up with the Nintendo Palworld lawsuit lore, but it's so stupid. And in a way disgusting, because if you remember the Pokemon game from Nintendo last year, Legends ZA, it was hot garbage. So while Nintendo was making hot garbage for their Pokemon fans, we got some other studio going like, you know what, I'm going to make my own thing, I'm going to appeal to sort of the same type of people, and I'm just going to make a way better game that Nintendo refuses to make. And then in comes Nintendo to try and sue them for it. And you definitely heard of various instances where modders worked hard to provide additional content or create something entirely new for some games, and then they got yoinked by legal teams. Rockstar's games have a history of this kind of crap because Take-Two Interactive are insanely aggressive. Knowing the amount of mods that they have terminated makes me feel lucky to have been able to play San Andreas Online mods when I was a kid, but this was probably because Rockstar hadn't yet tasted the sweet monetization that GTA Online would later bring them. Activision sent a cease and desist order to take down a mod that a team had been working on for a while, trying to make Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2's remaster be playable online with servers. They only released a single-player version of Modern Warfare 2's remaster because they knew that if they released the multiplayer one, nobody would be buying any of their new garbage. It's just as it happened with Modern Warfare 1's remaster. It released together with Infinite Warfare, and then nobody wanted to play Infinite Warfare. Now you could say, hey, but Dez, then why doesn't Activision just do the MW2 multiplayer mode themselves? Then they could sell it. Well, the reason for that is they don't want that. They want people playing their new garbage, because their new garbage is purpose-built to allow for all the monetization. You know, all the different premium currencies, the decal shop, the Fortnite-colored garbage weapons, the Nicki Minaj skins, etc. Their new games have that infrastructure already built in, and Modern Warfare 2's remaster doesn't. So it's not as monetizable, because back then, games were made to be fun. Call of Duty has always kind of milked itself with yearly releases, but at least the games were fun. Now they keep milking it as they always have, but instead it's not even a game anymore, it's a goddamn eShop with a tacked on shooter. So an MW2 remaster would literally be a ticket for a lot of Call of Duty fans to not even bother with buying any new Call of Duty games for a while. So they never did multiplayer for it, and they shut down a team of modders, making what was a dream come true for many of us. Nintendo, of course, has also taken down a bunch of mods. I mean, surprise, surprise, they take down whole games if they can, so why not mods too? Moving on from mods though, you guys remember Warner Brother Games patenting the Nemesis system from the Shadow of Mordor games? That system was so awesome, and now we're never going to see it again because, again, as I said at the intro of this video, the AAA industry is cooked. It's mismanaged to all hell. WB Games is in an abysmal state, and last year they shut down Monolith Productions. So, in other words, the studio behind making the Nemesis system no longer exists. And because of this stupid patent, it isn't even something that is out and about and readily available for any other studios or indie developers out there to be allowed to use, because if someone even tries to engineer it again, or something similar to it, there's a patent ready to raw dog them in court. A stupid patent over a game system. This is a huge loss in gaming, and to kind of get the grasp of just how much, just think about all the roguelike, Metroidvanias and Souls-like games that are out there. If anyone had tried to lay claim to any of these concepts to exclusively own them, we would have lost a lot. And so it's nuts to see a game developer, someone who has been at it for years, who worked on games like Battlefield, Killzone, Payday, etc., sitting here and shitting on an independent developer for just trying to make a fucking game that even pays homage to an old and dead franchise that he once upon a time worked on. Also, something to note actually, I mean, it's a bit petty, but I don't care. He was petty first, guys, okay? He did it first, I'm only gonna do it now. I owe him some pettiness back. He wasn't even at the studio when Mirror's Edge Catalyst was being made, he left in 2012. So when he says he worked on it, he's talking about the original from 2009, which doesn't even look at all like Penline. So either this guy is really just that stupid and he's legitimately trying to lay claim to the concept of parkour and free running in a video game belonging to EA because of Mirror's Edge, or I don't know what he's whinging about because the 2009 original game is aesthetically different than Catalyst, and of course, than Penline. Which brings us to the aesthetics part of the video. I love the look of Mirror's Edge Catalyst, but I love the look of the original even more. In fact, if I had to pick a game for a developer to rip off in the future and piss off David Goldfarb even more, it would definitely be Mirror's Edge from 2009. There's something special about how it looks. Catalyst was much more futuristic, much more alien to our world, to a point where sometimes it even is annoying because of the coherence with the setting. The original game, on the other hand, has an insanely perfect mix between the contemporary and a close future dystopia. Aesthetically speaking, it's even hard to put it into words. This might even sound really stupid, but it's the best way that I can do it right now. It looks like a memory or something. Like when I think back to memories of mine growing up, they look like the way that Mirror's Edge looks like. You get what I'm saying? Like when I think back to the apartment I used to live at, you know, the apartment buildings that I used to go down and play in the patio of, I remember it at a first glance in a clean, minimalistic, dreamlike way. But in reality, it was a shithole. The exterior walls were dirty, there were tiles missing, the patio outside where the cars parked was full of cracks, there was weeds growing, there was a goddamn swamp nearby. Even the windows weren't picture-perfect glass, they were darker because apparently in the late 90s it was fashionable for a while in Portugal for buildings to be built with darkened glass windows, so when I grew up there was a bunch of that shit everywhere. But does that stop my brain from remembering it in a clean, dreamlike state? Nope. Look, just look at this. Let me try to explain it in a different way, okay? Do you see this? It's a tree, but it's a totally white tree. Trees obviously aren't white, and while you're running past this, you might not even notice it, but there it is. It's a completely whitewashed tree. It makes it look like something you buy at the edgy decoration section of IKEA. But in other ways, it also looks the way that dreams kind of look like. It's hard to put it into words, but usually when you try to describe a dream, you mostly stick to the endpoint, to the primary focus of your dream, while everything else around it just blends in. In the same way, many things in Mirror's Edge are meant to look like they blend in, while the primary things are highlighted in a strong color. For example, in Ropeburn's level, the primary color is orange. His sign is orange and his building is orange. It's in the distance and you're supposed to get to it. Random walls here and there have orange and white coloring, and everything else around it blends in. As another example, the mission on the boat is green. boat has green colors, inner maintenance halls are painted green and white, the railings on the boat are also green, so on and so forth. And of course outside of that, in Mirror's Edge, red is also an important color as it highlights where you're meant to go sometimes. I have no idea if this dreamlike focus point thing was intended or if it's kinda just happened and white trees are over there out of laziness or something, but frankly I don't think so. I think it was intended, but regardless, that's what the hell this game reminds me of, and beyond that, it's set in a world that is much more contemporary, so there's no weird setting fuckery the way that there is in Catalyst. Like you can see train stations, you can see the malls, you can see regular buildings and construction, office buildings, maintenance areas, etc. You know what you're looking at, it's coherent and it makes sense within the universe. Catalyst, on the other hand, has many areas where I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at. Almost like some rooms were built purposely to be art pieces rather than have a function, and some of them are connected weirdly too. The game wanted to be a bit more open and not as linear as the original, so naturally there's more connection paths to keep the flow going, and some of it ended up feeling too cramped and incoherently connected. But anyway, why am I reviewing the damn game? Let's get back to the point here. What the fuck is wrong with me, okay? So let's look at Penline. When you take Penline and then you take Mirror's Edge Catalyst, you can definitely see a thematic sort of connection, but it's mostly surface level stuff. It's like two general elements. It's the modern futuristic look and the cleanliness of it all. Those are the key things. But once you look deeper, Penline is distinct from Mirror's Edge Catalyst. It bases its look much more in a Frutiger Arrow type of style. If you're not familiar with that, it's a retro-futuristic design aesthetic that was popular during the 2000s. I don't know exactly where these names pop up from, but that's what it is, fellas. If you grew up around this time, you'll know what it is even if you don't know the name of it. Just need to think about all the advertisement that we used to get for certain products like modern stuff, you know, such as phones, music players, consoles, etc. You know, like Nokia phones like this one that used to come with music players as a feature. I don't even care if I sound like an old man right now, but this was the shit. These phones had aura, as the kids these days like to say. These phones mark the new phones, fellas. How do you do, fellow kids? There was this very identifiable style to it and even other things at the time, such as the user interface of programs such as Windows Live Messenger. Yeah, that's right, I remember Windows Live Messenger too. Call me a boomer all you like, it was the best damn messaging app we ever had. Honestly, Windows in general, apps in general such as LimeWire, had aesthetic elements like this too. You could customize your YouTube page with it as well, because you could make individual elements translucent with background images. Some video games used it too for UI. It's what felt modern back then. Vibrant colors, clean, sleek, often minimalistic backdrops, bright, optimistic modern color palettes such as whites, blues, greens, yellows, strong, very saturated. Also, a focus on chrome, glossy surfaces, and glass. Everything very clean and reflective. Undoubtedly futuristic, but also crossed with nature, rather than how Cyberpunk, for example, is futuristic but is more focused on replacing nature. Cyberpunk is like the 2077 futurism, where the world is fucked. Frutiger Arrow is basically super advanced futurism after the world ending, okay? So it's like the world ends, and then the humans that remember to never commit the same mistakes of the past and build towards a more utopia-like world in a far future. So you got these, again, sleek, futuristic but clean cities, surrounded with trees, greenery, clean water, vibrant blue skies. In other words, it's a fantasy, but a really nice one to strive for. Also, a weird obsession with bubbles, sometimes with shit inside the bubbles. Hell, sometimes it was like futuristic houses that looked like bubbles with glass all around them. Oh, it sounded cool back then and it inspired a bunch of advertisements and even some game aesthetics for some sci-fi games, but in real life, it would be a nightmare. I mean, you'd wake up, go take a shit, and everyone could see you buck naked from outside. Man, what a beautiful utopia, huh? Anyway, Penline draws a lot from this style. At best, it's a cross between Frutiger Arrow and Catalyst, but Catalyst itself does not do this. Well, kinda sort of, okay? There's one level in which it kind of does, which is the last one when you're climbing the shard. That's when you finally see trees and more futuristic architecture that isn't built for use, it's built for decoration. Otherwise, there are none, and there's still a lot of industrial garbage, including shitholes and tunnels, the guts of the city of glass where the low-caste people reside, etc. Because that's also a whole thematic thing with these games. The beauty of the city, the cleanliness, the maintenance, the safety, it's real, but also a facade for its dystopian reality underneath.
Everything's changed. The city's different now. I keep thinking of my folks. They thought this place was something worth protecting. Mom and Dad were friends with Pope, organized protests, lobbied the mayor, took me and Kate on marches. But I never really understood why back then. What it meant.
Merc said your mom died.
She was killed during the downtown riots. Protest marches that went bad.
That's rough.
You don't recognize him?
Should I?
It's Robert. Robert Pope, friend of Dad's.
Shit, that Pope.
He called me. We hadn't talked much since I joined up. He had a break-in last week. He's still a campaigner. Don't you read the news?
It's not news anymore. It's advertising. Come on, come with me. I'll take you somewhere safe.
This isn't the time to run. I'm not like you. Running will just make me look guilty.
You think this was an accident, Kate? There are no accidents in this city. Someone wanted him dead and wanted you to take the fall.
Help me, Effie, please.
Now, why am I bringing all this up? Well, because if this game is a ripoff and should be able to get sued by EA, as it should be according to Veteranus Developorius over there, Chris Belford or whatever the fuck his name is, I forgot by now, then why? If it's because of the gameplay, it's stupid because laying the claim that you should be able to patent parkour gameplay is dumb and honestly terrible. This is the type of thing that shouldn't become a precedence for a bunch of big gaming companies to start patenting key elements of their own games. All it'll do is make the games industry poorer. But if it's the aesthetic, then it's stupid too, because while these games have surface level similarities, they also have very clear stylistic distinctions. And this would also mean that anyone thinking of using the Frutiger Arrow aesthetic for their own games should stop, as it could be claimed by EA. And that's not to mention if other developers out there also started laying claim to visual styles, which is an even bigger nightmare. So I really have no idea what the hell this guy's talking about. Look, fellas, I get it, okay? I truly do. Sometimes we see some things that look very similar to another piece of media that we enjoy and we feel kinda like that's a bit of a ripoff. Maybe we get a bit defensive if it's something that we really like. And hey, sometimes, who knows, you may even be right, because I'm not about to pretend like there aren't bad faith people out there doing exactly just that, you know, plagiarizing content, stealing things, scamming people, etc. I mean, we did just see that whole case with Light of Motiram not that long ago. The Chinese game that looked a lot like Horizon Zero Dawn, and in which case the similarities are much more blatant because we're not talking about general concepts like clean-looking cities, glossy vibrant colors, reflective surfaces, etc., and we were instead talking about very specific ideas such as robot dinosaurs that were even designed with the same type of materials, and then the same type of materials were also found in character armors, etc. The font, the environment, everything really, plus it's China. It's no secret that they take things without permission sometimes. But even then, it's one of those things that are very shaky to get into. And at the end of the day, if the game was good, then there's definitely people out there who would have wanted to play it. But still, you know, I get it. In that regard, I understand. Because again, the things that are similar are very specific, all the way down to the finer details. But here, with parkour and the aforementioned surface level aesthetic shit, and then the other differences such as the Frutiger Arrow style, and on a franchise that is very likely dead because again EA wants lots of money, and let's face it, a single player game like this would not bring them that kind of money, not even close, so it'd be profitable. All you really need to do to make a profitable game is just stop being a lobotomite when it comes to how you run your studio. Get a small, competent team on board, give them a couple $1,000,000, and they could totally whip up a new Mirror's Edge game. It's not like it's Red Dead Redemption or Witcher or Baldur's Gate levels of complexity or scale. But again, the AAA industry has completely lost their minds and their touch. Profit is no longer enough. They don't want to just make money on a video game. No, sir. What they want is the Frutiger Arrow outcome. They want to make games that generate a metric shit ton of money. Their expectations are so crazy that they have blasted out of orbit into a fantasy type of future. That's why despite Battlefield 6 doing well for EA last year, the studio still suffered layoffs. A nice tight little profit is a no-go. What they want is big money, and that kind of mentality sadly means that I'm likely never going to see one of my favorite franchises in gaming ever come back. And sometimes that's not even a bad thing, because if it came back as a shameful second-rate live service attempt with monetization trash lumped on top, or a lazy reboot, which in many ways Catalyst kind of was, like make no mistake, I still like playing this game, I still find value in it, I still feel the potential of the dystopian sci-fi story and world building pulsating from inside of the game's codex system, which is packed with very interesting lore, but it was disappointing at the time. I platinumed it, again, I had a lot of fun with the gameplay because it's such a rare style of game, but I was sad that it didn't come close to the original or build on top of it. So honestly, with the state of the industry and EA as a company getting worse and worse and worse, my hopes for Mirror's Edge to ever exist again and be good are gone. So if an indie studio with a very small core team, which frankly might just be like 5 people making games as a hobby, wants to, as a fan, inspire themselves in Mirror's Edge and bring back something that at least is reminiscent of it, even if it's just in a much more contained way, where their presentation and story is obviously going to be much more limited, then let them be, dude. What the f***? Out here dunking on independent developers making a parkour game, then crashing out and locking the comments. Like, what the hell was this for? And this goes for everything else that I've seen over the past few months with indie games or AA studios popping up and people going, oh my god, it's a ripoff of Deus Ex. Oh my god, it's a ripoff of Elder Scrolls. Oh my god, it's a ripoff of KCD. Oh my god, it's a ripoff of Resident Evil. Oh my god, it's a ripoff of Devil May Cry. Like, let people make some damn games, dude. I get wanting new stuff, but that's exactly what these games often are. They're new games borrowing from older genres or other features that are often misused or straight up missing from AAA because they're too busy making live services or underwhelming super safe games that are bordering on generic. Also, come on. These are small teams, independent teams, sometimes it's teams making their first game. This is the kind of case where you say, let them cook.
Even if you don't like it, shut up! Shut the hell up! Let them work, let them cook! Let them cook or you're gonna get Call of Duty 96! I'm not living with Call of Duty 96!
Let them make a game, let them get better game development, let them evolve the fucking mechanics that they are using on their first game. This is how this industry got to where it got when we were in the golden days. It was developers making shit, learning from it, and then improving them in sequels. If someone's making garbage that doesn't justify its price point, then, you know, garbage is garbage, absolutely. Go at it, criticize it, etc. But immediately dunking on a game because it looks like a franchise that used to be good and that belongs to one of these big gaming publishers? Oh, you can't do that, that belongs to the company. That's just soy shit, man. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the video here, go play more Mirror's Edge.
So the other day, I decided to read some bad reviews for Project Zomboid. And let me tell you, it was quite the enlightening experience to say the least. So today, I'd like to, you know, spread that enlightenment to all of you guys. And let's start by reading the most helpful negative review for Project Zomboid. This guy here has 1,400 hours in the game, and let's see what he has to say. 1,300 hours, and I finally feel ready to leave an honest review. I squeezed dozens of hours of play out of vanilla build 41 over the first few months when I got this just under 2 years ago. Enamored with the profundity of the systems and the direct line nail-biting combat, a solo zombie sandbox of such scope and deliberate pacing was incredibly appealing to someone like me. And after I made it to 3 or 4 months a few times, I finally dove into mods and discovered an ever-changing, evolving, beautiful world of possibility and destruction. Between this and the sandbox settings, I put in my first 1,300 hours. So far, I agree. It sounds like a pretty typical experience for Project Zomboid 2 years ago. That 65, that's how much I've played since Build 42 dropped a year ago. The game has never been particularly kind to the player or allowed many points or skills in vanilla gameplay. The grind is synonymous with the gameplay loop, and I'm no stranger to it. I also loved Destiny 2 before it shit the bed years ago, and regularly play Warframe on my PS5 to this day. And I think we all know what kind of gamer this guy is, huh? However, the grind is rewarding due to leading to progress and growth. In Build 42, the insane nerfs to literally every single playstyle you can imagine have been nipped both in the bud. Randomized zombie senses make the new stealth system a nightmare. The new items have diluted the drop tables. However, the drop rates have been lowered for several items. The traits that were meta in the previous build were heavily nerfed or flat out destroyed. However, none of that feeds into the new loop we were introduced to in a way that doesn't immediately put you in more danger as you try to, say, find tools to get into blacksmithing or harvest wood to get into carving. The new aiming system is worse, even with mods. The new sound system makes using a gun pull zombies at a staggered rate. That means an infinitely longer and more drawn-out fight. But you can now generate muscular fatigue faster and while doing any action, so you're no longer equipped for those long fights. All melee weapons got their conditions split as well as lowered, and all melee combat has been decidedly nerfed in every form. The unstable branch regularly updates in ways that break saves and mods, and there's little to no transparency on when or how these updates changes are going to occur. I heavily feel that last part. Now you would think you could just go back to Build 41 and enjoy your time, but many mods instrumental to that build have been updated to Build 42 and don't have any true legacies. Not only that, but the development for Build 41 has stagnated. So the sense of renewal in the loop of running a good save for 40 or so hours and then trying out new and exciting mods have also stagnated. The focus is on Build 42, and you can use sandbox settings to change a number of these issues, but that isn't really what this review is for, is it? This review is for you, reader, someone who hasn't put a single cent or moment into playing this game, to understand what you're purchasing. Don't let my 1,000 hours fool you. What you're purchasing is a snail's pace of production, hostile gameplay architecture, consistent community brownouts, and avoidance on the part of the devs, and the company of glitchy gameplay, whether alone or with friends. It really hit me during my hours on Build 42 that ultimately the promised NPCs and missions or other gameplay tweaks aren't here, and I didn't have any company. I did all of my playing on single player, so the thing I enjoyed was the canvas and brushes that these developers gave us, and all the fascinating colors and shades this community made. But with the new build and with the features added, I'm sure we will not be going back anytime soon. They've taken away my palette and half of my tools, cracked my easel in half, handed me several unfamiliar tools that takes ages to put even a speckle onto the canvas, or are flat out impossible to use as they currently are, and simply told me to deal with it. After a 12-year early access development cycle, it isn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. It won't be worth it. Don't waste your time. Now, for the most part, I wholeheartedly agree with this dude. Wholeheartedly. But at the same time, I feel like he kind of is misunderstanding the type of gameplay that this game is meant to have, like where he's talking about having long fights or getting muscle fatigue during a long fight or fighting a bunch of zombies at once. I mean, technically you're not supposed to be able to do that in this game because it's more like, what would you do in real life? Would you actually take on 1,000 zombies at once? Probably not. And you probably would get tired after a while. So as far as that part goes, I disagree, but overall, this dude has it down. Like, the updates ruining your gameplay experience, crashing your or corrupting your world with every update, it gives you like no reason to even play, because if you try, you'll get deep into a run and all of a sudden you'll have an update and you can't play it anymore. Not to mention the fact that multiplayer has finally just came out recently after over a year of Build 42 and you still can't even use mods. That's one little thing I have to say about it. Moving right along. Alright, this one is short and sweet. It says, It started pretty amusing, but then over a decade went by and the game is still the same shit as always. The UI has never seen any decent improvement, there are bugs galore, they sold enough to hire actual pros to work on this, there's no excuses. They just don't care. A lot of people love this game and I used to as well, but currently there are other small studios making better games who will probably make good use of some of the player support. More than 10 years under development, still in early access, and it still feels like it's in alpha stages. This, I pretty much agree with, except for the fact that they don't care. I do think the devs care. Maybe they're losing interest based on how slow it's going, but at the same time, in their recent blog posts, they have talked about how they're kind of shifting personnel around and like getting a new game plan going for the development of this game. So I don't really think that they're like giving up or getting bored of it, but I do agree that like holy crap, like after all this time, like it still feels this way, and like every time there's a major update we have to go through this phase of like a couple years where the game is just unplayable unless you go back to a previous build, and like the other guy said before, you can't even use mods if you do that, and I guess you technically can't even use mods in the current update. So yeah, here's a good one. Project Zomboid is a perfect name. This isn't a game, but a perpetual project to be worked on forever in early access. Yeah, that is how it feels. I don't know if this game will ever fully release. This one is kind of a long one, but I think it's actually kind of funny, so here we go. Things you could do instead of beta testing this promising experimental modding framework. Watch someone play it instead. The endless tedium of skill grinding, inventory busy work, and Moodle micromanagements is abstracted away thanks to the magic of ellipse and narration. There is a profuse amount of Zomboid-focused content on YouTube, yours truly, including clickbaity top X videos, conventional Let's Plays to fully narrated movies. It's entirely up to your taste. Personally, I like Bullrun, Alex Phillips, and Genuine Toad, but there are a dozen others. Meet. Read a book instead of Project Zomboid. Try World War Z, M. Brooks, Malleable, R. Merle, or something related to your hobbies. Don't watch your character spend several in-game afternoons to gain XP modifiers before dismantling wristwatches and cathodic TVs to be proficient enough to wire up a generator, realism. Pick up a book like Practical Electronics for Inventors, S. Monk, and actually do it yourself in the realistic life. Faithfully watching Life and Living despite the early day emergency might give you the required trade school level of proficiency in woodworking to build a rain collector, realism, but you could have way better use of your time in Meat Space. If anything, PZ is the game that will make you reconsider the time you spend staring for hours at a virtual character doing insane shit like taking off all the fences from a garden to gain crumbles of XP, or hiking the boonies for days just to find a saw, a rubber hose, or box of nails. Real game Build 41 experience. Get fit. Start slow, push yourself, but don't go overboard. Do everything your survivor can do, and pull-ups or variations if you can. Listen to your body, work out regularly, and you'll be in good shape before your character reaches the level of fitness and endurance needed to perform strenuous activities such as running errands by foot or bashing a whopping total of 6 zombo. Write a snide review full of spelling mistakes about an unfinished game you've played for hundreds of hours instead of moving on and getting your shit together. It's now a decade-old, bug-ridden beta product with befuddling long release cycles that make you reconsider the objective merits of Scrum and Agile-like mythology. The recent scope creep is ever growing and even more infuriating when imagining that the actual great additions from Build 42, lighting system, basements, items adding to the world building, map expansion, etc., could have been introduced into the stable branch or released on their own first, but got bundled with a heap of nerfs and other undercooked systems aiming to transform a zombie survival simulator in 90s Kentucky into a modded Minecraft or that Doomsday movie from 2008, which would be great if everything else introduced before was fixed and polished first. I would be lying if I said I didn't love the first dozen of hours I played in Moldrow mostly. The game is wide as a lake, deep as a puddle. I've heard that before, about No Man's Sky. But I sure as hell enjoyed getting across this lake during this time. There is a ton of issues with PZ, a lot more than what I hinted at, but there is still nothing quite like it. Yet I personally got my money worth, but I still can't recommend it in its current state. For both the current and unstable branch, there are some genuinely memorable moments that can emerge out of an overly tedious experience, but is it worth it? I could say the same thing for Caves of Chud, but there's already enough salt in this review to cure a whole deer. I'll suggest to those still willing to try to wait for a sale and stick with the stable build 41, then mod it generously. There is a ton of creative and high-quality content on the workshop, greatly improving the base game. Less menu diving, common sense actions, better inventory management, etc., or providing some sorely needed narrative content, finding a cure, restoring the radio system, various scenarios, etc. It is assuming the mods you want still support build 41, because the scene seems divided between those focused on the current unstable build and those who continue to support the older one, if they didn't straight up give up on maintaining their mods. Yeah, this is a great review. I don't disagree with too much. He's basically telling us all to touch grass, but like, he's got a few points. This is how you died, not this is how you lived. Despite the game being a cool sandbox, it fails fantastically to capture what drives one to live through an apocalypse: other people. Single player lacks any kind of NPCs, leaving you to be the only person to ever exist. And there isn't even any interesting environmental storytelling. The best you stumble upon is some quirky scene. Public multiplayer is broken. It cannot spawn enough zombies to satisfy each player, so get ready for deserted everything on a server with 10 plus players, since all the Zeds are at some other player's location. Guess the only way to play this is with friends, which isn't my option at the moment. And overall, the game is a chore fest for the sake of getting off to doing boring tasks. It got to being such a great simulation, it had forgotten it was also a game. Nice short and sweet one there. One thing though, a lot of these people are talking about NPCs and stuff, but like, I mean, like, it would be amazing to have them, obviously, but for me, like, it's okay without them right now, but for me personally, it's not as big of a deal as some of these other people seem to make it out to be. But yeah, good review. Alright, and I think the final negative review I'll read here is this last one, because this will be a good segue into what I'm going to do next. This guy says, the entire fanbase is on copium. This game has been in early access for years and counting with barely any updates. Don't waste your time. And yeah, that copium, we're gonna read some positive reviews now, and we'll just see how they compare and what they talk about. Alright, so, the most helpful positive review here, this guy has 25 hours, and he says, woke up at 4 a.m., grabbed my baseball bat, and headed to the nearest fire station. Beat some firefighters to take their clothes and took a handgun from one of the lockers, firing at anything that moved on my way back home. Then I got to play Project Zomboid, 10 out of 10. Launch the game, play with random character. Why is there no sound in my game? Check audio settings, everything looks clear. I think it's bug. Continue playing for 15 minutes. See info panel and realize that my character is actually deaf. 10 out of 10, what a great zombie survival game. I cooked a hammer in a microwave and started a wildfire. In a completely serious take on this game, however, I want to say it's something that has been equally daunting and fun to delve into. Compared to other crafting survival games, it feels both fleshed out and grounded with the types of crafts you can get into. Something like setting up a farm in this game doesn't feel like an auxiliary boost to your existence in the world. It makes it feel like you could hope for a sustained survival, or at least leave something behind for other characters in a playthrough. The fact that it is using an in-house engine is another amazing thing to me, and what's presented with this game had sparked creative ideas for what else could be done. Overall, I just wanted to check these out because I think it's kind of interesting to see what other people think about it, and there's a lot of good points, a lot of bad points, and I feel like with the negative reviews, I am more so leaning on their side. I agree with them a lot more, and as you can see, a lot of the positive reviews, they're just little memes or like just basically saying good game. There are some that say like that are real reviews. I feel like this game has seen better days, and in my opinion, I'll do a little vocal review right.
You've got mail.
You know what? I'm honestly getting kind of bored of this set. I think it's time we take this thing up a notch. That seems safe. Bet you've always wondered what it looks like above my studio. I'm kidding, not a single person has ever wondered that. "45 degrees, summertime." This is gonna be a crazy insurance claim if this comes down. It's like they always say, a life lived not in your ceiling is a life not lived at all. How's it going, Google debunkers, and welcome to my ceiling. The other day, I was getting ready to make a short form video and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to talk about. I was like, oh, it could be cool to talk about like a interesting amber fossil. So I started doing a little bit of digging into some interesting examples, which is when I came across this. It's an article called Ammonite in Amber. It's not often that you see a marine shell as an amber fossil, so it's like, that's kind of cool. So I clicked on the article to learn a little bit more. All right, now I want to just read you like the first 2 sentences of this so you can try and picture the wave of emotions that swept over me. Amber offers an incredible insight into the past due to the snapshots of life often captured in this fossilized tree resin. One such amber insight has left evolutionist scientists confused and unable to provide a suitable account for the presence of a sea creature contained within it. I clicked on this article like happy as can be. I was free-ranging, prancing through the field of knowledge. And then when I read the word evolutionist, it felt like I fell into a pit of punji sticks. So I went to the top of the page and I realized that the website this is from is called creation.com. I was like, oh shit, Milo, you probably should have noticed that before you clicked the article. I continued prancing through the amber fields of grain or whatever and found the hell ant, which is what I ended up making my short on. But I kept this article open in another tab because I was like, I want to learn a little more about this. So we are gathered here today just beneath my studio's uninsulated roof to go over a few of my favorite articles that I have found in my deep dive on creation.com. I've lumped them roughly into 4 categories: archaeology, natural history, dinosaurs, and of course, evolution. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and without further ado, welcome to whatever this is, reading terrible articles from a creation science website. Who needs a snappy name? It just speaks for itself.
Welcome to Creation Ministries International.
Oh, I suppose I should probably give like a little idea of what creationism even is. I'm sure most people do, but I want to make sure we're all starting from zero here. Young Earth creationism is an extreme form of biblical literalism. It's the idea that the Earth was formed 6,000 literal years ago by the Abrahamic God, and for the most part outright denies most scientific disciplines. Biology, evolution, geology, natural history, ecology are all incompatible with the Young Earth creationist worldview. Now also, to make abundantly clear, Young Earth creationists and Christians are not one and the same. An overwhelming majority of Christians believe in actual science, and a belief in a divine power and a belief in science are not mutually exclusive. I also say that to make abundantly clear to all of you watching, I'm not here to be like, I'm gonna disprove the existence of God. That is insanely stupid, pretty much impossible, and just a colossal waste of everybody's time and energy. So this video is not me attacking Christians, not me attacking the Bible, not me attacking the existence of God, Jesus, any of that stuff. You can believe in whatever or whoever you want, I'm gonna give you 2 thumbs up for it. But when you deny objective reality, or worse, create propaganda that preys on less educated people to make them also deny objective reality, then I'm gonna have a big fucking problem with it. Anti-intellectualism and disinformation is a scourge upon the face of the earth, and it will be the undoing of our society if we don't fucking do something about it. Boom, giant disclaimer jump scare, sorry about that. I just have to do that at the start of all these videos. 1, so that people know I'm not alienating them, and 2, just to make sure everyone keeps it civil in the comments. I don't wanna see any of that 2014 Reddit atheist bullshit, okay? Don't make me come down there. So anyway, I started out with this Ammonite in Amber thing, and after I read the word evolutionist, of course I had to continue reading the article. It talks about a 99 million year old, allegedly 99 million year old, little chunk of amber that contains an Ammonite fossil. And they're like, wow, this is super weird because you don't normally find these things together. I'm like, yeah, that is super weird, awesome. The scientific paper concluded it is rare to find aquatic organisms in amber, and it is extremely rare to find marine organisms in amber, let alone macroscopic marine organisms mixed with intertidal, terrestrial, and potentially freshwater aquatic organisms. Now, personally, I think this is kind of a no-brainer. I have seen trees growing near the water, so the idea of sap ending up in the water is kind of logical to me. It also would make sense that it's more rare because most sap isn't going to end up in the water, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. So anyway, you may be asking yourself, what the hell does an ammonite trapped in amber have to do with young Earth creationism? Well, I'll tell you. At the bottom of this article, we have a section called "The Bible is Key," where it says, in the initial stages of the flood, there would have been a mass of uprooted trees in the water, many violently torn off and broken. As they were carried along, they would have released large amounts of tree resin into the water. This sticky resin would have engulfed small organisms from a diverse range of ecosystems, both from the trees and those disturbed from their normal habitat by the flood waters, capital F flood, including this ultra rare ammonite. So in short, this specimen is used as proof of the great flood from the Bible. Now I want to introduce you guys to this website as a whole, so I'm not going to go into this article too much, but the one thing that I would have to say to this is if there was a giant flood that uprooted all these trees, and that's where the amber came from for the most part. It sounds like much of the amber in the world would be from an event where all the trees get washed away, is what's implied here. Why the fuck would there only be one example of a seashell in the amber? How come all pieces of amber aren't like pocked with sand or, filled with just more marine detritus? The fact that they acknowledge this as an ultra rare ammonite, if anything, is proof that something like this just doesn't happen very often. Anyway, after I read this article, I went to the homepage of this website, and this is where things really took off exponentially. First, I noticed that they have a couple magazines. One of them is called Journal of Creation, which is our peer-reviewed journal is at the cutting edge of origins research. It's published online in March, July, and November. It mostly looks like a bunch of origin of life stuff, which is not my forte. I'm not a molecular biologist or have any understanding of that, so I'll leave that to Professor Dave. And then their other magazine is called simply Creation Magazine. And this one kind of cracks me up because it sort of looks like a magazine I would have subscribed to as a kid. They all just look like a nature magazine. They have, an animal on the front. It's called Creation, so it's not like super, I guess that's pretty overt, but it kind of looks like it could just be like a photography or like an outdoor magazine. You come down here, you get some really nice ones with some AI slop covers, which is just awesome. I have thought about subscribing to one of these magazines and like collecting them for a year and then doing a big video on it, but I don't know if I want to give these people $30. I feel like that's too much. That's way too much. So anyway, after that, I wanted to have a look at the articles that are actually on the website, and I found there's a little drop down for topics. I'm like, that seems like a great place to look. You got a nice picture of a fancy library, feels super, this must be a real official publication. And oh my God, it gets really fun right off the bat. We got a whole category for aliens, apologetics, like flat Earth, and things like that. We've got the Bible, we've got biology, creation relevance, dating. If you're having dating problems, you can come to the Origin website, sorry, the Creation website. I'm not really sure what dating problems have to do with the pigs taking it all. That's a little weird sounding. My ex-wife took the kids. There's of course a whole section on dinosaurs and an ethics tab, which includes such hits as poverty, euthanasia, abortion, and eugenics. Oh, and war. Now, needless to say, I could spend fucking days going through this website. I could make a video that is like hours upon hours long. There's so much here. So I decided to just kind of dial it in on a couple gems, a couple ambers, if you will. And the first place that I decided to look was, of course, archaeology. This could be more comfortable, actually. Whoa, maybe that's not more comfortable. I don't know. This wasn't designed for comfort. The fuck are those chairs called? Those really expensive office chairs? This is gonna drive me crazy. It's not even a funny joke. An Ames chair. Yeah, it's like the Ames chair of attics. It's the Cadillac of attics. It's the Cadillac of attics. The reason I want to start with archaeology here is because the archaeology section absolutely blew my mind. In like a good way. There's a lot of stuff in it that's obviously like biblical archaeology, which frankly I just don't really care about. That's the place for biblical people to deal with, is to find their evidences and research their section of the world. Good on them. 2 thumbs up. Biblical archaeology is a thing. Have at it. But I was curious if we were going to be getting any sort of, weird lost civilization, any sort of weird, race politics stuff. And so I immediately found an article called "How Did They Build the Great Pyramids?" And I was like, I've got to see what they got to say here. Now, amazingly, I cannot believe that I am saying this, but in my, albeit not extensive reading, my scanning of this article, it seems as though this is like an actual article about how the pyramids were actually made. It talks about ramps. It gives different examples of how ramps could have been done and how they would have been constructed. It's just crazy to me that this article about the pyramids on a young earth creationist propaganda website is better than anything that I've ever heard a pseudo-archaeologist claim about the pyramids. Then again, I guess pseudo-archaeology and the pyramids go together like, you know, like a trash bag full of packing peanuts and a jerry can full of gasoline. But I was still kind of shook by this. So I don't know, 1 point already for the creationist website. The next article that I found was from 2024 when there was those alleged Peruvian mummies that were unveiled. And the article is called Peruvian Alien Mummies Are Fraudulent Artifacts. So-called alien remains found in Peru have been shown instead to consist of animal bones and glue, which I said the exact same thing when I made my video on it, because it's objectively true. But if this whole website stuck to the objective truth, we wouldn't be here watching this video, now would we? Now, while I agree with this article for the most part, it's by the time we get down to the summary that some of the tremors of what this website has to hold begin to show themselves. What are we to make of a fakery of this sort? Perhaps money and fame may be an immediate motivation, but it also increases interest in the notion of UFOs and aliens in a world where access to unverified material and videos on the internet is all too easy for many people. These frauds are potentially harmful to those without a questioning mind and/or the academic skills to weigh evidence properly. Belief in aliens is certainly used as a means of leading people away from Christian teaching and faith. Similarly, fraudulent claims have often been used in support of evolution, and that one is a hyperlink, which of course takes you to an article called On Evolution and Fraud, which right off the bat I see the Piltdown Man, and I think that was the Nebraska Man, both pseudo-archaeological discoveries, the latter of which I have a whole video dedicated to, and something that creation scientists constantly go back to because they don't have a leg to stand on other than the mistakes of bad science from, 150 years ago. We would encourage people, and especially Christians, to develop critical thinking skills and to exercise discernment when it comes to claims that go beyond what the Bible teaches. Remember, guys, we want you all to be super open-minded and critical thinking because the internet is a dangerous place that can lead you astray. But remember, don't believe anything that isn't in the Bible. It is human beings alone who are created in the image of God by the Creator who made all things. I just think it's hilarious to see a young earth creationist propaganda mouthpiece talking about how these frauds are potentially harmful to those without a questioning mind and/or the academic skills to weigh evidence properly. That is literally the way that things like creationism are able to perpetuate, because they prey on people that have been left behind by our government's failed education system and feed them misinformation that reinforces their biases. I was kind of disappointed by the archaeology stuff, honestly. It was funny to agree with them on most things, but I was like, well, there's nothing interesting here. So then, of course, I decided to look into some of the other articles, and this is where things got really fun. Oh, where am I? I tried to get out of the attic, and I somehow got lost, and I've been crawling through an infinite attic for 2 days. I just dropped down. I think I'm in somebody else's house. I have no idea why someone else would have all this stuff. It's a little concerning, actually. As most of you already know, I don't take any sponsorships on this channel. Due to my personal convictions, I refuse to use my platform to try and sell you guys the products of our data-scraping, strike-breaking, money-hungry corporate overlords. This is admittedly an incredibly stupid decision on my part, because a single video sponsorship for a channel of this size can easily be worth into the 5 figures. But because I value all of you and am a little bit too strong in my personal beliefs, there is no paycheck big enough for me to become the mouthpiece of those responsible for the destruction of civilization. That said, I do understand that money is what makes the world go round, and this channel is the livelihood of not only myself, but my 8-person creative team that make all these videos possible. Which is why, rather than making money from sponsorships, we would prefer to make cool art. This beautiful poster was hand-drawn by my wonderful partner Z, thank you Z, and it features the 8 different pseudo-archaeological topics that I have discussed in my Awful Archaeology series. Now, if you look at this and can't immediately tell that it's in reference to a YouTube series, that's the point. The goal of all the merch that we make here is for it to not look like merch, which is why this design is based on one of those cool old-fashioned, like 1950s classroom screen print posters. It contains hand-done drawings of each of the different pseudo-archaeological topics, as well as a little blurb explaining them written by yours truly. And as you guys also know, I am a big fan of stickers, and so if you don't want to commit to a whole poster but still want to get some cool art and support the channel, you can get Sticker Pack. Check those out. Does the Dendera light look rather phallic? Absolutely. Is that our fault? No, we're not the ones that carved it, okay? We're just the ones drawing it. And as part of my pledge to support real human artists, a portion of each sale goes directly to the artist themselves. So if you want to grab some cool art to decorate your house or apartment and support the channel while doing it, you can go to miniminuteman.com or check the link in the description of this video. In fact, why don't you do that now before you forget? Just click it and it'll open up in another tab. And that way, when you're done with the video, it'll be there and you'll be like, oh, I wanted to do this. And then we get to keep making videos. Do it. No, seriously, do it. Click the button. Click it right now. No, seriously, do it. Click the button. Seriously, open it in a new tab. I'm not gonna ask you again. On behalf of myself and the rest of the team, thank you very much for all purchases. It allows us to remain sponsorship free while continuing to make the videos that you and I love so much. And now, let's head back to the attic. I absolutely love natural history, as I'm sure you guys are painfully aware. I know I'm like an archaeology educator, but honestly, I cover natural history the same, if not more, than I do archaeology, because it's always been a huge interest of mine. As many of you are aware, my primary degree was in environmental science. I went to a vocational high school where I studied environmental science for 4 years before that, so I love the natural world. Geology, ecology, biology, all that stuff. I think it's super interesting. So this was like driving bamboo wedges underneath my fingernails. What's with all the like bamboo related torture jokes in this video? Today's theme is bamboo torture. Next party you throw, bamboo torture. It's all the rage. All the kids are doing it. The peculiar penguin. The reason I wanted to talk about this article is because it highlights something that I think is very strange about young Earth creationists. Let me just read you the subheading here. The penguin kind was able to diversify into many species, and their variety reflects their varied unique characteristics and design features. Now, there's a word in there that's a little weird. The fuck is a penguin kind? I've heard of mankind, I've heard of humankind. I don't know what the fuck a penguin kind is. So a majority of this article is like just them marveling at how cool penguins are, which is fucking legit. Love me a penguin. All right, so once we get past them just marveling about how cool penguins are, we get down to the part where this actually has to do with creationism, called fossil fact and fiction intertwine. Evolutionists claim that the penguin's evolution has been extensively documented by many well-defined fossils. They then verbatim outline all of that extensive documentation, and then say that the oldest is supposedly about 62 million years old from partial reconstructions in New Zealand, and that these are described as being more like loons and belong to a different family of bird altogether. Alleged penguin ancestry beyond this is said to remain unknown, yet the facts of the entire evolutionary account are constantly being altered as various fossils discovered in rock layers considered older than previous discoveries necessitates the rewriting of history. Okay, so now you can really see what is in store for us with this website, because the mask is fully off here. Science once said this thing, and then they said this thing. So nothing is real. No, that's literally just how fucking science works. You keep researching stuff and gaining new information to get a better idea of what the fuck is going on. The fact that they call it rewriting history is fucking hilarious, because that implies that there's something like, you know, kind of nefarious around it. You know, the secret cabal of big science gathers together and they're like, how can we manipulate the masses by making them believe in previously undiscovered species of ancestral penguin? Like, bro, no one's thinking that, okay? What the fuck has to be going on in your head? The rewriting of history is people finding new fossils that give us a greater understanding of evolutionary history. That doesn't mean that people have been, like, wrong the whole fucking time. That means we didn't have the evidence then, and we have the evidence now. So now we've changed what we know. So the thing I mentioned earlier about the penguin kind, what the hell is that about? If you see an article talking about biology and evolution and it uses the word kind, that's a kind of a dead giveaway that you're reading something written by a young Earth creationist, or at least is sympathetic to young Earth creationism. Because kind is the young Earth creationist term for, like, there's not even really a parallel in the actual science world because it's not a fucking thing. It's sort of like a family of animals, like dogs and penguins and giraffes and I can't think of any more animals. Those are all the animals there are. And I think there's two reasons why they do this. One is that a lot of young Earth creationists now sort of like acknowledge evolution on a small scale, microevolution, if you will, which is its own can of worms that we're gonna get into in just a second. And two, because I think that even a biblical literalist young Earth creationist knows that it is absolutely patently fucking ridiculous to believe that 2 of every species of animal fit on Noah's Ark. So instead of saying, you know, species or whatever, they use the biblical term of kinds to imply that Noah brought 2 of each kind onto the ark, 2 of each dog, 2 of each giraffe, 2 of each, I don't remember what the other thing was that I said. I guess there's only two two kinds of animals now. And in the post-flood, post-diluvian world, those kinds had microevolution that turned them into their different varieties. You know, the dog turned into the wolf and the dingo and the domestic dog, whatever. Now, is that insanely stupid? Yes, but let's read just the last little bit of this article because I promise it gets even better. When we look into the entire living world, the neo-Darwinian account of evolution doesn't add up. For one thing, we just don't see the substantial numbers of mutations resulting in gain of functional information that would be expected. We see many mutations steadily accumulating. Okay, when young Earth creationists talk about kinds and how small-scale evolution is possible, how the fuck do you not believe in just evolution? You are just talking about evolution. You believe in evolution. I would almost respect it more if they didn't believe that microevolution was possible, because then I could just be like, well, you're just wrong. But here it's like you're acknowledging that it can happen. So how are you denying that it's the driving force of all life on the planet? They're like, oh yeah, things can maybe change, you know, a little bit in a few generations, but like, you know, none of this big stuff, you know, the Kent Hovind fucking bullshit of, you know, you never see a seahorse give birth to an elephant.
I think it's to believe a protista turned to a human.
Yeah, you don't see that because it doesn't happen. You know what did happen, on the other hand, Kent? You beat your wife. I don't think Jesus would have been such a big fan of that, you fucking jackass. They use this macroevolution argument as like a bad faith thing of being like, we see little changes, but we never see whole new species arise because species are just some bullshit that we've found to categorize the way that life works. Life does not work with these rigid boundaries. I know that these people can't hear me, but my thing that I always want to say whenever I hear people talk like this is, imagine you got a leak in your basement. You catch it after a few hours, you know, and there's a little puddle on the floor. You're like, ah, shit. You call the plumber, you fix it up, blah, blah, blah. Now imagine that exact same leak happened right when you were about to travel for like 2 months. And you come back 2 months later, your basement is an in-ground pool. That is how evolution works. You got little changes that don't add up to a lot on the small scale. It adds up a lot over a really long time. I genuinely don't know how you can believe in one and not the other. Here's another article called Plants and Animals Around the World, which attempts to explain the distribution of life in different places. They start off with a quote from, you know, Richard Dawkins talking about how the pattern of geographical distribution of plants and animals is what you'd expect from evolution and not what you'd expect from Noah's Ark. And their response is, nuh-uh. However, this distribution of animals is also what we would expect following the Genesis flood. Birds would have dispersed from the Middle East, where the Ark landed, with some eventually settling on the Galapagos Islands. Subsequent variations and natural selection among the descendants of these finches would then have occurred because they had the inbuilt genetic capacity to change quickly. Wait a second. So they're implying that, you know, these kinds diversified into multiple different species rather rapidly, which is way closer to the whole bullshit about a whale giving birth to a pine tree than anything any actual scientist has ever said. That beer's not working fast enough, let me tell you. However, similar plants and animals are frequently found on different continents separated by large stretches of land or ocean. This pattern is not what you would expect if they evolved slowly over millions of years, but is consistent with a biblical account of creation and the global flood. For example, many similar plant and animal groups are found around the land bordering oceans. This is such a consistent pattern that migration and transportation seems a much better explanation for biogeography than evolution. Let's see some of their examples for that. Evolutionists, oh god, I forgot to mention this earlier. If you see evolutionist or neo-Darwinian, those are also both like massive creationist red flags. Evolutionism, evolutionist, neo-Darwinist is not a thing. I know that they'd point at me and say that I'm that, but that's not like a thing. They need to frame it as though it's like a religion, because it levels the playing field for them to presuppose that their religion supersedes the facts of fucking reality. Evolutionists sometimes try to explain distinct distributions of continental drift. They say that the continents split apart millions of years ago, and when they did, similar species of plants and animals that once lived side by side were separated. That's exactly what happened. Need I say more? One problem with this explanation is that, according to evolutionary theory, many species that are disjuncted across previously joined continents evolved after their separation. For example, South America and Africa allegedly separated around 100 million years ago, but species of cactus, which is supposedly evolved in South America around 30 million years ago, were also found in Africa. In the same way, the evolutionary accounts of the emergence of rodents found in South America and Africa do not fit the generally accepted timing of continental drift. So I had to look into this one a little bit because, as you'll notice, they don't say fucking anything about this. They don't tell you what species of mouse, they don't say what species of cactus, which is the way that pseudoscientists and anti-intellectuals like this will operate. They'll just give you this information and expect you to take it at face value without questioning it. Run that quote of whatever they said earlier in the article about the aliens about critical thinking, because it's hilarious. These frauds are potentially harmful to those without a questioning mind and or the academic skills to weigh evidence properly. So I had to look into these, and I'm pretty sure what the cactus they're talking about is the Christmas cactus, and no biologist on the planet claims that the Christmas cactus or the mouse species is the result of continental drift. Both species are thought to have been introduced across the Atlantic Ocean, the rodents likely drifting on debris, as well as the cactus whose seeds or whatever could have also somehow been carried by birds. There's tons of fucking examples of this. There's the silver sword in Hawaii. There's like 50 different species of them on the different islands, and it's most closely related to part of the sunflower family from North America, and it's believed to have been introduced to the Hawaiian Islands by birds that make that flight like fucking millions of years ago. In fact, it's believed to have been there for such a long time that the island it was first introduced to has already sunk beneath the waves, and that subsequent populations colonized the next islands and evolved in their own ways there. So it's a straw man to say that evolutionists chalk this all up to continental drift, because we see distribution events like this take place that are much more rapid. While living marsupials are largely restricted to Australia and South America, possums, their fossils from rocks classified as late Cretaceous, between 85 and 65 million years old, are found exclusively in Europe, Asia, and North America. The fact that they even mention that Australia and South America are the places where the most marsupials exist is evidence of the biogeographic realms that are all explained because of fucking evolution. Before the evolution of placental mammals, us, the ones with the placentas, well, some of us, most mammals were marsupials. And then when, was it Gondwana that split apart? Was it Gondwana, South America, Antarctica, and Australia? When that split apart, those ones remained populated by marsupials, placental mammals evolved elsewhere, and then eventually sort of invaded and mostly outcompeted the other marsupials. The reason why Australia had like almost all of the niches filled with a marsupial, like, you know, thylacines, it had like a lion-like marsupial, it's got a kangaroo, which is just insane, is because for the most part, up until humans got there, it was pretty cut off in its own biogeographic realm, and so placental mammals never really outcompeted everything there. That is evidence of fucking evolution. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I don't want to talk about that anymore. Yes, here's where it gets really fun. Now we're going to talk about coal. This article is called A Beds Origin for Coal. If you're wondering what beds is, well, of course, it's briefly exposed diluvial sediments. Beds, or briefly exposed diluvial sediments, in which local or regional falls of water of Noah's flood temporarily exposed freshly laid sediments. This model has been used to explain dinosaur tracks, eggs, and scavenged bone beds in the early flood, as well as other geological challenges. It also provides one mechanism for the origin of coal. So the coal beds, especially those in North America, are from the Carboniferous period, literally named because of the massive deposits of carbon they left behind. They were massive humid swamps that died and piled up and got buried and compressed and turned into coal. So let's have a look as to how they explain, tens of millions of years worth of coal layers. The problem with the peat swamp theory. Secular scientists say that the coal formed from compressed peat. Because of their strong belief in uniformitarianism, largely excluding catastrophe, they have little choice but to believe the peat swamp or coal swamp theory. Peat is defined as, I don't give a shit what peat is defined as. It covers about 3% of the Earth's surface, blah, blah, blah. To form peat, the water in bogs must be acidic to protect the accumulating plant matter from oxidization. Otherwise, the plant remains will simply decay. Rate of accumulation also must match exactly the rate at which the vast bog subsides. When they throw things in that, like an italicized exactly, they're one, being facetious, and two, trying to just spread doubt to make it sound really challenging, even though there's massive peat bogs all over the world. It's not a hard thing to form. We see them everywhere. There's no exactitude about it. It's a fucking peat bog. Next, the peat must be buried by thousands of meters of sediments and compressed and heated. At last, the coal must be found at the surface. These overlying sediments must be eroded away. Although the peat swamp theory has been popular for nearly 200 years, it has numerous problems compared with the alternative theory of transport and burial in marine environment. First, marine fossils are often associated with coal, such as clams and various fish. Are we sure that those are marine? Because that is something that also occurs in freshwater ecosystems. If they are marine, which I would not be surprised if some of them are, it will be because these swamps are at the margins of massive low-lying continents, and sometimes The Earth is lower, sometimes it is higher. The things are not constant. It wasn't just like a swamp that existed exactly where it was for thousands of millions of years and then got buried all at once. This is the land moving and water flowing over and sand coming in, and then the ocean recedes and more swamp grows on top. The Earth is a fucking, it moves slowly, but it fucking moves. They also talk about tree trunks that are found petrified like through multiple layers of strata, which are very cool and very rare. Most of the time they're found upright, and they are from a short-term catastrophe, you know, a tsunami, a flood, a volcanic eruption, something like that. And they're very interesting, but they use that as evidence that, like, look, these trees intersect multiple layers, and so therefore this must have been the Great Flood. But if this was from the Great Flood, we would find these entire petrified trees fucking everywhere. There would not be layers of peat, mostly decomposed organic material that's created these big, you know, carbon layers. We would find these stumps in every single coal seam everywhere because the world was ripped up, laid low, buried, compressed, and then what, eroded out again? This makes no sense. Here's another fun one on geology. Devil's Tower, powerful witness to flood runoff. One, not Devil's Tower. We'll stick with Bear Lodge. Thank you very much. This would be like if I pretended that I discovered the Vatican and I called it Ozzy Osbourne's porta potty. During the massive runoff of the recessive stage of Noah's flood, thousands of erosional remnants were left behind. They're known as inselbergs, isolated rock structures rising abruptly from an otherwise generally level surface. Many of these inselbergs are tall with steep slopes and so could not have lasted millions of years. Now, they do correctly claim here that the Bear Lodge is the remains of a cooled, like, volcanic cone. I've talked about Bear Lodge a lot because every moron conspiracy theorist on TikTok thinks that it's a giant tree stump because they were presumably lobotomized at a young age. Young Earth creationists apparently believe that while it is a volcano, it's evidence of the Great Flood. So, you know, one step forward, two steps back, I guess. The survival of Bear Lodge is especially puzzling because steep or vertical rock faces erode much faster than horizontal surfaces. This is because steep slopes are strongly affected by gravity with rock slides and falls. Furthermore, the extensive vertical cracks at the tower would be prone to destruction by freeze-thaw weathering. Cracks fill the water during storms, and when it freezes during the cold months, the cracks enlarge. It seems the only way to explain Bear Lodge is to allow for the rapid recent erosion of the high plains sedimentary rock, leaving behind the erosional remnant of the lava conduit. It is consistent with sheet flow erosion as the water of Noah's flood were draining off the continent in very wide channels. The tower remained tall after the flood, probably because the rock from the tower was more resistant and/or the erosion rate of the flowing water was reduced in the area. So what I'm hearing here is that the reason it stands is because all the rock around it eroded because it's softer, which is true. So why are we acting as though it's a surprise that it's still standing up, given the actual geologic explanation? It's still eroding. It will erode all the way eventually. We just happen to exist at a time when the stuff around it has eroded and it is still in the process of eroding. I would also imagine that with all those little nooks and crannies you're talking about, if there was a flood capable of suddenly eroding the volcano from off of this magma chamber, the floodwater would probably be moving fast enough to turn this thing into a pile of matchsticks fucking 800 miles that way. Also, if the world's only 6,000 years old in your eyes anyway, what's even the point of this? Creationists will always talk about the Lake Missoula flood over in Washington from the end of the last ice age to be like, look, it's possible, which, like, the point is not that us Darwinists don't believe in giant floods. It's the fact that any catastrophe, from a giant flood to a tsunami to a volcano, while they may be different on an individual basis, for the most part have functioned the exact same way for all of Earth's history. So we can look at evidence of these events now and be able to look in the geologic record to find evidence of places where things like that have happened in the past. Those giant trees that they were just talking about stuck in the coal beds, those are evidence of natural disasters. The difference between the rapid draining of Lake Missoula and the erosion around the Bear Lodge is that one of them was caused by a flood and one of them was caused by slow erosion of just like rainwater and wind and stuff. Because different types of erosion look different, and there's a lot of really smart people who can help identify what type of erosion you're looking at. This is not a debate. We know this one very well. It is not a tree, and it is not the remnants of a great flood. How about this article for you? Anthropogenic Global Warming, AGW, a biblical and scientific approach to climate change. I'm sure this is going to be full of some wisdom. Biblical and scientific evidence shows that human-generated carbon dioxide will produce some warming, but there's no climate emergency. Guys, everything's totally fine. There's nothing to worry about. All of those scientists, all the unanimous scientists that are coming up to the same conclusion, They're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of liars that are paid by the woke, liberal, neo-Marxist agenda. Many Christians have been asking CMI, Creation Ministries Institute, to comment on global warming, climate change, said to be caused by human-generated carbon dioxide. This happens particularly at ministry events where we have a Q&A. It is certainly a hot topic. Oh! And they say that biblical literalists don't have a sense of humor. Until now, CMI has largely avoided the issue. For one thing, we don't think it's a core creation gospel issue. Also, some people get quite emotional about the subject, so it could be a risky thing to comment upon. No matter what view we take, some of our friends are going to disagree, and we understand. They're so neutral and balanced. I like that. It's not a core creation gospel issue. We live in the Garden of Eden, motherfuckers. Look around you. We have everything we could ever want. This planet is perfect, and you are watching it burn in front of your fucking eyes. I don't give a shit if you believe there was something better before this, but this is God's creation. You look up at all those fucking stars, and you think that each one of those is a planet, and we're the only one that has his creation on it, and you don't give a shit about saving this? You're okay watching the fucking oceans turn black and the rivers run to fucking mud, and you're gonna sit there and say this isn't my fucking problem? Give me a fucking break. What's in that beer? Wow, holy fuck, haven't done that in a minute. Also, scientifically, the issue is very complex, as I have found diving into the literature. And many colleagues inside and outside CMI have critiqued and contributed to what follows. Oh god, this is a very long article. I ain't reading all that. What's at the bottom? Give me the conclusion. Okay, a Christian approach, final thoughts. In summary, the politicization of climate change has led to the corruption of the science. Yeah, like maybe the science and data being misrepresented by oil-funded state media controlled by a Christo-fascist government to make uneducated people not believe in climate change and believe that it's a political issue. I would have to agree with that. 2, over the last 100 years or so, the CO2 level has been increasing. However, the temperatures over that time have not been consistent with the hypothesis that human-generated CO2 is the prime cause of temperature increase. That is literally just bullshit. I'm not gonna read into this to see where you got that from because it's fucking wrong. It is simply fucking wrong. It is simply fucking wrong. The science is not settled, or there'd be one model, not over 100, that attempts to predict the global temperature. It's a model making a fucking prediction. We're predicting something over an incredibly long period of time. Who would have thought that someone who bases their worldview off of a black and white binary of good and evil would have a hard time understanding the nuance of a scientific model? The warming from a doubling of the CO2 is likely to be less than 1 degree Celsius, which would be beneficial to life on Earth. Climate change isn't happening, but if it is, it's not even that much of a problem. 1 degree Celsius is gonna make a big fucking difference, moron. Little things like this make me do hope that there's some kind of divine thing going on. Not in the way of big bearded guy in the sky with a fucking, you know, lightning bolt or whatever. But like, I'm a spiritual guy. I think the Earth is an amazing place. I see God whenever I'm fucking looking at the sky too, you know? But it pains me to know that all of the people who deny climate change and who spread all this propaganda about it are never gonna have to suffer for what they've caused. And a little piece of me wishes that I could believe in something like hell, because I think that there's some people that fucking deserve it. Don't get me wrong, I do what I can to reduce my carbon footprint, but you and I, we don't do fucking anything. It's the corporations, it's the big oil, it's the fucking CEOs, it's the government, surprise, who are not just primary drivers of the unfolding climate apocalypse, but are literally the ones that are fucking ensuring that it's going to happen. Just a brief reminder that oil companies have a lot of money and a lot of scientists, and they knew years before everyone else that climate change was going to happen, and they did fucking nothing. But again, morons like this think in black and white, that there is the apocalypse not happening and the apocalypse happening. One day we're gonna wake up and it's gonna just be really hot out and we're gonna be like, oh, the climate change happened. It's not gonna be like that. We are the frogs in the pot of fucking water. This was one of the harshest winters in Vermont in the last 10 years. See, it snowed a lot. Climate change isn't real. It was fucking 60 degrees 2 weeks ago. That doesn't fucking happen. This past summer was a 100-year drought, and the summer before that was a 100-year flood. This is how the climate apocalypse is gonna happen, you fucking idiots. Number 6, there is no climate emergency. This is where I get really fucking cynical, guys, where I'm like, we fucking deserve this. We fucking deserve this. It just sucks that we are part of the fucking we. I really think we should send all these fucking assholes to Mars. Let the rest of us sort Eden out without the fucking snakes. Okay, let's talk about a coelacanth. The coelacanth, the transitional fossil that wasn't. Let me guess, they found coelacanths and it hasn't changed in a long time and evolution bad or something. Fuck you, I'm reading the conclusion. No coelacanth evolution. No evidence exists for coelacanth evolution, although dozens of coelacanth fossils have been found. As far as it can be determined, they are anatomically near identical to living examples. In the long-age geologic system, they are supposed to have first lived 400 million years ago, over 100 million years before the dinosaurs. Summary and conclusion. An enormous amount of research has been done on the coelacanth. Dozens of scientists have written scores of articles trying to demonstrate that it is the missing link between fish and land animals. There's another one. If anyone says missing link, banished to the creationist corner. Missing link is not a fucking thing. Like I said earlier, no animal just gives birth to another species. Species arise slowly over time. It was not like, we're not looking for a missing link in the human family tree. We have sequential species. We've got it. Firstly, it's bullshit to say that it just like hasn't evolved. It just hasn't changed much because it's really well suited to its environment. It is a fish. The ocean has been the ocean for a long fucking time. It has not had the evolutionary pressure to change. If you look at a mollusk from millions of years ago and a mollusk from today, they're pretty fucking similar. If you look at a crocodile and, you know, the ancestral crocodile things from around the dinosaur period, they also haven't changed all that much. There's a lot of these living fossils that when they have evolved so well to their environment, there is not a heavy evolutionary pressure for them to change. Most evolution happens in response to an organism's environment changing. Like I said earlier, the world is constantly changing. If a species is experiencing a new type of stress, there's a drought, there's more rain, there's fires, there's new predators, there's, you know, some other X factor, that is what drives them to evolve. Next one. Fuck. Now we get to the one called dinosaurs in the Bible. I already crashed out fucking once. Behemoth with a tail like a cedar was probably a sauropod such as Dreadnoughtus. Leviathan was a giant croc such as Sarcosuchus or Dinosuchus. I'm not a big dinosaur guy, guys, can you tell? Does the Bible mention dinosaurs? According to the Bible, God created all kinds of land creatures on day 6 of Creation Week. Creation Week. What's up, guys? Welcome to Creation Week. Today we're gonna be making some fucking dinosaurs. Tune in tomorrow when I make a guy and then find out he doesn't want to get it on with any of the animals, so I have to take one of his ribs and turn it into a lady or something. If dinosaurs existed alongside man, particularly after the flood, why doesn't the Bible mention them? Maybe because dinosaurs have been extinct for a very long time. We're going down to the bottom. Dinosaurs for the glory of God. That's an awesome line. I like that. It sounds like it's from like a dinosaur action movie. Dinosaurs for the glory of God! And then it's like a, you know, battle charge or some shit like that. If I saw a movie like that as a kid, I would be a young Earth creationist today. I shouldn't be giving them any ideas, should I? Jesus. Who am I kidding? Jesus has nothing to do with this. Few creatures capture the imagination of both young and old as much as large dinosaurs. These massive creatures display the creative wonders of God.
Well, guys, they did it. Facepunch officially killed their own game. It's time to pack it up and go back to Gmod, I guess. Nah, but for real, Facepunch said they were gonna revoke people's access to Sandbox shortly before the release, and lo and behold, they snapped their fingers and actually did it a couple days ago. And out of the 800,000 players that were registered, only 40,000 were able to keep their access. At least a good portion of those accounts had to have been bots or accounts with access that people were trying to sell for a quick buck. And yeah, I actually do feel bad for the people that were really invested into Sandbox and still got revoked. So if you managed to survive the purge, congrats. But honestly, that topic is for someone else's video. Today I kind of want to make a follow-up video showcasing where Sandbox stands currently prior to its release coming up next week. Stuff like the current top 5 games and games that I'm keeping an eye on. You know, just something to look back on as the platform develops over time. And like I said in the last video, Sandbox isn't going to replace Gary's mod at all. Like, there were people commenting as if Gmod was freaking revoked from their library as as well, and they're never going to see it again. So if you're here expecting this to have everything that Gmod does, save your 20 bucks, go back to playing Gmod, and give Sandbox time to cook until it's actually worth buying. Or just wait out the 2 years when it becomes free to play and hopefully more season. Or you know what, don't even play the game at all, just stay in Gmod. So as of this recording, these are the top 5 games of the month before the official release of Sandbox. And yeah, you honestly hate to see it. Some of these I don't even want to cover, nor do I think you'd want to see it too, but it's a given when you have a lot of freedom on a platform like this. As more creators start submitting their projects though over time, this list would most likely change in the future. But for now, this is what we have so far. Looking at the number 1 spot, we have DXRP, which, let's be real, it's just dark RP, but with that shiny Source 2 look to it. Not much to say about this game since we already know the format, but other than that, the people there were pretty chill, and that made it all the more enjoyable. When it comes to games on Sandbox that try to bring a Gmod experience to the game, you're obviously going to have a lot of nitpicky criticisms and comparisons, but I'd say this holds itself pretty well for what they had to work with and what it's supposed to be. I can see why it's been sitting at the number 1 spot for a good amount of time, but I just hope that we actually get some competition at the top that separates itself from the Gmod identity. Judging by the title and thumbnail, you already know what this game is going to be like. Here we have Sand Miner, our first introduction into the sandbox incremental games genre, where you basically turn your brain off, dig a hole for materials, turn them in for money, and use that money for little upgrades that you can use to speed up the digging process, or just gamble. When it comes to these kind of games, I have to be in a certain mood to play them, and there are way too many of these games on Roblox. So honestly, if you've played them, you're not really missing much here. Other than that though, it's an alright game for someone who has the time and the patience for this. Okay, this one I'm pretty ashamed of playing, but it had to be done just for the video. Mega Shot is one of those games that feels like it's using blueprint strategies to keep the player's retention for the play fun, such as daily login rewards and quests that leads to getting a cheap skin by the end of the week. I feel like this game was up at the 3rd spot because of people trying to farm in-game hours, as well as trying to get their hands on a skin to avoid getting their sandbox access revoked. The gameplay is basically a roguelike shooter where you gather XP as you kill monsters, and as you level up, you choose one of 3 perks. On paper, it sounds like a neat little game, but when you actually play it, you could just feel that it was made using AI. Unless Megashot actually improves and removes all of the shady stuff, it's really not for me, and I wouldn't recommend it to a newcomer of Sandbox. Okay, at the number 4 spot, we have something quite interesting and definitely different from a lot of the other games on this platform. Although not very realistic car driving is a pretty solid foundation so far. The gameplay is pretty simple. You just drive to earn money or do side jobs like taxi driving, which can be spent on better cars, upgrades, and stuff to personalize your car. It also has a time trial mode so you can race across the 11 different tracks they have, which are not that bad looking. I'd imagine this being one of those games that you can listen to music while driving and trying out the different cars. Personally, I found it somewhat enjoyable for a bit, but just like in Sand Miners, my attention span is too fried to dedicate my time into this. It's still worth a good try though. So the common low effort genres I keep seeing so far in Sandbox are idle clickers and gambling games. But here, some random developer thought, hey, why don't we just merge the 2 together, creating Click-Sino? Honestly, I'd rather have one of these than a million of these. This is the type of game that for sure herds cattle. To earn money, you have to constantly click this button, and then you can spend that money to make this process easier with upgrades. Or you can just gamble it all away with the selection of games. There's some solo ones you can do like Plinko, slots, roulette, blackjack, and minesweeper. And then there are also ones you can engage with other players in like poker and coin flip. I can see why this game made it to the top 5 for this month, because to be honest, for someone who isn't really into games like these, I'll admit it, it's not bad. Now, I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time on it, but it's really an interesting take on the idle clicker genre. So now that we got the current top 5 games out of the way, I do want to cover some of the games I've enjoyed myself while playing Sandbox, because in my opinion, the majority of the top games would not be the best introduction to Sandbox. Like I said in my last video, you kind of have to do some digging to find the gems. And I'm only going to cover the ones that people rarely cover on other channels, so stuff like Dark Descent, Ghoul Grounds, and Sausage Survivors 2 aren't going to be covered here. Also, these games are not in any particular order, and I feel that all of them at least deserve some love and attention on release. Alright, so this first game we have is pretty addicting if you're into managing colonies. Inspired by the hit indie game RimWorld and a title that would have people questioning what you're playing, we have Piss World. You basically start your game out as a survivor with randomized stats and have them survive in one of the 5 types of biomes of your choice. Sounds simple, right? Yeah, but it's still pretty difficult. The fun part about this game is the random dynamic events that happen in the world. So you'll have events like meteors crashing on your land, random airstrikes, enemies invading your territory, and so on. And these events and worlds are completely randomized, meaning that no 2 players should have the same journey from beginning to end. And as your colony grows and develops, the game will also become more difficult, as each survivor in your colony will have different perks and different weaknesses. Surprisingly, Piss World only has 6 reviews as of this recording, and I feel like it definitely deserves a lot of attention and feedback. The complexity and depth that this game provides is pretty freaking sick. I even lost track of time myself just trying to get some footage of the dang game. I highly recommend it. The concept of this game is new to me, but I found it pretty cool. Shoot House is one of those base defense games where you have to survive 10 whole nights of these creatures trying to break into your mansion, with each night getting harder than the last. It's a pretty simple premise, but what I was surprised with is what happens after the night ends. When the night ends and the sun rises, you get thrown into this menu where you have the option to upgrade your guns, your defenses, and open up other areas of the mansion that you can defend from. You just have to be aware of the time and your character's energy, because once that gauge is down and that time is up, you'll have a harder time surviving the night. And every time you die, there's also meta upgrades you can unlock that'll improve your aim, energy efficiency, and so on. With this little resource management side of the game, I can see people taking different upgrade routes and experimenting with different strategies to survive, and I think that's pretty cool. The game does get harder as more nights go by, but when you survive them, they feel very rewarding. There's also an endless mode, which I haven't tried yet, but I'd imagine it'd be pretty difficult. Co-op's also implemented, so I feel like this game would be pretty neat to play with friends. Shoot House may not be for everyone, but I would still advise you to give it a try. On release, I can see this one holding a good amount of players. If you've ever played Ace of Spades in the past, this is basically that, but a modern take on it. From the creators of My Summer Cottage, Blocks and Bullets is your typical first-person shooter, but with none of that extra stuff like unlockables, ranks, and cosmetics. Just straight-up matches you can jump into right away, which is honestly kind of lost in this genre. To sum up the gameplay, you can build and destroy structures on maps that can hold up to 32 players, which kind of opens up interesting ways to play the game. I'd imagine maps getting completely demolished by the end of a match with a game like this, and honestly that sounds pretty fun. Other than your standard team deathmatch and free-for-all, we also have a bunch of other fun game modes like Capture the Flag, Infection, Gun Game, Gib, and so many others. The gunplay and controls also feel very satisfying, and I feel like this will be one of those games that you'll lose track of time playing if you're with the right crowd. Blocks and Bullets is pretty dang enjoyable, and hopefully with the release of Sandbox we'll be able to see some full lobbies. Alright, so obviously Sandbox is still at its infant stages right now. Like, the game hasn't even been out yet, and there's already people bashing on it and comparing it to titles that have already been out for decades. This platform is still fresh, and the games on here are pretty good, but I'd be lying if I said they were amazing. I'd imagine that the devs of these games are small teams to maybe even just one person. The engine's fairly new, and hopefully bigger teams will give it a try, and maybe we'll get some bangers on this platform later down the line. Even looking at some of the projects that people are cooking up in the Sandbox Discord, I know for a fact that some of them will have a good chance to replace the ones that are currently on the front page. On the day of the release, I can most likely see Sandbox getting mixed to maybe even negative Steam reviews. Not by the devs, but by the players if nothing changes after this video. Hopefully I'll be